small request to all of you to please put your phones on silent. We don't want any ringers going off when our speakers are speaking, and we don't want any interruptions during the course of the day. If you have an important call to take, please step outside the hall and take the call. I request all of you to please settle down and take your seats. I'm sure you'll get lots of opportunities to catch up with your friends during the course of the day. For now, I request all of you to please settle down. I request all of you to please settle down and take your seats. Good morning and warm welcome to the 11th annual NATHEALTH Arogya Bharat Summit 2025, propelling healthcare in India towards Viksit Bharat by 2047. I'm your host, Anisha Nair Thavan. I request everybody at the back to please settle down and take your seats. I'm sure you'll get lots of opportunities to catch up with your friend. We want to start with the program, and I request all of you to please settle down and take your seats. During the day today, experts from the field of healthcare, public health, technology, and policymakers will deliberate upon a roadmap to transition from being the pharmacy of the world to a global leader in healthcare innovation, equitable health access, and medical excellence. Through carefully curated sessions, we will take feedback and suggestions from industry experts to build a world-class health system for Viksit Bharat. I would now request Mr. Abhay Soy, President, NATHEALTH, to please accompany our special guest, Shri Kiran Gitte, Secretary, GA, Good Governance, and Health and Family Welfare Department, Government of Tripura, to the stage. Please give them a round of applause and welcome them on stage. I would also request Ms. Amira Shah, Senior Vice President, NATHEALTH, Dr. Om Manchanda, NATHEALTH Treasurer, and Mr. Siddhartha Bhattacharya, Secretary General, NATHEALTH, to please come up on stage. Please give them a round of applause and welcome them on stage. The Parliament session is on, but we are expecting the Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Ayush, and the Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Shri Pratap Rao Ganpat Rao Jadhav, and the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, Shri Radendra Shukla, to also join us during the day. To kick off this proceedings, I would request Mr. Abhay Soy to please present a bouquet and a plaque to Shri Kiran Gitte. We are very grateful to him for coming here, and we look forward to his insights on the good work being done in healthcare in Tripura. We all want to listen from him. So we are grateful to him for coming here, and I would request Mr. Abhay Soy to please present a bouquet and a plaque to him. Thank you. Can India aspire to become a developed nation or Viksit Bharat in 2047, where a large portion of our countrymen do not have access to or cannot afford timely healthcare? What use is higher per capita income, smooth roads, and big airports if our social infrastructure does not deliver equity, convenience, and high healthcare standards? Viksit Bharat will demand Viksit Swasthya Seva. The foundation of Viksit Swasthya Seva will have to be built on universal health coverage, cutting-edge digital technology, sustainability, and global best practices. For this, all health industry stakeholders have to come together, deliberate, cooperate, and work in tandem to bridge gaps in service delivery. Today, experts from the field of healthcare, public health, technology, and policymakers will deliberate on a roadmap to build a healthcare ecosystem where innovation, equitable health access, and medical excellence become the hallmark. We would like to thank our sponsors for their support in making this event a success. A big thank you to our gold sponsors, Apollo Hospitals Enterprises Limited and Siemens Healthineers. Our silver sponsors, Jupiter Hospital, Marengo Asia Healthcare, Quality Care India, Wipro GE Healthcare. Our bronze sponsors, Dr. Lal Path Labs, Healthier MedTech, Indus Health Plus, Indian Capital Advisors, Lupin Healthcare, Metropolis Healthcare, Polymedicure, PD Hinduja Hospital and MRC, and Terumo India. Our session sponsors, Ambuja Neota Healthcare Ventures, Agilus Diagnostics, Fortis Healthcare, Krishna Diagnostics, MB Plastic Industries, RAD365, Tata Capital, Tata 1MG, and Bygone India. We'd like to thank our knowledge partners, Bain and Company, Deloitte, EY, Ketan, Path, PwC, and YCP Actors. Now, every year, NATHEALTH has planted trees to honor the valuable contributions of our esteemed speakers who have taken the time out to come to our annual summits and share their thoughts and expertise with the audience. So here are some snippets from these tree plantation projects that have taken place, and the trees that we are planting. There is an entire initiative to rebuild forest, and you can just, this is a glimpse of the tree plantation projects that NATHEALTH Foundation has undertaken. That's a great job being done by NATHEALTH Foundation. Please give them a round of applause. Now, I would request Mr. Abhay Soy, President, NATHEALTH, and Chairman and Managing Director, Max Healthcare Institute Limited, to please address the audience, talk about the opportunities to shape the healthcare ecosystem in the upcoming years, and give us the welcome address. Please put your hands together for Mr. Abhay Soy.
I would like to welcome Shri Kiran Gitte, Secretary Health, Government of Tripura, members of the leadership team of NATHEALTH, business leaders from the healthcare industry, colleagues and friends. Good morning and a warm welcome to all of you to the 11th NATHEALTH Arogya Bharat Summit 2025. Our Honorable Prime Minister has a dream for our nation. He wants us to become a developed nation, Viksit Bharat, by no later than 2047, the 100th year of our gaining independence. This, of course, requires a huge amount of effort in all the areas of nation building, none more so than in the field of healthcare, where we must ensure that all our fellow citizens enjoy a healthy life and have easy access to quality healthcare and affordable healthcare close to their homes. We cannot possibly build a Viksit Bharat without the promise of good health for all. Thus, in the next couple of decades, our task is clear. We need to seize all the opportunities to transform the healthcare landscape of our country. We need to expand healthcare and diagnostic facilities to all the cities and towns of India. New hospitals and beds and high-end medical technology needs to percolate to every district of our country. These new hospitals need to be built in a sustainable manner, maybe, perhaps, through a viable PPP model with government and investments and expertise being shared between the government as well as the private sector. We need more doctors and nurses and technicians with clinical skills to man these hospitals. We need locally manufactured medical devices and inexpensive generic drugs to ensure that we are well equipped and are capable of providing good quality healthcare to our citizens. Not only do we need more healthcare infrastructure and services, we need these to be inexpensive, within the reach of most of our citizens. India is the world's factory for pharmaceuticals. We need to drive greater adoption of generic medicines to bring the costs down. Ayushman Bharat, a flagship healthcare initiative launched by the government in September 2018, is the world's largest public health insurance scheme, covering 500 million beneficiaries by providing a cover of rupees 5 lakh per family. It has gone a long way in making inpatient care accessible and affordable to millions of our countrymen who otherwise couldn't afford these services. Recently, the government extended the scheme to cover all citizens above the age of 70 years. I am sure the PMJY, Ayushman Bharat, will one day usher in the era of universal healthcare across our country. The health insurance penetration is also rapidly increasing in the country, with more and more opting for health insurance cover, thus protecting themselves and their families from medical exigencies. Cashless health insurance cover with hospitals seamlessly working with insurers through digital exchanges will improve healthcare access and ensure greater affordability. Medical education and skilling remains a critical area of focus as well. We need more doctors and skilled workforce. In the recent union budget, the finance minister has included proposals to add over 75,000 medical seats in the next 5 years, out of which 10,000 alone are supposed to come up this year. I know NatHealth has been working tirelessly, asking for policy changes which will enable more seats in medical and nursing colleges and easing restrictions for private sector players to also set up these institutions of higher learning. As we continue on this journey of Viksit Bharat, we must embrace technology in every sphere of our work. We need digitally enabled smart hospitals, digital health and telemedicine centers, AI and big data applications powering our hospitals and diagnostics, and medtech innovations to be able to deliver world-class patient care to people in the remotest areas of our country. The government launched the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission in September 2021, an initiative aimed at leveraging digital technologies to improve healthcare delivery, access, and outcomes. When fully rolled out, this initiative will ensure equitable access to healthcare services to all citizens, create unified digital infrastructure, integrating healthcare services across the country, and empowering individuals with control over the healthcare data. Private hospitals will do well to collaborate with ABDM to drive digital transformation in healthcare services. While we have numerous challenges regarding equitable distribution, access, and affordability of healthcare services for our citizens, we must also remember that India has emerged as a very significant player in the burgeoning medical value tourism space. We attract thousands of people from hundreds of countries across the globe seeking high-end treatments, including cancer care and complex procedures. What attracts them to us is the clinical expertise, technological prowess, no waiting times, and low costs compared to anywhere else in the world. We are the world's least expensive destination for world-class healthcare services. We are globally acknowledged as the leaders in medical value tourism. We must continue to build on this, expand to newer geographies, offer better and safer clinical procedures and outcomes, and deliver an unmatched service experience to all our global patients. They will carry the word of our capabilities around the world, establishing India as a destination of choice for complex medical care. NatHealth has been at the forefront of advocacy regarding policy and other germane issues, which will significantly contribute to the vision of Viksit Bharat. It has taken up several matters related to infrastructure expansion, healthcare innovations, medtech, digital health, and medical value tourism. In this meeting, it is releasing 4 white papers and discussion decks on these issues. NatHealth has been engaging with policymakers across the country, be it at the state or the national level, to bring about change that improves ease of doing business by lessening the burden of regulatory compliances, payer-provider alignment with insurance companies and other institutional payers, medtech and digital health tech expansion and innovation, as well as medical value tourism. I am sure NatHealth will continue to be the leading voice of change for healthcare enterprises in the country. I would now urge all of you to enjoy this conference, meet old friends and former colleagues, catch up on what is happening in our world of healthcare, and maybe pick up a few new ideas along the way. Thank you, and my good wishes to each one.
Thank you, Mr. Soy. We do look forward to this public-private partnership in healthcare becoming a template for the world to follow, the one that starts here in India. We now have a very special video address from the Honorable Health Minister, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India, from Shri J.P. Nadda ji, our Honorable Health Minister. He has sent us this special video for this conference. Please strain your eyes to the screen and let's listen in.
I am happy to be a part of this special occasion of the 11th NATHEALTH Arogya Bharat Annual Summit. I would have loved to be physically present among all of you, but due to the certain compelling engagements, I could not attend the event in person. At the very outset, I would like to thank NatHealth for organizing this important dialogue soon after 2025-26 budget announcement, where healthcare has been recognized as an important sector. The theme, Ideas to Propel Healthcare in India towards Viksit Bharat, is poised to address a critical imperative at the intersection of health, human capital, development, and economic growth. Under the visionary leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, initiatives like Ayushman Arogya Mandirs, Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, and the digital health initiatives like Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission (ABDM) have ushered an era of digital and technological innovations and the advancements that is expected to be making healthcare delivery accessible and equitable. The synergy between improved productive technology and healthier people will contribute manifold to acceleration of economic growth, reduced inequality, and improved quality of life. I am also glad that the NatHealth has picked up the important key themes for discussion in this summit. Ease of doing business, leading to infrastructure creation, strengthening medtech by developing domestic supply chain, inclusivity and expanding access, driving exports and medical tourism, innovation solving India's unique health challenges. I'm sure through deliberations during the summit, there will be a host of solutions that will help in addressing several key areas within the overall healthcare ecosystem. In the end, I thank you all for giving me a patient hearing. Thank you.
I would now like to introduce our special guest, Shri Kiran Gitte. He is a distinguished officer of the Indian Administrative Service, currently serving as the Secretary of Good Governance and Health and Family Welfare Departments, Government of Tripura. He has played a pivotal role in policy implementation and government reforms. Beyond his administrative expertise, he is a mentor to aspiring civil servants and the author of 7 Steps to Become IAS. I would now request Shri Kiran Gitte to please address the audience and give the special address. Please put your hands together for Shri Kiran Gitte.
Good morning. On the occasion of 11th Annual Arogya Bharat Summit 2025, I am very happy to attend this program. On the dais, very distinguished Sri Abhay Soiji, Chairman and MD Max Healthcare, Dr. Om Manchanda ji from Dr. Lal Path Labs, Madam Amira Shah from Metropolis, my friend and well-wisher of Tripura, on whose personal invitation I have attended this program, Siddharth Bhattacharya ji. You all might have heard about Tripura and some of you might have also visited. If not Tripura, that part of the country. So it's a small state but rapidly progressing, and it is led by eminent maxillofacial surgeon Dr. Manik Sahaji, and health is our priority. So I'll just take you through a small presentation which will give you a glimpse of what's happening there. Yeah. So it's a state of 40 lakh population, 4 million, but surrounded by 85% by Bangladesh, especially the eastern part of Bangladesh, Sylhet, then Komila, Chitgaon. We have also border with Assam and Mizoram. It's a rapidly growing state. If you see the GSDP, you will find 10 to 12% increase. We are now touching about 1 lakh crore. Very close to Goa. Goa has about 12 billion. We are about say 11 billion, you can say. Per capita income, we are almost now near the national average. It's a big thing for a small state, a remote state to do that. But we are now very well connected by air to Delhi, to Hyderabad, Ahmedabad, Chennai, Bangalore. All the metros have a direct flight to Agartala. Lot of medical tourism which comes from Bangladesh, they travel through Tripura. That's the reason why I'm pitching this particular project in state of Tripura. And if you see that region, not only the state of Tripura, catchment area is about 15 million population. 4 million of Tripura, 2 million of Lower Assam, particularly Silchar, Karimganj, and about 9 million of eastern Bangladesh, as I told, few districts of East Bangladesh. And in Tripura, 84% of hospital beds are in government sector. So it is a craving for a quality private health care. These are the seats of mainly MBBS, MD, dental and pharma seats about. We have 1073 seats. In a small state like Tripura, we have 400 MBBS seats and now going for 100 more. So you'll have say 500 MBBS seats and 100 plus MD, MS seats. We have about say 480 D Pharma and B Pharma. In addition to this, we also have a lot of say nursing and other courses going on. And if you see the state-wise beds per 1,000 population, there is a still scope. We are having only 1.2, and a lot of other states are like Sikkim, for example, has about 2.3. Goa has about 2.1. Then in private sector, if you see the private sector, it's abysmally low. If you see the national average, it's about 60%. This is share of the private sector beds to the total hospital beds in the country, but Tripura has less than 10%. So these are some colleges which were there, but now we are getting a lot of private colleges in the state. So we have total number of doctors registered in the state. They may be working there, they may not be working. Maybe some of them are working in Guwahati and Kolkata. But if you see the number of doctors per 1,000 people, still less. But with the new seats added in last few years, we hope that this will improve. We got recently we got a private medical college. We have also opened a dental college in the state. We have super specialty with the state hospital. 9 super specialties there in government hospitals. There are also a couple of private hospitals. Mainly ILS hospital is there. We have done a kidney transplant. We are working with Mohan Foundation. We will be doing say liver transplant this year, heart transplant in the government setup. These are some of nursing colleges which have come up in last say 3 years. Some pharma colleges. What is the government support we give to the private hospitals and colleges? You know that there is an Unnati scheme for the northeastern states where health sector is categorized as industry. And there is capital subsidy, there is interest subvention, there is a state GST reimbursement. And we also have our own state government's Tripura Industrial Investment Promotion Incentive Scheme where we also give a power subsidy and other subsidy which are not given by the government of India. And then if you are coming under PPP, we also viability gap funding scheme of government of India. In addition to that, land is given at a very nominal lease rental. It's only say 0.5% of the government land value. It's very nominal. Recently, we have given 20-acre land to CIJA group of hospitals who are working in Manipur. So as I told you, the capital investment subsidies up to this is for the standard projects, but then I'll come to a mega project clause. So for mega projects, any project which invests 100 crore and have a employment potential of 100 plus is given a customized incentives by the state government. There is Investment Promotion Agency of Tripura, which is chaired by the Honorable Chief Minister, and depending on the project and its need, we do the feasibility and then we compare with the existing schemes, and whatever is needed, it is approved by the High Power Committee. Recently, we have given a good support to the Indian Hotel Company Limited, the Taj Group. They are setting up a Taj Pushpavanta Palace Hotel in Agartala. One of our palaces is being given to them for a long lease of 90 years. So we have given them about 40 crore subsidy and the state GST reimbursement for 15 years, in addition to other concessions. So now we have proposed one multi super specialty project in Agartala. We have a 16-acre land in the central part of Agartala. We had done an RFP in the month of November. We got few queries, but then I thought that today I should pitch for this project. We have a, as I told that Agartala city has a population of about 7 lakh. State has a population of 40 lakh, and bordering areas are also there in the catchment. If you see the Bangladesh, say medical visas which are issued for Bangladesh citizens, about 4.5 lakh visas were issued, and almost 80% of them travel via Agartala, because eastern part of Bangladesh doesn't have good health facility. Very few of them come via Calcutta. So significant cases are also referred out of Tripura for cancer, for eye, for ortho, kidney, cardiac, neuro, and all that. So we have the centrally located place in the city where we have a very good site of 16 acres. Earlier it was a central jail. So now the jail has been located outside the city. So about 5.74 acres land has been earmarked for this project. We also made a tentative concept master plan of that. RFP was in the public domain. We got few suggestions. We have planned to reissue that RFP in the month of April. So we keenly look forward for you to visit, talk to us, and give us specific requirements. And we will try to incorporate that and make this project viable. We are looking for a 400 bedded super specialty which are not available in the state or in that region, and it can be done in phases, and government is ready to give the support based on the needs of a particular private player. So there is a PPP cell which is there in the Good Governance Department and which is being handled by E&Y, and we will talk to you on the terms and conditions of that. You may like to take a photograph of this contact from myself as well as my colleague in the state government. So in addition to this, we also have a PMJY which is going very strong in the state. We are spending about 250 crore because we don't have many hospitals in the state. That's why people come to the other state. But going to other states and cities have its own financial cost and human cost. Given a choice, our 16 lakh plus Ayushman Bharat card holders would like to avail the facility in the state itself. In addition to this PMJAY, we also have a Chief Minister's Jan Arogya Yojana, which covers remaining 13 lakh people. So in Tripura, there is no income limit say for PMJY, CMJY. They both are at par and both are having a limit of 5 lakh rupees per annum. So we are spending about say 350 crore if we put together the PMJY and CMJY. This is in addition to what say private spending is being done by the other people outside the PMJY and CMJY. So I am here to pitch for this project, and this is one of the highest priority projects by Honorable Chief Minister, who is himself renowned maxillofacial surgeon, and entire ecosystem of the health care is coming up in Tripura, right from the nursing colleges, pharmacy colleges, medical colleges, Ayurvedic college by Sri Ravi Shankar is also in the pipeline. So I appeal all of you to come to Tripura, visit Agartala. Also go around. We have beautiful palace. We have a Dumbur Lake. We have island there to stay for you. We have very beautiful Buddhist sites, very ancient rock relief. We have Chabimura River, which gives you a feeling of a Amazon River. Good 2 to 3 days visit can be planned in addition to the business trip. So thank you once again for inviting me for this and giving me the opportunity to speak to you. I will have to leave for the airport. I have a flight to catch. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sparing the time to come here, and thank you for that presentation. We now have a curtain raiser video on what is coming up during the day today in the 11th Annual NATHEALTH Arogya Bharat Summit. Please have a look at the screens and watch this video.
Hello everyone. I am delighted to note that as the unified voice of healthcare in India, NatHealth has picked up some initiatives that are critical for Viksit Bharat. Patient safety, digital health, and startups all have huge potentials for public health in India. By supporting the cause of patient safety, NatHealth has started spreading awareness in the sector on this very vital element of healthcare delivery. Digital health, which is very close to my heart, has the power to improve accessibility, affordability, and transparency. And innovations in healthcare open up the doors for an amazing future. I am also sure that the Indian government will greatly benefit from these programs, mainly because these programs are fused well with our overarching vision of Viksit Bharat. I encourage all industry stakeholders to come together and join hands on these critical areas. I am delighted to be part of this collaborative effort that NatHealth is leading from the front. Thank you very much, and let's all accelerate our progress towards Viksit Bharat.
Welcome, everyone. Today, NatHealth is perfectly positioned to drive strategic changes in healthcare delivery. The NatHealth Foundation serves as a pivotal platform where all stakeholders can unite for a greater cause. Our goal is to establish the most credible and impactful CSR platform, thereby solidifying our role as healthcare thought leaders. With our three key focus programs on patient safety, digital health, and startups, we are making significant strides towards achieving this vision. The foundation provides a space for collaboration, discussion, and planning the future of healthcare CSR in India. NatHealth is dedicated to making this a reality, and I invite each of you to join us in this strategic convergence. Thank you.
I request all of you to please be seated. We are ready to start with our next session, and this is on a new look at healthcare compliances in India and ways to accelerate sectoral momentum while ensuring adherence. A growing population, increasing lifestyle diseases, and technological advancements make India's healthcare market a compelling investment opportunity. Over the last 24 years, India has attracted around $23 billion in FDI inflows in the drugs and healthcare sector. Yet, we need more investments to meet the wide delivery gap. The regulatory and compliance burden risks ruining this party. Some cumbersome compliances include lack of uniform licensing processes between different states and frequent pricing policy changes of drugs and devices. So how can compliances processes be streamlined to reduce the paperwork? This is going to be the topic of discussion for this session. So please put your hands together and welcome on stage our esteemed speakers for this session. Please welcome on stage Ms. Ameera Shah, Senior Vice President, NatHealth, and Promoter and Executive Chairperson, Metropolis Healthcare. She's our session chair. And I request her to please accompany our special guest, Mr. Rajiv Sen, Senior Advisor Health, Niti Aayog, and Dr. Vinod K. Paul, the Honorable Member Health, Niti Aayog, onto the stage. Please give them a round of applause and welcome on stage Ms. Ameera Shah, Mr. Rajiv Sen, and Dr. Vinod Paul. I would also request our other esteemed speakers to please come up on stage. Please welcome on stage Mr. Tarun Pandey, Partner, Business Consulting, EY Global Compliance Management. Please also welcome Mr. Varun Khanna, Co-Chair, NatHealth Provider Forum and Group MD, Quality Care India. Please welcome with a round of applause Mr. Sanjeev Vashishta, Co-Chair, NatHealth Northern Region and MD, Pathkind Diagnostics Private Limited, and Mr. Chaitanya Sarawat, Governing Council Member, NatHealth and President and CEO, India and South Asia, GE Healthcare SA. Please give a round of applause to all our speakers on stage. We are very grateful to Mr. Rajiv Sen and Dr. Vinod Paul for taking the time to come here. I would request our session chair, Ms. Ameera Shah, to please welcome Dr. Vinod K. Paul, the Honorable Member Health, Niti Aayog, with a bouquet and a plaque. Thank you, sir, for coming here, and we look forward to your views. I would request Ms. Ameera Shah to please welcome Mr. Rajiv Sen, Senior Advisor Health, Niti Aayog. I would request Ms. Ameera Shah to please give the introductory remarks and set the context for this session. Please put your hands together for Ms. Ameera Shah.
Thank you so much, and good morning to and a warm welcome to all of you to this session on accelerating the sectoral momentum by simplifying healthcare compliance bottlenecks. I'm Ameera, and I'm delighted to be here today with you to discuss a subject that holds critical significance for the healthcare sector. Our sector is constantly evolving, and with this evolution comes a myriad of regulations and compliance requirements. These regulations are, of course, necessary to maintain safety, efficacy, and ethical standards for healthcare services, and the well-being of patients. However, as the sector continues to evolve, it becomes increasingly important to ensure that these regulatory measures do not impede innovation, operational efficiency, or the availability of healthcare services. We have a very funny situation in healthcare because you have a mixed bag. You have the hospital segment where many of the hospitals feel there is too much regulation at a state and a central level. And you have a diagnostic sector which feels there is no regulation and there is no minimum standard in it at all. So we really need to separate and segment these areas to really understand the specific needs of each part of the industry and to be able to hopefully give some of these inputs and recommendations to our guest of honors today. And hopefully we can take that back and try to work with it for the future in India. The healthcare sector is one of the most heavily regulated sector for hospitals, and the regulatory environment is often perceived as fragmented and at times difficult to navigate. It encompasses both clinical and healthcare specific requirements, which are also non-clinical, like labor, finance, environmental management, etc. Nearly 60% of healthcare regulation landscape is decentralized today, with various requirements being enforced by bodies at a state and a municipal level. I remember when we had COVID going on and testing, we literally had to go to the municipal level at every city and be able to go and register ourselves. The sheer volume and complexity of regulations, which are nearly 440 plus regulations impacting the healthcare sector, often lead to inconsistent practices across regions, duplication of efforts, and at times confusion around compliance requirements. To add to this complexity, every year, 25 to 30% of the regulations undergo modifications, some minor, like updating a form template, or some major rehauls in the legislative structure, some of which also tend to be discretionary in nature as they depend on the local inspectors. This then results in delays, increased costs, and in some cases, reduced access to vital services by patients. This prompts us to consider how can we make the regulatory framework beneficial for all stakeholders? How can we simplify regulations to make them more comprehensible and implementable while still upholding rigorous standards for patient safety and care? And the strange part of all of this is all these compliances are only adhered to by the organized sector in healthcare, which itself is said to be less than 15% of the overall industry in the country. So if the question, these are the issues faced by the 15%, the real question is, what is the rest of the 85% doing? Over the past several years, there have been various initiatives taken by the government to simplify the landscape and create a more conducive business environment, including rationalizing redundant regulations, moving towards digitization, single window clearances, and decriminalization of minor or procedural defaults. Although these efforts have significantly aided the industry, the complexity of the framework still results in the industry incurring between 1 to 1.5% of the annual revenue to maintain compliance. NATHEALTH has undertaken this initiative to understand from the industry what these bottlenecks are and what needs to be done for the industry to truly evolve well. It's important to have a meaningful dialogue and deliberate on these aspects, and today we'll try to understand some of these areas. Our esteemed speakers, who represent 3 areas of healthcare, hospitals, medtech, and diagnostics, will provide insights into how we can make these changes and how we can harmonize regulations across regions and simplify compliance. Not only does the industry want to focus on improved service delivery, but also improve innovation and attract investors to increase funding and growth opportunities. Our speakers will also provide examples of other countries that have simplified regulatory processes and what direction we can consider. But before we start, it's my privilege to welcome the chief guest for today's session, Dr. Vinod Paul, Honorable Member of Health at NITI Aayog, and Mr. Rajeev Sen, Senior Advisor Health at NITI Aayog. We're very grateful both of you were able to attend today and look forward to hearing from you during the course of the session. I'm also pleased to introduce our speakers. Representing the hospital sector, we have Varun Khanna, who's currently the Group MD of Care Hospitals, Care Aster actually. From the diagnostic sector, we have Sanjeev Ashisht, MD of Pathkind. And from the MedTech, we have Chaitanya Sarvate, President and CEO of South Asia of GE Healthcare. We also have Mr. Tarun Pandey, partner at EY, our knowledge partner for the session, who will provide us an overall methodology of how we collected feedback and what is our approach to identify the key challenges. Each of our speakers brings a wealth of experience, and I encourage everyone to engage thoughtfully, not only in identifying the challenges, but envisioning opportunities. This truly can be something very significant for the healthcare sector in the years to come if private and partner and public are able to come together to truly solve this very complex problem. Thank you, everyone.
I would now request Mr. Tarun Pandey, Partner, Business Consulting, EY Global Compliance Management, to please address the audience. We would like to understand the compliance landscape and the reform opportunities in healthcare. Please put your hands together for Mr. Tarun Pandey.
Good morning, everybody. I hope I'm audible to everybody. So, first of all, thank you so much, Amira, for setting the context of next 1.5 hours. That was very helpful. I would also like to thank Niti Aayog, especially Mr. Rajeev Sen and Dr. Paul, in mentoring during this whole process while we did this study. And I would also like to extend support and thanks to all the industry stalwarts who worked back with us on this project. What I'll do is over the next 5 to 7 minutes, we'll talk about how did we go about identifying these challenges, and we divided these challenges into 3 different subsectors: hospitals, medtech, and diagnostics. And we'll also talk about how did we go about identifying these compliances, what approach did we follow, and how did we come up with these issues that's plaguing this particular sector. So here it's a relatively busy slide, but primarily tells you for a typical healthcare player what kind of compliance maze that you have to go through. Amira touched upon a bit of it, but 3 key takeaways for me. Just one hospital in one of the states have to comply with 6,500 compliances annually. There's a lot of compliances to take care of. 75% of them, keep in mind, 75% of them are high risk in nature, which only means, stoppage of work, high penalty or fine, or even closure or stoppage of work. And last but not the least, that has already been touched upon, almost 1/4 of these compliances undergo changes every year. So you're compliant today, you're 25 to 30% non-compliant a year later. Okay, so here we went a little more granular in terms of understanding for let's say all the 3 players, what the compliance maze looks like in terms of what are those compliances that you need to comply with, what are those typical challenges that you face. Again, we've done this study for 15 different states because we wanted to cover each region, and basis that you'll be amazed to know that you have to comply with 443 different regulations and 29,000 plus compliances. And again, which is even more important to note here is 1,400 licenses, approvals, registrations. As Amira has already pointed out, a lot of these compliances and approvals have to be taken from multiple different sources. So again, the whole pain of reaching out to different departments also becomes very important. What we also did was we tried to did some amount of benchmarking with other regulated sectors as well. And as you can see, we try to benchmark it against banking and financial services, metals and mining, which are generally extremely regulated sectors in their own way. And also with IT/ITES sector, which is a relatively newer sector, and the regulations are relatively new. One thing that I should clearly call out, these three sectors that we are talking about, which are highly regulated, it has to be highly regulated for a couple of reasons. I mean, one is BFSI is dealing with people's money, metals and mining is dealing with people's resources and countries' resources, and healthcare sector is dealing with the public healthcare. So obviously these have to be regulated sectors. But what makes it a bit more peculiar for healthcare sector is the number of different line ministries and regulators that you have to deal with. That makes it a bit more difficult. We have also done, thankfully, I mean, I've been working in this space for a long time and have worked in outside of India as well. If we compare it with countries like US, Singapore, Europe, uh, they are regulated as well. But one thing which is very important to note is there the questions are not what am I supposed to do? The questions are how am I supposed to do? To ensure that, okay, whatever I'm confirming of, whether it is actually happening on the ground or not, right? So that's where the difference lies. The conversations are different at both the places. And while we compared it with relatively developing countries like Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, we saw that, okay, they have equal amount of different regulators and all that, but there are areas which we can learn from, and we'll discuss it during our course of discussion as well. And it's a part of our it's going to be a part of our white paper as well. That what are those learnings that we can pick up from both developed markets and developing markets? Okay, and when we initiated the study, Neeti was very clear that whatever recommendations that you're going to come up with, it has to resonate with overall industry. It shouldn't be just in a few set of large players, and you should not be bringing those concerns to the table. And that's where we work back with Neeti, NatHealth, in finalizing a scope which not only talks about the concerns which are being raised here in this group, but also resonates with people in the tier 2, tier 3 cities, single center diagnostic centers as well, relatively smaller hospitals as well. So the approach that we followed was we worked back within industry group. We identified the list of challenges that which are being faced by each sector, by hospital, by diagnostics, by medtech. Then we conducted a sector-specific study where from each subsector, all the three subsectors, people responded on our queries so that we can identify challenges for each one of them. The responses that we received, cutting across all these three areas, we had close to 84, 85 challenges which were being identified. We tried to reduce them within 44, 45, and we have divided them into three different phases. Phase one will have 12 challenges and recommendations that we'll talk about during the course of this discussion. But rest of the 30 plus challenges we are going to pick up later on from challenges and recommendations perspective. That's the methodology that we followed, and I think what was very important when we looked at the results of the surveys and discussions after talking to various stakeholders, there are three main concerns. One is business setup and maintenance of business is a concern, and here we have multiple licenses, regulator response time, unclear reasons for rejection of licenses and approvals. Second is high cost of compliance. Again, I mean, the number of compliances, we have already spoken about that, the constant changes in the regulatory requirements, And last but not the least, high penalties for almost every non-compliance. Again, I mean, I think our speakers will delve deeper into that. But I mean, every non-compliance shouldn't be treated with the same amount of penalty and consequences. Last but not the least, running business as usual has its own set of concerns. The number of filings and returns that we do need to do, the procedural side of managing these compliances also becomes an extremely important part of this whole thing. So that's what it is all about. And I think now I should hand it over to the team. I think Varun, would you want to pick it up initially? Because we have identified concerns and we heard from various stakeholders in terms of what are those, our focus and vision is for hospital sectors. Considering this, what your views might be. So let's hear from you, Varun.
So good morning, everyone, and thanks, Tarun. So Tarun, when you flashed the number the first time to me, 6,000 compliances, I felt maybe the first thing I need to do is understand these 6,000 myself, because honestly speaking, I don't know the 6,000. So then I brought together a team of our people, management teams of from respective functions, and said, "Yaar, mujhe batao zara, ki which 6,000 and who does what." The unfortunate part is, and I hope it's not only true for our chain, it's true for the others as well. We could not get beyond 1,000. So I hope somebody in my system does really know where the other 5 are. So first of all, thank you for putting this together, because I don't think any hospital chain would really have a consolidation of all of these, because it is complex. I think I want to start with two things. And while we were speaking, I was taking notes. One, for whatever it's worth, I should start with saying it's a very touchy topic. And the good part is that in spite of making so many compliances, things do work out. There are delays, of course. There are times that our systems could be non-compliant. There are times that we could be partially compliant. But for whatever it's worth, I think the systems worked, and private healthcare has evolved significantly with this system over the last 2 decades. If you see the number of beds today in the country, it's gone up significantly. Today, 60-65% of healthcare is being delivered in the private space. So I think the question now is, from here to get to the million beds that we need to add over the next 5-7 years, how is it that we can make this entire process easy? So I'm not as much an expert on compliances. I'll take some anecdotal pieces to kind of get to the point. Let's break it up into 3. One is pre-hospital opening. So post-capital deployment into a property, by and large, I've seen, and I won't say why, which license, but by and large, the system's not been efficient enough to say that we'll be able to start construction 2 months from now. I just looked at, and we run about, post-merger, we'll be running about 40 hospitals. So in every hospital, the gap between the land acquisition to we being able to start construction, just start construction, is the best we've done is 8 months, and the worst we've done is 13. Right? And this is only 13. This is only 28 compliances that are required pre-hospital, kind of construction. And then when I try and get to that, I think one of the things that comes out is that just to add speed so that the bed can be available to the patient faster, we will need a single window. Now, of course, there are single windows for some part of these 28 licenses, but the bulk of time is taken by the others. I think the other thing, and again, I'm sticking to the pre-opening or pre-construction stage. The other thing that I realize is a lot of this is to do with the subjectivity of the person down there. And sometimes not in a particular structure. There is, if I may use the term, there is lack of digitization still in some of this, which then could lead to a single window where tracking of time, who's taking how much time, is the paper filing not okay, or is it that on the other side somebody's taking more time, etc. One of the other things that come in, the volume of paper. I'm just saying the volume of paper, and that is how I'm trying to define the complexity of the job. The volume of paper that goes into these 28 compliances, let alone filing it. I'm wondering that the officers who get these how much time do they need to devote to be able to sort through every paper, etc., to kind of get us started. And to me, I think that's important because the resource is already deployed, and any delay that can be avoided will bring the patient to the hospital faster. And the second is as you get into running the hospital, I think there I have a different view on these licenses for a minute. And I ran hospitals in Indonesia for the last 6 years, and we were trying to learn there as well from other parts of the world. Of the 6,000 compliances that we do, and by the way, I must re-emphasize, we are in the business of not running physical infrastructure, but we are in the business of delivering cure. The dichotomy that we have in our industry is that the number of asks that we have from our industry on clinical outcome is an iota of what the total compliances are. And I wonder at times the amount of time that we spend in scripting those. I mean, ideally today, I'd be very happy if we were spending more time in writing clinical outcomes where the consumer will get to know as to what's happening, where do I go, how do I make my choice. But on the contrary, we are spending a lot of time in the compliances. Resource deployed on some of this is pretty high. And this is probably the most painful part as well, because here we have multiple complexities. First, there are times that we need a compliance with the state and the center. Blood bank, for instance, is with the state and the center. So it's always cumbersome to get that license. About a year back, we were looking at one of our hospitals, again doing a compliance check. And we checked the audit checklist because we had a non-compliance. And I'll tell you what the non-compliance was. We have a fully automated blood bank in our hospital. And the non-compliance was that there is a length required, which is there in the checklist for a very long time, a physical lens required that we did not have. And the fact of the matter is that we haven't used a physical lens in our blood bank for decades. But I think the checklist still had it, and therefore the person who walked in for the checklist really wanted to see it exactly by the checklist. So I think some of that evolution and ending the subjectivity is also critical. So maybe the solution to this is that can we overhaul the whole thing once again, because the number of compliances, number of hospitals in the country have gone up significantly, multifold today. So if there is one way of looking at it again and trying to solve for this, not from each department wanting their compliances, but trying to sort for it for the patient, for patient safety, and then ease and compliance, then ease and need for everything else. I think if we start to evolve a regulatory system in the hospitals, a compliance system in the hospitals, which focuses on the patient, my sense is that we'll go down in number of compliances and make them much more meaningful. So I'll probably take a pause here. I have a lot to say beyond that as well. But yeah, thank you for doing what you've done.
So, absolutely resonate with what you just said, Varun. We always keep in mind that you're in the business of providing cure to patients rather than taking care of compliance. And that's the concern that almost all the three category players have also raised. Chaitanya, can I hand it over to you? What's your view on the same? Because as far as the medtech sector is concerned, we see similar concerns from licensing perspective, from getting various approvals perspective. So happy to hear your views as well.
First of all, thank you. And it's wonderful to go after Varun because some of the things resonate across the entire healthcare industry. So before I sort of intervene on this subject, just wanted to set two contextual points. One is compliances and quality are interlinked. The intent of any compliance is to ensure that the quality of care improves at an affordable price. So I think that's number one. And number two, as I represent here, medical device industry is fairly widely varied. And our experience as Viproji Healthcare has been based upon last 35 years of both designing, manufacturing, and distributing medical devices across South Asia. Over that period, we have had this unique opportunity to see the government making efforts to simplify regulations, to remove duplication, to ensure that the compliances are organized in such a fashion that it improves the quality of care, because that is ultimately the objective which is there. And so that has been commendable and noteworthy. If I just use one example, and I think recently there is now the ability to track the application submitted for new product introduction at CDSCO through the central registry. So I think from that standpoint, things like that are commendable and noteworthy. So I don't want to minimize the effort that has already gone in so far in order to make this further. But when I look at it, the topics which Varun raised and I think which you mentioned, first and foremost, if you look at medical devices, they are categorized into different risk factors, class A, class B, class C, class D. And there are different regulators. So for example, the central CDSCO looks after class C and class D, while state looks after class A and class B. There are different durations that it takes in order to get secure approvals. And so I think there is definitely an opportunity for us to be able to simplify that as much as possible. Because if I have a factory which is producing both types of devices, obviously I'm going to have two different regulators looking at exactly the same factory. That's just one example. Similarly, if I just look at it from a medical device perspective, we have multiplicity of regulators. We have AERB because there is X-ray emitting device. There is CDSCO, which approves the product. There is Ministry of Environment and Foreign Affairs, Forestry, as well as multitude different ministries, line ministries that oversee a medical device coming out into the marketplace. And I think anytime you have multiplicity of sort of line ministries overseeing, it means that there are going to be non-overlapping, and in some cases, exactly identical but differently interpreted regulations, and that does exist today. Whether the application is for the end product, whether it is for components, different line ministries are taking a view on it. Third element, when I just look at it, recently there have been a lot of quality control orders which have been coming in. Now, when you have multiplicity of ministries, each ministry has a quality control order, whether it is from iron and steel, which has quality control orders which impact medical devices, Ministry of METI, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, so on and so forth. There are 1,700 different compliances that have originated because of this, which in order to meet is difficult itself. In order to know, and I was very intrigued by what Varun mentioned earlier, which is how do you know whether you are actually meeting all the 1,700? And that's essentially a challenge itself. And I know that there will be more quality control orders that are going to come up in subsequent period. So I would say if there was a way for us to be able to consolidate that, it will become much more easier. Now, the intent is not to reduce the expectation of quality. The intent is to make sure that we are efficient in the way we implement the compliances. And the reason why I say that is because our intent when we manufacture here in India is not only to service the patients here in India, but also to service patients outside of India by exporting these medical devices. Now, there are other countries which have their own regulators, which look after the medical device applicability as well. But we have taken a view, for example, in India, that even if we are going to exclusively export a medical device, it will still have to go through CDSCO. If you think about it, that is the duplicate regulation that is applicable. So why is it necessary? Is it achieving the objective of ensuring quality for the patient? And so I think overall, there are many such instances, but I would define them in three different pieces. Number one, multiplicity of regulators with very different definitions of what compliance means, addition of QCOs, adding compliances, and the third one essentially is not having adequate amount of clarity about when and how these compliances will translate into market access or approval. Is it going to be 9 months, 6 months, 3 months, 4 months, comes about in the same fashion. Now, there are solutions, and we will get into them, but I think just one point that I would highlight is just mutual recognition of regulations might be a simpler way of doing it. If I am selling products in European Union, they have certain compliance expectations with the intent of ensuring that there is quality that is established. India should have compliance requirements which ensures that the quality goes further, but the minimum requirement can be the same as that might be existing in other countries, which we, after thorough evaluation, say that it is acceptable compliances. That might be a way to be able to do it. But I think those are some of the solutions that are possible. So with that, I'll conclude and maybe pass it on to you back.
Over to you, Sanjeev, your initial thoughts on this.
So first of all, thanks very much for putting this up. It's a wonderful piece of work, and kudos to Niti Aayog and to you, in particular, because you have done all the heavy lifting, so to say. I think the fundamental question today is, and like Amira, in the opening address mentioned, it's kind of paradoxical that to whom these regulations are applicable. If you talk about the unorganized sector, are they really looking into these, compliances or regulations? And there are two questions which I often ask myself when you look at the regulatory framework or the compliance framework. Are these compliances merely perfunctory, procedural, just to fill up the paperwork? Or are these really meaningful, which are really adding value to the healthcare delivery system? That is the first thing which I ask. Second is, given the fact that we want more and more of investments to be coming into the healthcare sector, would these regulations be augmenting the work of the players who are serious and who want to do a good work, or would it be taken as something which is intimidating? I mean, the numbers which you've shared are actually overwhelming. It takes time, as Varun and then Chaitanya mentioned. I mean, it takes some time for you to really register these kind of numbers. These are intimidating, really. Right. Now, to my mind, why regulations, first of all? Do we really need regulations? Most certainly. 2-3 things which have come to my mind, or in fact 4-5 things which I'd like to highlight would be patient safety. Amira mentioned very eloquently in her opening address, patient safety is very, very paramount. And for that, yes, we have to have certain regulations. Accuracy, if we talk about diagnostics, accuracy and reproducibility of the test, the results have to conform with the going standards that we have, which we have created for ourselves. Protect, another thing is to protect the interest of the patients. Now we know that they are quite vulnerable to getting exploited, be it on account of overprescribing, overcharging. So do we have the right kind of regulations to control that kind of exploitation of the patients? Then obviously you need to build a trust and credibility into the healthcare system. So imagine a guy who's in a far-flung area, in some hamlet. He has to first of all have a trust where to go to which hospital. Is it accessible? Then why is the system of second? Why do we even think about, and Indians more so, they think about taking second opinion, third opinion, fourth opinion. Now we know I have a family, my kids are in the US. Getting an appointment takes 3 months. Getting a treatment perhaps takes 6. We don't recognize what kind of good services that we are providing in India. Yet, and we are actually spoiled for choices. We're talking about second opinion, third opinion, fourth opinion. It is endless. So how can we rebuild this trust in healthcare delivery system that the first port of call, wherever you go, you'll get the right kind of service? So for that reason, I guess regulation is very, very important. Another thing obviously is the standardization, as Chaitanya also mentioned, standardization of quality. That's again very, very important, and not just from the service provider standpoint, but also from the geographical coverage. We should have the same quality standards in the metro cities as we're expecting them to be in the tier 3, tier 4 cities. And these standards obviously should have some kind of benchmarking. It could be ISO, it could be CLIA, it could be NABL, NABH, FDA, WHO. There's a plethora of all these standards which have been mentioned over there. Then obviously regulations on account of data privacy and ethical use of the patient data that we store with us. So that again is a point which needs some kind of recurring. One of the points which which Chaitanya made was around accessibility and affordability. That's again, I think the regulations have to somehow balance out these things where you talk about these aspects about because both are inversely proportional. I mean, you have to spend money to give the access, and yet you're talking about affordability. These are, I thought, inversely proportional to each other. And ensure qualified and trained people are actually dispensing the healthcare. So imagine a country where we have got about 200,000 or 300,000 labs, and mostly under the unorganized sector, we only have about 30,000 qualified pathologists, microbiologists, or biochemists. So if you do the simple maths, you will realize that not even 10% labs ideally would be having these doctors who ought to be signing the reports. So what is it that, how do we really control this? And for this, do we need regulations? Most certainly. I think this is one of the areas I thought it's very, very important. Now, as far as our intent is concerned of the industry, and I can vouch for it since I've been on both the sides, I've run hospitals, I've been to diagnostics industry for almost like 12, 13 years. I can vouch for the fact that the intent is there. I think the intent is there. I think in the private sector, I think we are all committed to doing a good job, and I firmly believe that people who are coming into healthcare, be it diagnostics, be it devices, be it healthcare delivery system, they have to be passionate about it. There's nothing wrong in being emotionally involved with your work, because in healthcare this is required. So I think the intent is there. Despite the fact that we've got a plethora of regulations, we need to work to ensure that how do we really maybe define good regulation and bad regulation, or maybe not better word, not bad, but inane regulation. Can we do it with that? I think it's a part of our evolution also. Healthcare, so to say, in our country, the corporate sector came only about 3 decades back, 3.5 decades back, or 4 decades back. Before that, mostly the trust or the philanthropic organizations, the government were actually dealing with this. Now that private sector is equally responsible, working hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder with the government authorities, I think it's important that we have the right kind of regulations. Now we have evolved and we've brought in so many regulations. Now is the time to look critically into what are the regulations which would work, which may not work. I'll take a pause over here, and maybe I can give you some specific examples later about what are the regulations which perhaps can be streamlined in a way that it can do a lot of good to the healthcare sector per se going forward.
In fact, that was the next area that we just wanted to delve into, because we have picked up already the kind of concerns and the problems that we are facing across these 3 subsectors. I'll just add one more point, and it's very important for all of us to know that Section 134(5) of Companies Act make it mandatory for most of you here and in this group that you not only need to be aware of all the compliances, but you're also giving a confirmation that your organization is complying with these requirements. So honestly, when I hear that these numbers are revealing for you, because all of you are signing on that document. But having said that, let's move more towards what do you think should be the next step? And as Dr. Paul and Rajeev sir, both of us are here to listen from us that, okay, what are those 3, 4, 5 by each area? What are those 3, 4, 5 areas that they need to look at and they can support us? So can we start on that part now that, okay, these are the 2, 3 areas that we may want to pick up?
Can I take it up first? I don't know. So first thing first, I guess, it's an onerous task to be running organizations these days, given these kind of regulations that we have. I mean, every single day as a director on the board or as a CEO, you're supposed to sign reams and reams of papers. And believe me, most of us don't have the bandwidth, nor the intelligence, nor perhaps the time really, or the bandwidth to really go through all the documents and go word by word to what is written in the documents. We simply bank on our team of experts or bank on the support staff. Whatever they say, we just simply sign on that. But clearly, this Damocles sword is always hanging over our head. There could be any wrong signature, act of omission. I'm not talking about commission. Act of omission can perhaps put us in a precarious situation where we'll be penalized, and more so, it may entail some kind of a criminal proceeding. We're not oblivious of that fact. So that is pretty much there. Now, if I have to really talk about specific cases, some examples where I thought we could perhaps at least, try to, and let me just tell you, without taking away from the government, I think last few years, the kind of changes that we are witnessing are amazing, actually. So whatever is being, let's not forget that we are a democracy. Let's not forget that we are a federal structure. We have a central government, we have got state governments, and healthcare is a state subject. So given those constraints, and also we have a huge canvas as a government with 1.42 billion people residing in India, and we're not China minded, right? So given all those constraints, perhaps I think about time we should look in a collaborative fashion, work shoulder to shoulder with the government and look at certain acts. I'll give you a few examples, 2-3 examples. The first example that comes to my mind is the PCPNDT Act. Now we know that it's a central government promulgation. It's a central government enactment. Now, when it is adopted by the states, the color, the shape, the creed, the signs, everything changes. So documentation could be different. You go to A state, there'll be a defined document. Go to B state, the document would change. Secondly, the approving authority would change. Now imagine Varun or Chaitanya who are running businesses in multiple states. So is Pathkind. Now, if I have to learn and unlearn and relearn something, I mean, we are in the business of healthcare delivery into diagnostics. We are not experts in compliances. I mean, we're not a legal firm, or for that matter, we are not EY, right? So I think our task is to really, look at what kind of good quality healthcare we can dispense. So approving authority changes. The time taken, there's a big question mark around that. I think it was probably in your during your survey or something. I read that taking an approval to put an ultrasound machine could take as long as 3 years, from 3 months to 3 years. Now this is ridiculous. So I'm sure that we are trying to tighten the process, but things can there be an upper limit to it? Then central government very clearly defines that you have to make the services accessible under the PCPNDT Act also, and they allow the portable ultrasounds to be carried over there. There are a couple of states, and if I have to name those states, Gujarat and Karnataka, they don't allow that. So how do we make these things accessible even in the smaller towns and smaller areas? Then there's a second act, which is the Clinical Establishment Act. The good news is that 12 states and 6 union territories, they have signed on the Clinical Establishment Act. Others, which is a substantial number, I think about 16 odd states and 1 union territory has left out. And these guys, they've got their own legislations as far as the healthcare delivery system goes or regulations go. Now, within the states where Clinical Establishment Act has been adopted, again, it is interpreted by different states in a different manner. This again is a big, trouble for all of us. It says that, in certain states they say the lab has to be registered. In certain other states they say, no, not only the lab, but the collection center, which is merely a bleeding station where you are drawing the blood, that is also to be registered. Then they say that, every year you have to take the approval again and again. So you have to get the registration renewed every year. So these are some of the problems which I thought, which are creating problem. Again, on the again, as a part of the CE Act, the Clinical Establishment Act, we have got some guidelines around the air pollution and water pollution. And the period again is, it's not a, open-ended or perpetual kind of approval which is given. It's sort of fixed tenure. Okay, after 1 year you have to come again, or after 2 years you have to come again. Third thing, and my last point, which I'd like to, maybe one of the examples we had cite would be around the digital signatures. As for the Information Technology Act, this is valid. We know that they encourage, and it's legally recognized also, digital signatures. Even the MCI, they recognize digital signatures under the telemedicine practices. But the same MCI, it states that for a lab, be it a radiology lab or a pathology lab, you have to have a doctor who's physically present, and this doctor will have to sign the report physically. So again, there's a kind of a contradiction over there. Now, in certain states, they go further ahead. And for instance, if you take the case of Maharashtra, West Bengal, and Delhi, they say, apart from the signatures of the doctor, even the technician is required to sign the report. So I think it's become a kind of a non-ending thing. One of the states, I guess it's UP. It states that the MLTs, the medical lab technicians, they have to be registered with the state faculty or something of that sort. And when a person goes there to get himself registered or herself registered, they say, sorry, you're not a domicile, you can't work. So imagine if my wife is a technician and I'm posted, let's say in UP, and I'm not a domicile of UP, she can't work over there. So, I mean, these are some of the things which can be easily streamlined. And sure, as I said, I think we have come a long way. Government is certainly looking into it, and we'll expect, I think a collaborative effort can certainly yield a lot of, benefits.
All right, so I'll keep it brief in the interest of time, because Sanjeev, while he does diagnostics, but he's more passionate about hospitals, as you can see. He's done half my job. I think we can go on to multiple things which need to be addressed. But my recommendation today is that because this work has started, there's blessing of Niti Aayog to really look at it again. We need to build a spirit of pragmatism and actually look at transforming compliances, keeping the patient safety, patient convenience, and patient outcome in mind. It's a little bit of, I think I borrow from Sanjeev. The last 30 years have been great growth for, I would say, private sector development healthcare. But going forward, we will need to change our delivery thinking to be more, we were 30 years back, we were constrained on capacity. Today, we are progressing towards delivering cure and care to a level which is globally benchmarked, right? So our regulation has to transform accordingly. If that is a possibility, then I think, like in many other things that the government has done, leveraging technology and digitizing all of this is critical, right? One of the other things that I'd leave the two distinguished gentlemen here with is, I think, interoperability and having a national single window system. Compliances and the work that we do, we need compliances. The work that we do, we need reporting. But I don't think every state needs a different kind of a report. If it is structurally thought through, we could have one system, one central way of reporting, where the execution can happen at a local level. I think the last one is a little bit of a thought-provoking one, but I'll still dare to say it. We need increased transparency. Just a letter back that you've not got an approval is not good enough, because then we don't know how to deal with it. And there should be a two-way communication on that. And if there is a possibility beyond a particular time frame of application, if there's no response, there should be a deemed approval. And I'm not saying this deemed approval is perpetually. If there's delay happening, delay is also causing a lot of resource disruption. Not sure as to how Dr. Saab is going to take it, but if there is a deemed approval methodology, then there is pressure to deliver on both sides, right? It's not, this is the modern way of thinking is the way I'll see it. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Varun. And Sanjeev, when you go last, obviously, a lot of points have already been covered. But I think maybe let me identify it from medtech industry perspective at 3 levels. I think level number 1, it's a recently regulated industry a few years ago. The number of regulations, number of compliances, number of regulators are substantive. And so I think there is a opportunity for a consultative pathway between a body like NatHealth, for example, which represents a medtech industry on a permanent basis, working with government or government agencies, to be able to say, these are the all the compliances which are there, all the regulations which are there, to risk stratify them, evaluate, maybe some of them required, but are not as high risk, and maybe the process of self-certification, affidavits, etc., is sufficient. Maybe there are some which have certain level of risks where audit might be required, and maybe there are some where a pre-approval is required in order to be able to accomplish it. So there are ways, and this is something that can be consultatively developed between the industry and the government and appropriate institutions in the government. And I think when that does happen, if that can be done with a planned approach, which means that here are the 5 regulations that are overseeing medtech industry. In Q1 every year, we will review the status of these regulations to be able to collect feedback. In Q2, we will look at the feedback, and then maybe 1st of January next year onwards or 1st of April next year onwards, these new changes will apply, which involves the grandfathering. I think that will be something which will be substantive. And this is something that the government has done. I love the way the government has looked at, for example, not on a compliance standpoint, but on a procurement standpoint, global tender exemption list. Every year in month of March, April, it collects feedback from the industry, accordingly makes the adjustment and proposes it. So I think same format for regulations as well. Second, and I think multiplicity of regulators is something that the medical device industry is faced with. And so single window clearance was mentioned. I think something along those lines where all states, all central government agencies are able to interface, seek questions, seek clarifications from the medical device manufacturers, and there is a essentially a transparent way to be able to get to the end result. And I think the third one that I would say is I'm cognizant that, look, I work in a very large company, but we want the medtech industry to have even small companies which are just as capable of producing innovative products and bringing it to the marketplace. And the compliance burden is substantive for them. And oftentimes it is not easy for them to understand what it is that they have to meet and what it is not that they don't have to meet. And so regularly published FAQs, which can enable some of the smaller industries, which allow them an opportunity to be able to benefit from representations, past clarifications that might have been given, is something which is beneficial for the small industry, because we have to consider the compliance burden for them as well, not just for companies like us, which have the capability to be able to have these employees. So I think that would be the 3 fundamental suggestions. And I think the 4th one is more along law. And so obviously that is not about just compliances, which is other industries, whether it is automotive, whether it is financial services. There is a fairly clear roadmap which is put in. For next 5 years, here is where we want to go, whether it is emission standards, whether it is anything else. And progressively, the industry and the regulator, lock, stock, and barrel, gets to that destination. So having that roadmap and helping carry the industry along to the destination that we want to achieve is, I think, the 4th one that I would leave it. Thank you.
Just maybe add just 2 small, very short points. One is, which Varun also mentioned about, see, we have got this ABDM now and doing a fantastic work. We must, kind of encourage the companies to link into that system for interoperability between the hospitals, the insurance companies. That's an easier bet, I guess. I think once if it is mandated somehow, even to the, diagnostics companies, it'll augur well for all of us. Second, the point which, just to buttress the point which, Chaitanya just mentioned about the single window clearance. As you're aware, 32 ministries in 29 states and union territories are already on that platform, single window clearance system. it is somehow eluding healthcare. लगता ये जरूर है कि अपना टाइम आएगा. I think it's about time we should, आना चाहिए हमारा टाइम.
Okay, on that positive note, may I request Rajiv sir to give his thoughts on this point?
Thank you very much. First, I thank NATHEALTH for having me here. And secondly, and more substantively, I am really thankful to NATHEALTH and ENY for taking up this study. I am cognizant that I am speaking in front of Dr. Paul. So, obviously we are doing everything under his guidance. But this study I thought is very, very important, not only for the medtech, but generally for the health, but for all sectors. Now, having said that, I will not go into the details. All the points that you have made are, very, very valid. And I will just look at slightly at a, what I should say at a macro level of what really is meant. Because you see, at the end of the day, I think regulation is a matter of mindset. Anywhere across the world, if you see, if you look at the historical evolution of how it has happened, mindset has played a very important role. Now, in a complex country like ours, health is a state subject. So we cannot stop or we cannot, say to the states that, no, you have to be all uniform and all. That doesn't work. So short of that, what can work? So I think herein comes what I call the design issue. And by design issue, I mean the focus on outcome. And this is a point which Dr. Paul knows very well that I have been emphasizing at whatever fora I'm going to. So when I'm looking at outcomes, so for the health sector, what are the outcomes? From a government perspective, it is accessibility, affordability, and quality healthcare. So now if all of us, the private sector, public sector, state, center, keep that as the goal, that, whatever we do should be feeding or, complementing it or be improving one of the three. I think if we keep that focus and if everyone is thinking on those lines, making these laws, which we call regulations, I think will become slightly easier. And mind you, it is not that there are no, there are. I will give you an example. In the procurement area, because I had worked at that point of time in that ministry, when this, I was not in that ministry, but I was in defense where this thing was very important, Make in India. Now, all of us know that in 2017, this Make in India, which I think is one of the most, bold steps that we have taken, came. Now, what does Make in India say? That any product which is available in India in generic terms should not be imported. So that was one side of it. It had very good intentions. But when I come here and I'm working in the health sector, I find that in the medical space or in the hospital space or in the equipment space, there are lots of issues. There are companies which are producing those in India, but they are not of quality. So, this is on the other side. So there is a demand that no, Make in India, you should not make it applicable for the medical equipment. So how do we marry these two? I mean, how can we have a Make in India and at the same time ensure that, in the medical sector or sectors which are, safety related, there should not be any adverse outcome. So I think for this, the design is very important. How do we design that? So we look at these three, that, for a medical sector in the quality part, safety is very important. So given that, we should prioritize safety over this clause. So I think at a macro level, it's very important that when we are making laws, be it center, be it states, we should keep this in mind and prioritize based on the outcomes that we have fixed for ourselves. I think if we do that at a macro level, my hunch is that many of the issues that we are facing, the question that Tarun first said, not what, but how to do. All the countries have gone through these stages, but for a complex country like ours, maybe the challenges are more. So if that what part is fixed by the outcome, that this is whatever we do, if PDT Act or whatever act, our outcome are these three, one of these three, or maybe more than one of these three. Then we look, then the question, once we have a unity on that, then the question of how becomes relevant. Till we reach that stage, we will be moving around in circles on the what part only. And I think to a certain, extent, that's what is happening. Things have moved. I would just like to also mention here that on this on this regulation part, not only on health, on compliance, there is, of course, a lot of decriminalization of laws and all those things have happened. But at this point of time, there is an effort which is actually at the highest level, cabinet secretariat level. In each state, the laws have been identified which need simplification, and NITI is also a part of it. So we are preparing a state-wise document of what are the 50 priority items which we need to address. And obviously, lot of the health laws, 6,000 or whatever you said, would also be relevant for other sectors. For instance, hospitals. There are so many building laws which are applicable to everyone. So these efforts, I think, lots of efforts are happening. But I think that this unity of, in terms of outcome, that needs to be shared and internalized by everyone. Then maybe the process will become, a bit simpler. So that's all I had to say.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sen. It was very helpful, and glad we heard that from you. And we'll work with you on that space as well. Dr. Paul, may we hear from you now what your views are? That will be very helpful for us.
Afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation and the opportunity. Respected Madam Shah, Tarunji, Varun Saab, Sanjeev, Chaitanya, my distinguished colleague Rajiv Sen ji, leadership of Nat Health, captains of healthcare system in our country, and all the colleagues. Very, very pleased to be here, and that too for an issue, a challenge, and an opportunity so vital to the health sector. We are public-private one health sector in our nation. We are together, and we have the mandate and the responsibility to strengthen the sector, increase access, affordability, and quality of our services together. And that's the purpose that connects us all. Point has been made that we need 1 million more beds for sure, and high quality beds at all levels. And always a reminder that the nursing home level, the small facilities, which actually give the maximum number of beds and even contribute so much more to the pool of beds that we have under PMJ, Ayushman Bharat PMJ. So truly, the discussion that we have today triggered so very well, and Amira ji had highlighted the key directions, is absolutely vital. But we are having an opportunity, which is a special opportunity on this day, this week, and this month, and this year. Because you heard this in the economic survey, a very strong pitch for deregulation for businesses. You heard the Honorable Prime Minister talking about deregulation commission to be established just a few weeks ago. And you heard Jan Vishwas 2.0 as next wave of making businesses easy, bringing confidence, reducing quote-unquote interference of the government and so on. So this is a very unique opportunity. I want to emphasize that this is not the usual time. ये अपना दिन जो आएगा ना वो आ गया है. अब मैं बताता हूँ काम क्या करना है. इससे अच्छी opportunity situation ecosystem की overall, particularly for the health system and the healthcare stakeholders, is unique. We are also fortunate that, triggered by the ideas of my dear colleague Rajiv ji, way back now, looks like way back, 1 year and 4 months ago, 5 months ago, we had a conclave which many of you participated with this very theme. And Nat Health worked on it systematically. And we have a blueprint. We are, in a way, ahead of the curve, right? You have a 1 year of work that we today have access to, and we have consensus on ideas and solutions. So I would say these two things augur very well: the overarching context of the nation, overarching direction in which the Honorable Prime Minister would see this nation moving with the goal of 2047 Viksit Bharat. And in that regard, the preparation that you all have done together with all of us, we are so proud that we have a narrative. We have a narrative to build on. So that's the first part, which augurs very, very well today, this morning. Now, you have made all the valuable points, but what Tarun Pandeyji has, brought us excitement, but he has hidden all the details. तो ये मीटिंग में आज ओरिएंटेशन हुआ है, डीप डाइव अभी करने की जरूरत है, because 6,000 which, where, when, how, and how to find solutions, and our distinguished panelists indicated some of those pathways. So first takeaway for me, for all of us, all of you, is that let's go over more details of the report. And you have used a color scheme on your slide, which is so difficult to find out. So I could not read the details. So please, let's look at the report. So, but I compliment you, Nat Health, and EY. You worked very hard on this, and this is the kind of work which can help change things. And to us in the NITI team, this is a classical NITI work for us to shoulder. So thank you for doing it. We would love to take it forward. This is the kind of work that we want to latch onto and work very hard to do it. So please, we are one team in doing so. So first part is we would like to understand more details. What does it mean, the disaggregation? How does this add up to 6,000? And Varun said, is 6,000 कौन से हैं? अभी पूछ रहे थे. हाँ, तो कौन से हैं? ये कहाँ हैं? वो होंगे तो जरूर, लेकिन point is that we need to go into detail, and that's how it will help Ajib ji and the team to then zeroing to strategy A for a group A, strategy B, strategy C, and law to be done in a different way. You also heard that already under the rubric of the Cabinet Secretariat, activities are starting to roll out. And we'll make sure that the health sector part is not missed. That's something that we will leverage. Having said that, now I think point has been made that we need to keep in mind the fact that we are dealing with a very special sector. Mines, every sector is different, and so nothing to be apologetic about it. And I see at least 5 unique aspects of this. There may be others, or maybe these can be grouped into lesser number. Firstly, the clinical interest of the patient is of paramount importance. Access, affordability is the overarching frame and the bandwidth within which we operate. But when we deal with them as hospitals, as diagnostics, as medtech devices, above all, it has to protect the interest of the patient. It cannot do harm as much as possible, and it has to do good. It has to be responsible toward the patient, and that's at the heart of the regulation. Patient should build on the trust. You use the word trust. So that's one. Second, we must remember that there may be some sectors which don't deal with everybody. But this sector deals with everybody, the rich and the poor, the deprived, the marginalized, the rural folk, the rich, the newborn, the fetus, the most elderly. So it is very, very universal. There are sectors which maybe there are some where it doesn't deal with every section of the society. It deals with everybody from womb to tomb. So we need to keep this in mind, that this has to take into account the limitations of understanding the system, the nuancing that the respect that but every citizen deserves and so on. So that's second. Third, that there is potentially scope for at many points of exploitation, or conversely, that the exploitation risk should be minimized. Because there is a true, exploitation could happen in other transactions also, government, private, this, that. But here, there are unique aspects of exploitation potentially, which the regulators would like to protect against. That's the third part. Fourth, there is a clear bandwidth of ethics within which the profession works, because ultimately you all may connect with professions, I would say, nursing, doctors, allied professionals, they are at the forefront. They are the ones who touch the patient, and they all are governed by ethics, and these ethics are determined by the society. They are not laws, but they connect with the laws, and that paradigm applies. And by extension, there are ethics that you expect the hospitals to do, the diagnostic centers to do it, and the medtech companies to do it for that matter. So we need to keep that one. And finally is the generic aspect. There are buildings, there are businesses, there are financing, there is electricity, there is fire, there is, and so on and so forth. So those are the business part, which part of it is generic, part of it is. So there are these 4 or 5 important aspects that we will keep in mind by way of discussion, because a fireside chat, just to say, how are we different? How are we special? And because we are different, we are also respected differently. We have an esteem which is higher than other businesses. So this is one part that we would keep in mind. I'll now like to mention that as we go forward, our request would be the following. Number one, I like to see more on the other country experiences. You excited us, but you didn't reveal what those are. I like to know more, and it'll help us in written form, documents, dossiers, because that will truly help. And all of you, many of you have worked there and so on. So we, this time around, let's say compared to 15 years ago, connect with the international learnings and systems and the standards would be very relevant. The Clinical Establishment Act may have come purely as an India paradigm, but tomorrow's Clinical Establishment Act should actually be global in thinking and so on. So that is one work that I would like to know. Second, we would surely like to know this disaggregation of the worries and the challenges and the opportunities and the constraints and the of the small hospitals, small businesses, as well as the big ones, both all the spectrum. And I'm repeating this point, but that is so very important. Third, disaggregation by local authorities, state, region, or whatever, and then the union government would be very important. I hope we can provide that information. We mentioned particularly a few acts. I think each one of these, PCP, NDT, clinical establishment, etc., I think it would really need much more deeper discussion. Each one, the players are different, and it'll be wise to see in detail. Randomly सुनते हैं कि ultrasound नहीं लगा पाते, वो हो रहा है. There is the other side to it. Today we are not going in that direction, but in order to refine it and positioning in today's time, let's examine them systematically. Then only a good case can be made out. And so, because changing the law is the prerogative of the supreme body, namely the parliament, and that process has its own big dimension, and the narrative becomes very different. So I think there's a very deep work in each of them. You will need a group to work. We need to bring the other voices, need to have the balance, because if you have only one-sided amendment being offered, Rajiv would not be able to steer it through the bureaucracy that we work with. It has to balance. So let's hear the other people out also. Why that particular aspect? And PCP NDT, as you know, has a cause which we all connect with, that there cannot be a bad gender ratio. That's from where it comes. Now, how do you have a balance in that regard? Which safeguards can we bring? Today, for ultrasound, for example, technological solutions can come. Let's talk about them. Let's enshrine them. लेकिन इसको करने के लिए जो आपसे मेरी अपेक्षा यही है, प्लीज ये डीप काम इकट्ठे मिलके करो. हमें इस रिपोर्ट के लिए भी साल लग गया, कोई बात नहीं. consistently करो, have milestones man, ये कब तक होगा? Let's build momentum. We are in the phase where the environment being so positive, let's capture on that. And also for us, the adrenaline level then gets maintained. Otherwise we pick up threads and then go on and so on. So please help us do that. I'm repeating that. Very interesting to know that the digital signatures is an issue. I never thought it is an issue. Please, I think something on that, I'm sure there are several such things, again, on which we deep work, written work is needed. And I remember, working with you all about 2-3 years ago when we were talking about how to promote PG seats. We were talking about how CSR money can be used, how this exemption can be applied. That document that some of you prepared was very useful. It worked to an extent, it didn't work to an extent, but we had clarity, narrative kya, exact words kahan pe kharabi ho rahi hai. So that work is a joint work, but a lot of that, has to be done, heavy lifting has to be done by yourselves, and we would be there to talk about. Single window for what? Where are all, single window cannot have 100 things coming together, perhaps 10 things in one single window for the district authority, another one. Isko bhi disaggregate karna padega. Please remember that the issue is that unless we have details, the policy change does not happen. Right? Please help us fill the detail. First is advocacy. Done. Now the point is in each one of them कि इसको क्लब कर दो, डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे ये इकट्ठा कर दो, यहाँ पे आप लेके आ जाइए कि वो डेडलाइन है जिसको आपने डीम्ड अप्रूवल का कॉन्सेप्ट ले आइए. इसमें नहीं हो सकता क्योंकि इंस्पेक्शन होनी है. तो थोड़ा ये काम जब तक नहीं होगा ना, तो फिर ऐसे लगेगा कि हम 5 साल से मेहनत कर रहे हैं, कुछ नहीं हो. तो मैं बिल्कुल, दिस इज द वे वी हैव लर्नड थिंग्स can help more. So I'll request you essentially कि हम इस तरह से काम करें. ड्रग्स और डिवाइसेस के ऊपर जो आपने कहा, उसके बारे में मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा. As you know, the drugs and the devices and the cosmetics act has been again, like it's back on the table of the ministry, and you have one more technically, potentially another opportunity. You have seen the previous drafts on the public. अब लेके आओ, क्या रह गया? Is that there or not? You have an opportunity which happened to be there coincidentally. So usko aap please examine. At least that part of the regulation of the devices, we be alert to that? And let's use that opportunity. Keep us in the loop. We will add our weight when the time comes and when we are engaged, even proactively. So I think this is, I'm only essentially telling you that bring forth what we have learned, and systematically let's do more intense work, and we look forward to working with you. You can create a group, you can create multiple groups for different areas. We'll be there plenty of time, as much time as you want. We'll work together, we'll bring into the room other stakeholder. This is, as I said, hardcore and very cherished work that Neeti would like to pursue with your help. Stop there. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Dr. Paul. Thank you, Mr. Rajiv Sen. This is music to our ears that we are aligned on a direction to go as far as really helping the healthcare industry evolve towards a Viksit Bharat and really helping the people of the country. Just to zoom out from the micro details, it's a very funny structure of the industry we have, because only 10-15% of the industry is organized. 85% of the industry is unorganized. But it's the 15% of the industry where the largest investment is coming from. It's the 15% of the industry which is over-regulated, and the 85% of the industry which is not regulated at all. So I think this is the conundrum that we exist in today, which is what we have to hopefully solve for as we move forward. But thank you to all the panelists for all your inputs and insights, which will hopefully help us in working together on this. And we really look forward to working very closely with Neeti to finding an end to this discussion so that we can actually take it forward. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thanks, everyone.
I would request our session chair, Ms. Amira Shah, to please present our chief guest, Dr. V.K. Paul, with a plaque. We are very grateful to him for coming here, and we look forward to working with him to take this entire issue of some changes in compliance to make it more streamlined with the government. Thank you so much, sir, for coming here, and thank you for your suggestions. I would request Ms. Amira Shah to present Mr. Rajiv Sen with a plaque. We are grateful to him for coming here and sharing his thoughts on the compliance framework with the audience. Please give a round of applause to all our speakers on stage. We want to thank all of them for their presence here and would request them to please take their place off the stage as we close this session. We want to thank all our eminent panelists for sharing their thoughts on this topic. As a token of our appreciation, we will be planting 50 trees in collaboration with our NGO partner, Grow Trees, and nurture them in your names. Right, I request everybody to settle down. We have a quiz coming up for you. So there's a quiz question coming up, and all those who get the answers right stand to win prizes. So please settle down, raise your hand if you have the answer, and we will give you the opportunity to give the answer because there will be a mic that will come up to you, and you can then attempt or take your bet on answering the question. So let's get up the first quiz question on the screen. Right, this is the first question of the quiz. NATHEALTH's last 5 summits have promoted which cause? Anybody wants to take a shot at answering that question, please raise your hand and we'll have a mic coming to you. The question is on your screen. NATHEALTH has over the last 5 summits promoted which central cause?
Tree plantation.
Okay, let's see. Yeah. Anybody else wants to take a chance? Can you identify yourself, sir? Please, can you tell us your name?
Patient centricity.
Yeah.
Your name is?
My name is Varu. I represent AlveoFit.
You're with?
I'm representing AlveoFit as one of the startup.
All right. Anybody else wants to take a chance on?
Patient centricity.
Can you please identify yourself? Please tell me your name and the company.
Dr. Pramod Lonikar, Aurangabad, Maharashtra.
Anybody else wants to try?
Yeah, hi, I'm Varun from MB Plastic. I think NatHealth has been promoting a good collaboration between public and private healthcare since the 5 last summits.
Okay, PPP model. We have the lady raising a hand there.
Yeah, it's a diagnostics.
Ma'am, can you please identify yourself?
Yeah, I'm Dr. Kiran.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, I think we'll take one last chance. Yes, please identify yourself.
Yeah, this is Kaushal from Ripple Healthcare. My answer is affordable healthcare for all.
All right, affordable healthcare. So we got a lot of options on what was the most central cause for NatHealth over the last 5 summits. And the person who answered first got it right. It is tree plantation. So please give a round of applause. I request you to please stand up. And you've got the answer right. Please stand up. We have a gift for you, and that is being delivered to you. So please give a round of applause. Answering right gets you to win a lot of prizes, and he was bang on. Tree plantation is the cause which is very, very close to NatHealth's Foundation's heart. Over the last 5 summits, we have promoted environment and tree plantation. Okay, let's take a few more questions and go with our next question. Okay, the question is, healthcare is one of the top 3 regulated sectors in India. Is this true or false?
It's true. True.
True. What's your name?
Dr. Ashok Badmale.
Okay, Dr. Ashok. Anybody has a differing answer? I think the answer is right and everybody agrees. So Dr. Ashok has got it right. Please give a round of applause. Healthcare is one of the top 3 regulated sectors in our country. Okay, one more question coming up for you. And the question is on your screen. Nearly 2/3 of compliances in healthcare are centralized. We've heard a lot about compliance, so who would like to hazard a guess here? Please identify yourself.
This is Dr. Ashok from IVF Precisions. So it's false.
All right, Ashok says it's false. Anybody else wants to try? Ma'am, can you tell us your name?
Manisha.
Manisha, you feel that 2/3 of the compliances in healthcare are centralized.
Yeah, largely controlled by CDS. So,
We're talking about compliances only.
okay.
Okay, so you feel the 2/3 of compliances are centralized. Anybody else wants to take a guess? True, false? I heard a false. Who said false?
Yeah, hi. This is Yati from Fabiosis. So the answer is false.
The answer
Because
is false. Yeah, but the person who said it first gets it. So please give a round of applause to the person who answered first. Yes, 2/3 of compliances in healthcare are not centralized. It is very complex. So who answered the question first? Right. So please give a round of applause, and he gets his gift. So round of applause for the person who got the answer right. All right. So we have a lot of more quiz questions lined up for you. So please pay attention and please try your luck, because as you can see, you stand to win prizes. Right now, we'll slip into a lunch break, and this is a time for all of you to catch up with your friends, have a look at the displays where we have lots of solutions and offerings. Perhaps something may pique your interest. And then we will be back with our uh, third session at 2 p.m. So look forward to seeing all of you back in your seats before 2 p.m. and do make the most of your lunch break.
Patient first are not just words. It is a commitment, guided by which we envision to accomplish our future goals. With patients as the center of every decision, we are Marengo Asia Hospitals, an integrated platform of multi-speciality hospitals with a focus on providing tertiary and quaternary care, creating centers of excellence across medical specialties, and adopting a patient-first approach. We have embarked on our pursuit of clinical excellence, where technology meets accessibility, high-end care meets affordability, decision-making meets accountability, and healthcare meets awareness. Because at Marengo Asia Hospitals, healthcare is not just a service, it is a commitment to humanity.
In the world of healthcare, experience matters. For 27 years, Care Hospitals has been a pioneer. With 17 hospitals across 6 states, with advanced cardiac sciences, oncology, neurology, gastroenterology, orthopedics, and life-saving transplant programs, we've pioneered groundbreaking surgeries and embraced cutting-edge technology. Our 1,400 plus expert doctors represent the best in their fields. Care Hospitals, pioneering healthcare with a heart.
Greatness, it's not what you have. It's what you can give. It is born in the moments when you push beyond the usual, the ordinary, the easy. What makes us great? Our care and concern for humanity. Our passion to touch lives in a meaningful way. Our promise to deliver innovative and quality healthcare solutions. Our compassion for saving lives. Our greatness lies in the endeavor that is directed towards building a healthier, a better world. It lies in the tangible impact that Polymed is leaving in the form of its legacy of more than 2.5 decades. Greatness is not an act, but a habit which pushes us to strive for excellence, in providing comprehensive solutions across all hospital spectrums with our 12 specialties and more than 200 medical devices. Care, which expands across more than 125 countries and touches millions of lives around the globe. Expertise, in innovation and R&D through which we have attributed more than 300 patents to the organization. Robust manufacturing capabilities as our plants manufacture billions of medical devices every year. Agility, to transform and adapt to technological advancements by installing hundreds of robots, automatic assembly machines and molding machines in our 12 plants across 4 countries. This philosophy of greatness is how we weave our vision of the company, placing its core values of care, integrity, ownership, learning and inclusivity at the center of it all. Greatness is not just a destination, it's a continuous journey. A journey that began and continues to prosper with the promise of providing the highest quality of healthcare to mankind. Greatness.
In a world where large parts still face healthcare challenges, we decided to challenge the norms. With a simple vision, access to precision medtech for every patient globally. And we believe we have challenged the notion that Indian medtech can't be a global leader. Challenging it with our focus areas: advanced surgery, wound care, and arthroscopy. With 52,000 SKUs, our precision medtech products are used in 1 in 5 surgeries globally. Healthium today has a proven track record of commercializing its products. With a seasoned leadership team backed by an experienced board, our belief that we can is constantly challenging the norms and helping change the world. Because we believe that the change we bring matters. Healthium. Each life matters.
Indus Health Plus, pioneering preventive healthcare. Healthcare is evolving and Indus is leading the way. With over 2 decades of expertise, we drive preventive healthcare through innovative solutions, genetic testing, and treatment solutions, ensuring better health. Prevention is key. Our wellness solutions enable early detection, reducing long-term complications. Through genomic testing and pharmacogenomics, we personalize treatment, ensuring safer and more effective care. Our mission is clear: to empower individuals to achieve better health. Know better, live better. We turn complex data into actionable insights, empowering healthcare professionals to make precise decisions. Partnering with Indus means making prevention a way of life. Precision medicine solutions for healthcare providers. Access to wider client base. Join the future of healthcare. Collaborate with Indus Health Plus. Together we can create a healthier India and a healthier world. Visit IndusHealthPlus.com today. Indus Health Plus.
Established in 1968, Lupin is among the global leaders in pharmaceuticals and committed to delivering high-quality medicines worldwide. At Lupin, our core values drive our commitment to excellence. With 15 manufacturing sites and 7 R&D facilities globally, we touch the lives of patients in over 100 countries. Globally, we are the 11th largest generic company, 3rd largest in the US by prescriptions, and 7th in the Indian pharma market by sales. We adhere to stringent quality standards recognized by regulatory authorities such as US FDA, MHRA, and Health Canada, among others. Lupin excels in diverse product platforms including oral solids, ophthalmic, and derma, and also in complex platforms like inhalation, injectables, and biosimilars. Lupin extends its impact in emerging markets, with a strong presence in Australia, Brazil, Mexico, Philippines, and Southeast Asia. We are also a leading partner for global institutions in TB care. Additionally, our API business delivers cost advantages and significantly contributes to global public health. With over 22,000 plus dedicated Lupin Knights, Lupin fosters a culture of excellence and innovation. Lupin is also a responsible corporate citizen, as demonstrated by our recent S&P Global ESG score of 76. Together, we shape a healthier, brighter tomorrow.
बेटा महेश भाई needs to be hospitalized immediately. चलो बेटा घर चलते हैं। महेश भाई हॉस्पिटल से क्या प्रॉब्लम है? डॉक्टर हॉस्पिटल से डर लगता है। देखो बेटा तुम एक काम करो, महेश भाई को हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल ले जाओ। They have the best of doctors care and best of medical infrastructure in the country. जरूरत पड़ने पर मैं भी अपनी फैमिली को हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल ही लेके जाता हूँ। वहाँ के डॉक्टर्स वही करते हैं जो पेशेंट्स के लिए सही हो।
या मॉम, बेटा तेरे पापा का कल एक्सीडेंट हो गया है। डॉक्टर का कहना है ब्रेन इंजरी है। ब्रेन इंजरी? उन्हें सर्जरी के लिए किसी बड़े हॉस्पिटल लेके जाना पड़ेगा। तो मॉम आप प्लीज जल्दी से उनको कानपुर से दिल्ली लेकर आओ। दिल्ली नहीं बेटा, हम मुंबई के हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल जाएंगे। हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल? मुंबई के हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल में ब्रेन सर्जरी के लिए बेस्ट डॉक्टर्स है और एडवांस्ड इक्विपमेंट्स भी है। हम वहीं जाएंगे।
बोल क्या हुआ? Okay. सर लेकिन आप तो हॉस्पिटलाइज्ड होने वाले थे ना सर। वो
हॉस्पिटलाइज होने वाला था और शायद स्पाइन सर्जरी करा भी लेता है। जहां बाकी हॉस्पिटल स्पाइन सर्जरी के लिए सलाह दे रहे थे, वहीं पर हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल के हाईली एक्सपीरियंस्ड डॉक्टर्स ने मुझे कुछ मेडिसिन प्रिस्क्राइब की, फिजियोथेरेपी के लिए कहा और ये भी बताया कि मुझे इस वक्त स्पाइन सर्जरी की जरूरत ही नहीं है।
संजीव, अश्विन, हाय। कैसा यार? मैं एकदम ठीक हूँ यार, लेकिन तू यहाँ कैसे? तूने तो नई हॉस्पिटल ज्वाइन कर ली थी।
I just came here to get dad admitted.
क्या हो गया अंकल को?
यार कैंसर डिटेक्ट हुआ है।
But then why not a new hospital?
डैड के जैसे कॉम्प्लेक्स केस के लिए मुझे सिर्फ हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल पे ही भरोसा है।
यार तू अब टेंशन मत ले, हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल वही करेगा जो अंकल के लिए सही और बेस्ट होगा।
Healthcare. It sustains our lives and our society. The COVID-19 pandemic has again brought the importance of healthcare to the forefront. During this global crisis, Teramo has made group-wide efforts to ensure stable product supply and to support the needs of medical professionals in today's medical settings. Contributing to society through healthcare is the Teramo Group mission and is at the core of all we do. Teramo began as a thermometer manufacturer to support public health by producing high-quality thermometers at a time when imports to Japan were interrupted by World War I. Teramo was founded by a group of medical scientists, including Dr. Shibasaburo Kitasato. Since then, Teramo has been providing significant products and services to various medical settings throughout the past century. Today, Teramo pursues treatments that minimize physical burden on patients while helping to realize optimal personalized healthcare, speeding the adoption of therapeutic technologies through training programs for healthcare professionals. Healthcare today is provided in various settings, including hospitals and homes. We will cater to every need and strive to be better toward bringing about patient-friendly healthcare, where technologies accompany each patient's journey to an improved life and well-being. Teramo also supports the development of new treatments and next-generation pharmaceuticals. In addition, we are positioned in the fields of cell and gene therapy, as well as drug development research. Teramo goes beyond the bounds of a single company, taking up the challenge of innovation together with external partners too. The Teramo Group now covers over 160 countries and regions, offering more than 50,000 products. Our 26,000 associates around the world work united in purpose every day. Above all, our focus is trained on the life of each individual. For the next 100 years as well, Teramo will continue to provide new solutions, always walking alongside healthcare.
patient first are not just words. It is a commitment, guided by which we envision to accomplish our future goals. With patients as the center of every decision, we are Marengo Asia Hospitals, an integrated platform of multi-speciality hospitals with a focus on providing tertiary and quaternary care, creating centers of excellence across medical specialties, and adopting a patient-first approach. We have embarked on our pursuit of clinical excellence, where technology meets accessibility, high-end care meets affordability, decision-making meets accountability, and healthcare meets awareness. Because at Marengo Asia Hospitals, healthcare is not just a service, it is a commitment to humanity.
In the world of healthcare, experience matters. For 27 years, Care Hospitals has been a pioneer. With 17 hospitals across 6 states, with advanced cardiac sciences, oncology, neurology, gastroenterology, orthopedics, and life-saving transplant programs, we've pioneered groundbreaking surgeries and embraced cutting-edge technology. Our 1,400+ expert doctors represent the best in their fields. Care Hospitals, pioneering healthcare with a heart.
Greatness, it's not what you have. It's what you can give. It is born in the moments when you push beyond the usual, the ordinary, the easy. What makes us great? Our care and concern for humanity. Our passion to touch lives in a meaningful way. Our promise to deliver innovative and quality healthcare solutions. Our compassion for saving lives. Our greatness lies in the endeavor that is directed towards building a healthier, a better world. It lies in the tangible impact that Polymed is leaving in the form of its legacy of more than 2.5 decades. Greatness is not an act, but a habit which pushes us to strive for excellence, in providing comprehensive solutions across all hospital spectrums with our 12 specialties and more than 200 medical devices. Care, which expands across more than 125 countries and touches millions of lives around the globe. Expertise, in innovation and R&D through which we have attributed more than 300 patents to the organization. Robust manufacturing capabilities as our plants manufacture billions of medical devices every year. Agility, to transform and adapt to technological advancements by installing hundreds of robots, automatic assembly machines and molding machines in our 12 plants across 4 countries. This philosophy of greatness is how we weave our vision of the company, placing its core values of care, integrity, ownership, learning and inclusivity at the center of it all. Greatness is not just a destination, it's a continuous journey. A journey that began and continues to prosper with the promise of providing the highest quality of healthcare to mankind. Greatness.
In a world where large parts still face healthcare challenges, we decided to challenge the norms. With a simple vision, access to precision medtech for every patient globally. And we believe we have challenged the notion that Indian medtech can't be a global leader. Challenging it with our focus areas: advanced surgery, wound care, and arthroscopy. With 52,000 SKUs, our precision medtech products are used in 1 in 5 surgeries globally. Healthium today has a proven track record of commercializing its products. With a seasoned leadership team backed by an experienced board, our belief that we can is constantly challenging the norms and helping change the world. Because we believe that the change we bring matters. Healthium. Each life matters.
Indus Health Plus, pioneering preventive healthcare. Healthcare is evolving and Indus is leading the way. With over 2 decades of expertise, we drive preventive healthcare through innovative solutions, genetic testing, and treatment solutions ensuring better health. Prevention is key. Our wellness solutions enable early detection, reducing long-term complications. Through genomic testing and pharmacogenomics, we personalize treatment, ensuring safer and more effective care. Our mission is clear: to empower individuals to achieve better health. Know better, live better. We turn complex data into actionable insights, empowering healthcare professionals to make precise decisions. Partnering with Indus means making prevention a way of life. Precision medicine solutions for healthcare providers. Access to wider client base. Join the future of healthcare. Collaborate with Indus Health Plus. Together we can create a healthier India and a healthier world. Visit indushealthplus.com today. Indus Health Plus.
Established in 1968, Lupin is among the global leaders in pharmaceuticals and committed to delivering high-quality medicines worldwide. At Lupin, our core values drive our commitment to excellence. With 15 manufacturing sites and 7 R&D facilities globally, we touch the lives of patients in over 100 countries. Globally, we are the 11th largest generic company, 3rd largest in the US by prescriptions, and 7th in the Indian pharma market by sales. We adhere to stringent quality standards recognized by regulatory authorities such as US FDA, MHRA, and Health Canada, among others. Lupin excels in diverse product platforms including oral solids, ophthalmic, and derma, and also in complex platforms like inhalation, injectables, and biosimilars. Lupin extends its impact in emerging markets, with a strong presence in Australia, Brazil, Mexico, Philippines, and Southeast Asia. We are also a leading partner for global institutions in TB care. Additionally, our API business delivers cost advantages and significantly contributes to global public health. With over 22,000 plus dedicated Lupin Knights, Lupin fosters a culture of excellence and innovation. Lupin is also a responsible corporate citizen, as demonstrated by our recent S&P Global ESG score of 76. Together, we shape a healthier, brighter tomorrow.
बेटा महेश भाई needs to be hospitalized immediately. चलो बेटा घर चलते हैं। महेश भाई हॉस्पिटल से क्या प्रॉब्लम है? डॉक्टर हॉस्पिटल से डर लगता है। देखो बेटा तुम एक काम करो, महेश भाई को हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल ले जाओ। They have the best of doctors care and best of medical infrastructure in the country. जरूरत पड़ने पर मैं भी अपनी फैमिली को हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल ही लेके जाता हूँ। वहाँ के डॉक्टर्स वही करते हैं जो पेशेंट्स के लिए सही हो।
या मॉम, बेटा तेरे पापा का कल एक्सीडेंट हो गया है। डॉक्टर का कहना है ब्रेन इंजरी है। ब्रेन इंजरी? उन्हें सर्जरी के लिए किसी बड़े हॉस्पिटल लेके जाना पड़ेगा।
तो मॉम आप प्लीज जल्दी से उनको कानपुर से दिल्ली लेकर आओ।
दिल्ली नहीं बेटा, हम मुंबई के हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल जाएंगे।
हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल?
मुंबई के हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल में ब्रेन सर्जरी के लिए बेस्ट डॉक्टर्स है और एडवांस्ड इक्विपमेंट्स भी है। हम वहीं जाएंगे।
बोल क्या हुआ?
सर लेकिन आप तो हॉस्पिटलाइज होने वाले थे ना सर। वो
हॉस्पिटलाइज होने वाला था और शायद स्पाइन सर्जरी करा भी लेता। जहां बाकी हॉस्पिटल स्पाइन सर्जरी के लिए सलाह दे रहे थे, वहीं पर हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल के हाईली एक्सपीरियंस्ड डॉक्टर्स ने मुझे कुछ मेडिसिन प्रिस्क्राइब की, फिजियोथेरेपी के लिए कहा और ये भी बताया कि मुझे इस वक्त स्पाइन सर्जरी की जरूरत ही नहीं है।
हे संजीव।
अश्विन हाय,
कैसा यार?
मैं एकदम ठीक हूँ यार, लेकिन तू यहाँ कैसे? तूने तो नई हॉस्पिटल ज्वाइन कर ली थी।
आई जस्ट केम हियर टू गेट डैड एडमिटेड।
क्या हो गया अंकल को?
यार कैंसर डिटेक्ट हुआ है।
बट देन व्हाई नॉट योर न्यू हॉस्पिटल?
डैड के जैसे कॉम्प्लेक्स केस के लिए मुझे सिर्फ हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल पे ही भरोसा है।
यार तू अब टेंशन मत ले, हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल वही करेगा जो अंकल के लिए सही और बेस्ट होगा।
Healthcare. It sustains our lives and our society. The COVID-19 pandemic has again brought the importance of healthcare to the forefront. During this global crisis, Teramo has made group-wide efforts to ensure stable product supply and to support the needs of medical professionals in today's medical settings. Contributing to society through healthcare is the Teramo Group mission and is at the core of all we do. Teramo began as a thermometer manufacturer to support public health by producing high-quality thermometers at a time when imports to Japan were interrupted by World War I. Teramo was founded by a group of medical scientists, including Dr. Shibasaburo Kitasato. Since then, Teramo has been providing significant products and services to various medical settings throughout the past century. Today, Teramo pursues treatments that minimize physical burden on patients while helping to realize optimal personalized healthcare, speeding the adoption of therapeutic technologies through training programs for healthcare professionals. Healthcare today is provided in various settings, including hospitals and homes. We will cater to every need and strive to be better toward bringing about patient-friendly healthcare, where technologies accompany each patient's journey to an improved life and well-being. Teramo also supports the development of new treatments and next-generation pharmaceuticals. In addition, we are positioned in the fields of cell and gene therapy, as well as drug development research. Teramo goes beyond the bounds of a single company, taking up the challenge of innovation together with external partners too. The Teramo Group now covers over 160 countries and regions, offering more than 50,000 products. Our 26,000 associates around the world work united in purpose every day. Above all, our focus is trained on the life of each individual. For the next 100 years as well, Teramo will continue to provide new solutions, always walking alongside healthcare.
Patient first are not just words. It is a commitment, guided by which we envision to accomplish our future goals. With patients as the center of every decision, we are Marengo Asia Hospitals, an integrated platform of multi-speciality hospitals with a focus on providing tertiary and quaternary care, creating centers of excellence across medical specialties, and adopting a patient-first approach. We have embarked on our pursuit of clinical excellence, where technology meets accessibility, high-end care meets affordability, decision-making meets accountability, and healthcare meets awareness. Because at Marengo Asia Hospitals, healthcare is not just a service, it is a commitment to humanity.
In the world of healthcare, experience matters. For 27 years, Care Hospitals has been a pioneer. With 17 hospitals across 6 states, with advanced cardiac sciences, oncology, neurology, gastroenterology, orthopedics, and life-saving transplant programs, we've pioneered groundbreaking surgeries and embraced cutting-edge technology. Our 1,400 plus expert doctors represent the best in their fields. Care Hospitals, pioneering healthcare with a heart.
Greatness, it's not what you have. It's what you can give. It is born in the moments when you push beyond the usual, the ordinary, the easy. What makes us great? Our care and concern for humanity. Our passion to touch lives in a meaningful way. Our promise to deliver innovative and quality healthcare solutions. Our compassion for saving lives. Our greatness lies in the endeavor that is directed towards building a healthier, a better world. It lies in the tangible impact that Polymed is leaving in the form of its legacy of more than 2.5 decades. Greatness is not an act, but a habit which pushes us to strive for excellence, in providing comprehensive solutions across all hospital spectrums with our 12 specialties and more than 200 medical devices. Care, which expands across more than 125 countries and touches millions of lives around the globe. Expertise, in innovation and R&D through which we have attributed more than 300 patents to the organization. Robust manufacturing capabilities as our plants manufacture billions of medical devices every year. Agility, to transform and adapt to technological advancements by installing hundreds of robots, automatic assembly machines and molding machines in our 12 plants across 4 countries. This philosophy of greatness is how we weave our vision of the company, placing its core values of care, integrity, ownership, learning and inclusivity at the center of it all. Greatness is not just a destination, it's a continuous journey. A journey that began and continues to prosper with the promise of providing the highest quality of healthcare to mankind. Greatness.
In a world where large parts still face healthcare challenges, we decided to challenge the norms. With a simple vision, access to precision medtech for every patient globally. And we believe we have challenged the notion that Indian medtech can't be a global leader. Challenging it with our focus areas: advanced surgery, wound care, and arthroscopy. With 52,000 SKUs, our precision medtech products are used in 1 in 5 surgeries globally. Healthium today has a proven track record of commercializing its products. With a seasoned leadership team backed by an experienced board, our belief that we can is constantly challenging the norms and helping change the world. Because we believe that the change we bring matters. Healthium. Each life matters.
Indus Health Plus, pioneering preventive healthcare. Healthcare is evolving and Indus is leading the way. With over 2 decades of expertise, we drive preventive healthcare through innovative solutions, genetic testing, and treatment solutions, ensuring better health. Prevention is key. Our wellness solutions enable early detection, reducing long-term complications. Through genomic testing and pharmacogenomics, we personalize treatment, ensuring safer and more effective care. Our mission is clear: to empower individuals to achieve better health. Know better, live better. We turn complex data into actionable insights, empowering healthcare professionals to make precise decisions. Partnering with Indus means making prevention a way of life. Precision medicine solutions for healthcare providers. Access to wider client base. Join the future of healthcare. Collaborate with Indus Health Plus. Together we can create a healthier India and a healthier world. Visit IndusHealthPlus.com today. Indus Health Plus.
Established in 1968, Lupin is among the global leaders in pharmaceuticals and committed to delivering high-quality medicines worldwide. At Lupin, our core values drive our commitment to excellence. With 15 manufacturing sites and 7 R&D facilities globally, we touch the lives of patients in over 100 countries. Globally, we are the 11th largest generic company, 3rd largest in the US by prescriptions, and 7th in the Indian pharma market by sales. We adhere to stringent quality standards recognized by regulatory authorities such as US FDA, MHRA, and Health Canada, among others. Lupin excels in diverse product platforms including oral solids, ophthalmic, and derma, and also in complex platforms like inhalation, injectables, and biosimilars. Lupin extends its impact in emerging markets with a strong presence in Australia, Brazil, Mexico, Philippines, and Southeast Asia. We are also a leading partner for global institutions in TB care. Additionally, our API business delivers cost advantages and significantly contributes to global public health. With over 22,000 plus dedicated Lupin Knights, Lupin fosters a culture of excellence and innovation. Lupin is also a responsible corporate citizen, as demonstrated by our recent S&P Global ESG score of 76. Together, we shape a healthier, brighter tomorrow.
महेश भाई needs to be hospitalized immediately. चलो बेटा घर चलते हैं। महेश भाई हॉस्पिटल से क्या प्रॉब्लम है? डॉक्टर हॉस्पिटल से डर लगता है। देखो बेटा तुम एक काम करो, महेश भाई को हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल ले जाओ। They have the best of doctors care and best of medical infrastructure in the country. जरूरत पड़ने पर मैं भी अपनी फैमिली को हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल ही लेके जाता हूँ। वहाँ के डॉक्टर्स वही करते हैं जो पेशेंट्स के लिए सही हो।
या मॉम, बेटा तेरे पापा का कल एक्सीडेंट हो गया है। डॉक्टर का कहना है ब्रेन इंजरी है।
ब्रेन इंजरी?
उन्हें सर्जरी के लिए किसी बड़े हॉस्पिटल लेके जाना पड़ेगा।
तो मॉम आप प्लीज जल्दी से उनको कानपुर से दिल्ली लेकर आओ।
दिल्ली नहीं बेटा, हम मुंबई के हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल जाएंगे।
हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल?
मुंबई के हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल में ब्रेन सर्जरी के लिए बेस्ट डॉक्टर्स है और एडवांस्ड इक्विपमेंट्स भी है। हम वहीं जाएंगे।
बोल क्या हुआ?
सर लेकिन आप तो हॉस्पिटलाइज होने वाले थे ना सर। वो
हॉस्पिटलाइज होने वाला था और शायद स्पाइन सर्जरी करा भी लेता। जहां बाकी हॉस्पिटल स्पाइन सर्जरी के लिए सलाह दे रहे थे, वहीं पर हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल के हाईली एक्सपीरियंस्ड डॉक्टर्स ने मुझे कुछ मेडिसिन प्रिस्क्राइब की, फिजियोथेरेपी के लिए कहा और ये भी बताया कि मुझे इस वक्त स्पाइन सर्जरी की जरूरत ही नहीं है।
हे संजीव। अश्विन हाय। कैसा यार?
मैं एकदम ठीक हूँ यार, लेकिन तू यहाँ कैसे? तूने तो नई हॉस्पिटल ज्वाइन कर ली थी।
आई जस्ट केम हियर टू गेट डैड एडमिटेड।
क्या हो गया अंकल को?
यार कैंसर डिटेक्ट हुआ है।
बट देन व्हाई नॉट योर न्यू हॉस्पिटल?
डैड के जैसे कॉम्प्लेक्स केस के लिए मुझे सिर्फ हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल पे ही भरोसा है।
यार तू अब टेंशन मत ले, हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल वही करेगा जो अंकल के लिए सही और बेस्ट होगा।
Healthcare. It sustains our lives and our society. The COVID-19 pandemic has again brought the importance of healthcare to the forefront. During this global crisis, Teramo has made group-wide efforts to ensure stable product supply and to support the needs of medical professionals in today's medical settings. Contributing to society through healthcare is the Teramo Group mission and is at the core of all we do. Teramo began as a thermometer manufacturer to support public health by producing high-quality thermometers at a time when imports to Japan were interrupted by World War I. Teramo was founded by a group of medical scientists, including Dr. Shibasaburo Kitasato. Since then, Teramo has been providing significant products and services to various medical settings throughout the past century. Today, Teramo pursues treatments that minimize physical burden on patients while helping to realize optimal personalized healthcare, speeding the adoption of therapeutic technologies through training programs for healthcare professionals. Healthcare today is provided in various settings, including hospitals and homes. We will cater to every need and strive to be better toward bringing about patient-friendly healthcare, where technologies accompany each patient's journey to an improved life and well-being. Teramo also supports the development of new treatments and next-generation pharmaceuticals. In addition, we are positioned in the fields of cell and gene therapy, as well as drug development research. Teramo goes beyond the bounds of a single company, taking up the challenge of innovation together with external partners too. The Teramo Group now covers over 160 countries and regions, offering more than 50,000 products. Our 26,000 associates around the world work united in purpose every day. Above all, our focus is trained on the life of each individual. For the next 100 years as well, Teramo will continue to provide new solutions, always walking alongside healthcare.
patient first are not just words. It is a commitment, guided by which we envision to accomplish our future goals. With patients as the center of every decision, we are Marengo Asia Hospitals, an integrated platform of multi-speciality hospitals with a focus on providing tertiary and quaternary care, creating centers of excellence across medical specialties, and adopting a patient-first approach. We have embarked on our pursuit of clinical excellence, where technology meets accessibility, high-end care meets affordability, decision-making meets accountability, and healthcare meets awareness. Because at Marengo Asia Hospitals, healthcare is not just a service, it is a commitment to humanity.
In the world of healthcare, experience matters. For 27 years, Care Hospitals has been a pioneer. With 17 hospitals across 6 states, with advanced cardiac sciences, oncology, neurology, gastroenterology, orthopedics, and life-saving transplant programs, we've pioneered groundbreaking surgeries and embraced cutting-edge technology. Our 1,400+ expert doctors represent the best in their fields. Care Hospitals, pioneering healthcare with a heart.
Greatness, it's not what you have. It's what you can give. It is born in the moments when you push beyond the usual, the ordinary, the easy. What makes us great? Our care and concern for humanity. Our passion to touch lives in a meaningful way. Our promise to deliver innovative and quality healthcare solutions. Our compassion for saving lives. Our greatness lies in the endeavor that is directed towards building a healthier, a better world. It lies in the tangible impact that Polymed is leaving in the form of its legacy of more than 2.5 decades. Greatness is not an act, but a habit which pushes us to strive for excellence, in providing comprehensive solutions across all hospital spectrums with our 12 specialties and more than 200 medical devices. Care, which expands across more than 125 countries and touches millions of lives around the globe. Expertise, in innovation and R&D, through which we have attributed more than 300 patents to the organization. Robust manufacturing capabilities, as our plants manufacture billions of medical devices every year. Agility, to transform and adapt to technological advancements by installing hundreds of robots, automatic assembly machines and molding machines in our 12 plants across 4 countries. This philosophy of greatness is how we weave our vision of the company, placing its core values of care, integrity, ownership, learning and inclusivity at the center of it all. Greatness is not just a destination, it's a continuous journey. A journey that began and continues to prosper with the promise of providing the highest quality of healthcare to mankind. Greatness.
In a world where large parts still face healthcare challenges, we decided to challenge the norms. With a simple vision, access to precision medtech for every patient globally. And we believe we have challenged the notion that Indian medtech can't be a global leader. Challenging it with our focus areas: advanced surgery and arthroscopy. With 52,000 SKUs, our precision medtech products are used in 1 in 5 surgeries globally. Healthium today has a proven track record of commercializing its products. With a seasoned leadership team backed by an experienced board, our belief that we can is constantly challenging the norms and helping change the world. Because we believe that the change we bring matters. Healthium. Each life matters.
Indus Health Plus, pioneering preventive healthcare. Healthcare is evolving and Indus is leading the way. With over 2 decades of expertise, we drive preventive healthcare through innovative solutions, genetic testing, and treatment solutions, ensuring better health. Prevention is key. Our wellness solutions enable early detection, reducing long-term complications. Through genomic testing and pharmacogenomics, we personalize treatment, ensuring safer and more effective care. Our mission is clear: to empower individuals to achieve better health. Know better, live better. We turn complex data into actionable insights, empowering healthcare professionals to make precise decisions. Partnering with Indus means making prevention a way of life. Precision medicine solutions for healthcare providers. Access to wider client base. Join the future of healthcare. Collaborate with Indus Health Plus. Together we can create a healthier India and a healthier world. Visit indushealthplus.com today. Indus Health Plus.
Established in 1968, Lupin is among the global leaders in pharmaceuticals and committed to delivering high-quality medicines worldwide. At Lupin, our core values drive our commitment to excellence. With 15 manufacturing sites and 7 R&D facilities globally, we touch the lives of patients in over 100 countries. Globally, we are the 11th largest generic company, 3rd largest in the US by prescriptions, and 7th in the Indian pharma market by sales. We adhere to stringent quality standards recognized by regulatory authorities such as US FDA, MHRA, and Health Canada, among others. Lupin excels in diverse product platforms including oral solids, ophthalmic, and derma, and also in complex platforms like inhalation, injectables, and biosimilars. Lupin extends its impact in emerging markets, with a strong presence in Australia, Brazil, Mexico, Philippines, and Southeast Asia. We are also a leading partner for global institutions in TB care. Additionally, our API business delivers cost advantages and significantly contributes to global public health. With over 22,000 plus dedicated Lupin Nights, Lupin fosters a culture of excellence and innovation. Lupin is also a responsible corporate citizen, as demonstrated by our recent S&P Global ESG score of 76. Together, we shape a healthier, brighter tomorrow.
महेश भाई needs to be hospitalized immediately. चलो बेटा घर चलते हैं। महेश भाई हॉस्पिटल से क्या प्रॉब्लम है? डॉक्टर हॉस्पिटल से डर लगता है। देखो बेटा तुम एक काम करो, महेश भाई को हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल ले जाओ। They have the best of doctors care and best of medical infrastructure in the country. जरूरत पड़ने पर मैं भी अपनी फैमिली को हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल ही लेके जाता हूँ। वहाँ के डॉक्टर्स वही करते हैं जो पेशेंट्स के लिए सही हो।
या मॉम, बेटा तेरे पापा का कल एक्सीडेंट हो गया है। डॉक्टर का कहना है ब्रेन इंजरी है।
ब्रेन इंजरी?
उन्हें सर्जरी के लिए किसी बड़े हॉस्पिटल लेके जाना पड़ेगा।
तो मॉम आप प्लीज जल्दी से उनको कानपुर से दिल्ली लेकर आओ।
दिल्ली नहीं बेटा, हम मुंबई के हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल जाएंगे।
हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल?
मुंबई के हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल में ब्रेन सर्जरी के लिए बेस्ट डॉक्टर्स है और एडवांस्ड इक्विपमेंट्स भी है। हम वहीं जाएंगे।
बोल क्या हुआ?
सर, लेकिन आप तो हॉस्पिटलाइज्ड होने वाले थे ना सर। वो
हॉस्पिटलाइज होने वाला था और शायद स्पाइन सर्जरी करा भी लेता। जहां बाकी हॉस्पिटल स्पाइन सर्जरी के लिए सलाह दे रहे थे, वहीं पर हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल के हाईली एक्सपीरियंस्ड डॉक्टर्स ने मुझे कुछ मेडिसिन प्रिस्क्राइब की, फिजियोथेरेपी के लिए कहा और ये भी बताया कि मुझे इस वक्त स्पाइन सर्जरी की जरूरत ही नहीं है।
संजीव, अश्विन, हाय। कैसा यार? मैं एकदम ठीक हूँ यार, लेकिन तू यहाँ कैसे? तूने तो नई हॉस्पिटल ज्वाइन कर ली थी।
I just came here to get dad admitted.
क्या हो गया अंकल को?
यार कैंसर डिटेक्ट हुआ है।
But then why not a new hospital?
डैड के जैसे कॉम्प्लेक्स केस के लिए मुझे सिर्फ हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल पे ही भरोसा है।
यार तू अब टेंशन मत ले, हिंदुजा हॉस्पिटल वही करेगा जो अंकल के लिए सही और बेस्ट होगा।
Healthcare. It sustains our lives and our society. The COVID-19 pandemic has again brought the importance of healthcare to the forefront. During this global crisis, Teramo has made group-wide efforts to ensure stable product supply and to support the needs of medical professionals in today's medical settings. Contributing to society through healthcare is the Teramo Group mission and is at the core of all we do. Teramo began as a thermometer manufacturer to support public health by producing high-quality thermometers at a time when imports to Japan were interrupted by World War I. Teramo was founded by a group of medical scientists, including Dr. Shibasaburo Kitasato. Since then, Teramo has been providing significant products and services to various medical settings throughout the past century. Today, Teramo pursues treatments that minimize physical burden on patients while helping to realize optimal personalized healthcare, speeding the adoption of therapeutic technologies through training programs for healthcare professionals. Healthcare today is provided in various settings, including hospitals and homes. We will cater to every need and strive to be better toward bringing about patient-friendly healthcare, where technologies accompany each patient's journey to an improved life and well-being. Teramo also supports the development of new treatments and next-generation pharmaceuticals. In addition, we are positioned in the fields of cell and gene therapy, as well as drug development research. Teramo goes beyond the bounds of a single company, taking up the challenge of innovation together with external partners too. The Teramo Group now covers over 160 countries and regions, offering more than 50,000 products. Our 26,000 associates around the world work united in purpose every day. Above all, our focus is trained on the life of each individual. For the next 100 years as well, Teramo will continue to provide new solutions, always walking alongside healthcare.
Welcome back. It's good to have all of you back, and a leisurely lunch really cannot be compared. I'm sure all of you have had a chance to fill up your plates, eat well. I hope you're all satisfied and satiated with the food, but I hope your appetite for more information and knowledge has only increased. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors who have supported us and made this event such a big success. We would like to thank our gold sponsors, Apollo Hospital Enterprises and Siemens Healthineers, our silver sponsors, Jupiter Hospital, Marengo Asia Healthcare, Quality Care India, Wipro GE Healthcare, our bronze sponsors, Dr. Lal Path Labs, Healthier MedTech, Indus Health Plus, Indian Capital Advisors, Lupin Healthcare, Metropolis Healthcare, Polymedicure, PD Hinduja Hospital and MRC, and Terumo India. We'd also like to thank our session sponsors, Ambuja Neotia Healthcare Venture, Agilus Diagnostics, Fortis Healthcare, Krishna Diagnostics, MB Plastics India, RAD 365, Tata Capital, Tata 1MG, and Bygone India. Our knowledge partners, Bain & Company, Deloitte, EY, Khaitan, PATH, PwC, and YCP Actors. We'll start the session in just a bit. We're just waiting for one of our speakers to come. Thank you all for your patience, and we'll start soon.
Patient first are not just words. It is a commitment, guided by which we envision to accomplish our future goals. With patients as the center of every decision, we are Marengo Asia Hospitals, an integrated platform of multi-speciality hospitals with a focus on providing tertiary and quaternary care, creating centers of excellence across medical specialties, and adopting a patient-first approach.
So our first post-lunch session is on MedTech. And since you're waiting for our speakers to come, Let's do a quiz. And the quiz question is in front of you. So, rules of the quiz, please raise your hand. Please identify yourself, your name and the name of the company, and then please go ahead to answer the question. So the question in front of you is, medtech per capita spending in India is about 1/6 of the global average. Is this true or false? Any bets? Does somebody want to take a bet on this? No. You have to raise your hands. That is your buy-in. Can we have the mic here, please?
True.
True. It's coming from an insider, but क्या करें? सभी insiders हैं यार, right? Uh, anybody else thinks otherwise? No, I guess everybody knows it is true. So yes, sir has won uh, the the prize. So please give a round of applause to sir. So, Brigadier Dr. Lal has won the prize. Now we have another question, and of course, this is on MedTech. And the question is, compared to Brazil, India's per capita consumption for MedTech is about 1/5. Who thinks this is true? Who thinks it's false? Okay, somebody's hazarding a guess here.
False.
You think it's false? Okay, what's your name?
Manuj Mittal.
Huh?
Dr. Manuj Mittal.
Dr. Manuj. Okay. Anybody else wants to take a guess? Compared to Brazil, India's per capita consumption of medtech is about 1/5.
This is false.
So
False.
Dr. Manoj says it's false.
Yeah.
Who else is saying it's false?
Yeah.
Can I have your name?
Raj Kapoor.
Sorry?
Raj Kapoor.
Raj Kapoor. मुझे लगता है इंडिया में तो बस पल्स देख के सब पता लग जाता है डिवाइस की क्या जरूरत है Okay, anybody else wants to take a guess? Come on. It's just a guess. You just have to raise your hand, take your name, and make a guess. Yeah, I see the lady there.
Hi, I'm Debjani. I think this is true because Brazil has a good spend, is what I read somewhere. So
All right.
I think it might be true.
Can I get your name again?
Debjani.
Debjani. So Debjani's got the answer right. Please give a round of applause to her. And she gets the prize as well. And we have one last question, which seems like quite a sitter. फिर भी prize देंगे, ठीक है? Let's get the question in front. MedTech sector has the potential to triple over the next 5 years. Lots of hands.
Yeah, this has to be true, otherwise we won't be discussing it.
What is your name, sir?
Jayant.
Huh? Jayant.
Yeah, Jayant Gandhi.
Anybody else who differs from him?
It's true.
True. Yeah, but he said it first, so he gets the prize. Give Mr. Jain a round of applause. Right. So we were hoping that Dr. Jitendra Sharma from AMTZ would join us. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it, but on his behalf, we have Shah Rukh Khan, senior scientist from AMTZ, joining us here. He's in amongst us, and if you want to reach out to him, please feel free to do so. But we will start with our session on MedTech very shortly. We are just awaiting the arrival of our chief guest. And once he's here, we'll start with the conversation. And of course, it is very important because so many hopes of the industry from this sector. So just a little patience and we'll start with the session soon.
Hello everyone. I am delighted to note that as the unified voice of healthcare in India, NatHealth has picked up some initiatives that are critical for Viksit Bharat. Patient safety, digital health, and startups all have huge potentials for public health in India. By supporting the cause of patient safety, NatHealth has started spreading awareness in the sector on this very vital element of healthcare delivery. Digital health, which is very close to my heart, has the power to improve accessibility, affordability, and transparency. And innovations in healthcare open up the doors for an amazing future. I am also sure that the Indian government will greatly benefit from these programs, mainly because these programs are fused well with our overarching vision of Viksit Bharat. I encourage all industry stakeholders to come.
Once again, welcome back. The medtech industry is a critical pillar of India's healthcare ecosystem, contributing to innovation, economic growth, and global competitiveness. The Indian medical device market is valued at about $15.35 billion in 2023, and it has the potential to scale up to $200 billion. Despite government incentives like PLI scheme, some factors constrain the rapid growth of the sector, including price caps on some medical devices and complex procurement and hospital sales processes. We are very glad to welcome our esteemed dignitaries for this session. So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome on stage our session chief guest, Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi, Drug Controller General of India, Central Drug Standard Control Organization, CDSCO, Government of India. Please give a round of applause and welcome him on stage. Joining him on stage, we have Shri C.K. Mishra, former Health Secretary and former Secretary Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. Please welcome Mrs. Roli Khare, Deputy CEO, Government E-Marketplace, GEM. Please welcome Dr. Rana Mehta, Partner and Leader Healthcare, PwC India. Please give a round of applause and welcome on stage Mr. Hariharan Subramanian, Managing Director, Siemens Healthcare Private Limited, and Mr. Manish Sardana, Managing Director and General Manager, South Asia, Vigon, India. Please give a round of applause to our speakers on stage. We look forward to hearing from them during the session. I would request Shri C.K. Mishra to please welcome Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi, Drug Controller General of India, with a bouquet of flowers. We are very grateful to sir for taking the time to come here and to talk about this important session of realizing the full potential of medtech industry in India. I would request Mr. Manish Sardana, Managing Director and General Manager, South Asia, Vigon, India, to please welcome Shri C.K. Mishra, former Health Secretary and former Secretary Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. And I would request Mr. Hariharan Subramanian, Managing Director, Siemens Healthcare Private Limited, to please welcome Mrs. Roli Khare, Deputy CEO, Government E-Marketplace, GEM. Thank you. I would now request Shri C.K. Mishra, former Health Secretary and former Secretary Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, to please address the audience and give us context of this entire session and please make the introductory remarks. Please put your hands together for Shri C.K. Mishra.
Very good afternoon, everyone. Really happy to be here amongst you. In fact, I quite fondly remember, I don't quite exactly remember whether it was 2016 or 17, this very dais, I remember this then stalwarts of the industry sitting and trying to say what NatHealth should be doing and what NatHealth should not be doing. I really don't want to say anything more than that on NatHealth, except to say, Thank you, NatHealth, for organizing this, and thank you for three specific reasons. Not the only ones, but first, having done the impossible task of getting a competing industry to come together and think of a common cause. I never thought that was possible. But that you have done it. Congratulations on that. The second, to really think out of the box and not limit this to a healthcare provider session and associate everyone who actually comes in to make that ecosystem where healthcare delivery becomes much easier. And third, of course, the last and least, is for inviting me. Thank you. The session today, I'm told, is aimed at looking at A, the role of medtech, B, the future, and C, the criticality of things that exist. We have a very eminent panel here who will give their views to you. I would just like to use a broad brush and set the context of why we are here, according to me. See, we need to answer a few questions. First of them being, why is it that suddenly medtech has assumed the kind of importance that we are seeing today? Secondly, having assumed that importance and having gone to the field to the healthcare provider, is it being used effectively? And more important, appropriately? And third, what do we do together to get that real surge in the industry, both in the fulfilling the domestic demand and actually capturing the export market? I think the answer to these three questions may actually cover the entire gamut of discussion today. I'm not going to get into detail because I am told you have two presentations after me, which will actually focus on issues. But continuing on the broad theme, why is it that medcare has become critical? You know, in the healthcare delivery system of India, where let me tell you that we have done extremely well, but also realized that there are huge gaps. And the ability to fill that gap in terms of human resource capacity or even provisioning has not been that high. So medtech really comes in to fill that critical gap so that we are able to achieve our goal. You know, all the things about AI, digital health that we hear are extremely critical in helping the last mile delivery of healthcare in India. And when I say last mile, I actually mean the person at the end who needs health services. So you have to look at it as a better gap filling. You know, when you look at healthcare, when medtech, the second thing that you really expect apart from the gap filling activity is that this should give you better and sharper results in your medical journey. So there is, of course, an overbearing importance of digital health, which we all recognize. One point that we need to remember is that it has to be more of it at the point of care delivery systems, at the point of care of healthcare in India. If we are not able to do that, no matter what we produce and how intelligent we are, it really doesn't matter to the common man. And let me also confess that unless it matters to him, industry survival is not assured. So let's come to the second part. Is it being applied properly? One of the critical elements of health medtech delivery in India today is affordability. And it's one argument to say that we really can't be affordable because the cost of production are very high. It's a valid argument. But then if nobody buys, or nobody is able to afford to buy, what do we do with an industry? And in case, if you are committed to providing healthcare right till the end, there has to be some kind of balance, because healthcare ultimately is about access, affordability, quality, and I always add equity. So it is in this context that we need to really look at healthcare. So I would say let us negotiate the cost of treatment in such a way that each side is able to make ends meet. Otherwise, we are just not getting anywhere. And when we talk about medtech, please remember we are not talking about just the metros or big cities. The real requirement is tier 2, tier 3. In the last couple of years in particular, India has seen a remarkable change in the healthcare delivery system. The new story is doctors, technologies moving from metros to tier 2, tier 3. If all that movement is happening, you need to move as well, because that is where the care is required. So you need to look at the design, you need to look at the pricing, you need to look at the demand. And one very critical thing is, it is not about what you want to produce. It is about what is needed. The production must keep pace with that. Having said that, let me tell you that human touch, even today, matters. And, if you try to completely, in today's scenario, in the social setting that we have, dissociate the patient from the doctor, there are challenges. So we have to find a midway of actually being a bridge between the medical healthcare provider and the patient, so that we are able to provide better services. It's not about replacing, it's about enhancing the ability and capability of the medical service to reach there. I have always believed that technology is very critical, but technology cannot be equal to healthcare delivery. Having said that, in today's scenario, the biggest enabler to healthcare delivery is technology. So we can't, do without it. Therefore, this has a place of pride in the general healthcare delivery system. So what do we need finally to promote this industry? Government policies? Yes, of course. You need appropriate policies for the growth of the industry. And appropriate policies does not necessarily mean fiscal incentive. I may be sounding a discordant note, but I am a firm believer that fiscal incentives are non-sustainable incentives. The industry has to come together to really take up the challenge, but the government must provide an ecosystem that allows the industry not just to establish, but to grow and thrive. Otherwise, it's not possible. The second critical arm, according to me, is innovation. That is the key to success. The better the innovation, the bigger the reach, the more the demand. And the third critical aspect is, I'm happy Dr. Raghuvanshi is here, streamlining regulatory framework. I've been a part of this journey, so I'll not try and be critical, but that's to save my own skin actually. But I'll certainly say that we are doing a lot, but there's a lot more to be done. So we need a regulatory system which establishes clear, transparent, time-bound norms for approvals and clearances, which establishes, standardized performance criteria and benchmarks. We need a regulatory system which is globally harmonized. And we need the regulator, not because he is the regulator, but we need him because he's the caretaker. If we are able to harmonize these thoughts, I think we will come up with a good solution. And what is key is predictability. Predictability in policy, predictability in pricing, predictability in your procurement systems. Since Jamie is present here, I must mention that. Once you have that predictability, I think the industry will find its place stronger on the ground. So, ladies and gentlemen, I leave you to the more knowledgeable people and just say, innovate, create trust, and stay grounded. I think that is where we need to head. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much for your address, sir. Definitely predictability will help the industry a fair bit. I would now request Dr. Rana Mehta, Partner and Leader Healthcare, PwC India, to please address the audience and talk about the white paper, the MedTech 2.0 NATHEALTH PwC white paper, the key points identified in there. Please put your hands together for Dr. Rana Mehta.
Thank you, and thank you, Dr. Mishra. I think you really set up the context. I think the whole idea of doing this white paper was, the whole concept of Viksit Bharat. When I went to medical school, one of the things we were taught was we will have healthcare for all by 2000. But I don't think there was a plan to it. So obviously 2000 came, but there wasn't no healthcare for all. So I think the whole idea here was to how do we make it really tangible? And like you said, healthcare is moving away. It's moving away from the cities, the urban conglomerates. It's moving away. So also to see how can the industry be really large and contribute to the GDP, right? I found a very interesting example. 42% of people work in agriculture, but that's 8% of our GDP. Software has 8% of our GDP, but only 0.8% of people work in. So we need to create industries which now create value and just not employment. In fact, last year we exported more software than Saudi Arabia did oil. So as the medtech industry is expected to grow, I think we looked at the whole ecosystem. We spoke to all the players. It becoming a $30 billion industries by 2030. We also looked at the low capita use of medtech. Figures may vary. When I went to med school, a lot of things we were told, okay, if you have a stroke, wait and watch. Today, there's so much of an intervention you can do to increase morbidity and mortality. But that comes at a cost. And like Dr. Mishra said, we need to make sure that cost is affordable for our citizens. The other thing is, in India, we always talk about a demographic dividend. But we must realize that in the next 5 years, 1 out of 5 Indians will be above the age of 60. So are we going to become a nation which will get rich before we get old, or will we become old before we get rich? So I think, how do you really promote the healthcare ecosystem to make sure longevity is on the forefront? I think one of the biggest things which the government has done over the last 10 years, it's moved away from being a pure provider that's opening hospitals to becoming a payer. As it becomes a payer, what is the role of medtech in this ecosystem? And finally, like you said, it looked at what are the regulatory policies, because the predictability component, which I really like. But how do you look at innovation? How do you look at startup? How do you look at fostering that ecosystem? How can India have its own Silicon Valley for medtech? And I think finally, as I conclude, I think we've always measured healthcare in terms of services, in terms of products, that's pharmacy and medtech. But I think one of the biggest building blocks of Viksit Bharat, if we go ahead, is to measure healthcare in terms of outcomes. Thank you.
I will now request Mr. Hariharan Subramaniam, Managing Director, Siemens Healthcare Private Limited, to talk about what the industry recommends and how the industry can work towards realizing the full potential of medtech industry in India.
Good afternoon and welcome Dr. Raghuvanshi, Mrs. Rolikare. Just give us a minute, there is some tech glitch. I'll probably start and set some opening remarks and welcome to all the leadership team of NATHEALTH, distinguished guests from the industry and my fellow panelists. MedTech has experienced probably one of the phenomenal decade of growth, I would say, in the last years. It has been around for more than 5 decades, but the last decade has been a phenomenal growth for the entire industry. This is primarily because the role of MedTech in modern medicine in precise diagnosis and delivering personalized treatment is getting enhanced at an unbelievable rate. And thanks to all the providers, the diagnostic chains who have invested heavily in this, adopting these technologies. It has been a phenomenal growth for the MedTech as an industry. And India has seen emergence of several global scale MedTech companies, and so have global companies who have come and invested in India. So before I start on the recommendation which we deliberated within the MedTech industry, we are starting on a solid foundation, and our whole theme is how do we build on the solid foundation of MedTech for the last decade which we have seen. The next decade towards our Arogya Bharat vision. The whole theme is about building a brand for MedTech from India, and the 4 pillars on which we have deliberated as a MedTech industry are: how do we stimulate demand, further accelerate adoption of MedTech? Software, this is something which is unparalleled in terms of human capital, what we have, which no other country has in terms of what software can do for MedTech, as well as a software, as also as an AI application. This is something which is not available anywhere in any country which we have along with the MedTech ecosystem. This is something which we have to play on strength. Well, there is a lot of push, rightfully so, from government on manufacturing in India. The biggest strength what we have as a country is software, which plays a vital role in MedTech. Demand, affordability as a MedTech player, both global, local, all of us have a responsibility to innovate, bring innovation which is affordable in India. And that is a responsibility which all of us have to work on. Compliance, we discussed a lot in the morning session. The only submission we have on compliance is we definitely need governance, quality and safety, because we are dealing with human health. But what is important is how do we make it ease of business? That's the 4 pillars which we as a team in MedTech believe are really fundamental to scale MedTech as brand in India. I just quickly go to the demand part of it. While a lot of capacity has been built over the last decade or so, huge investment in technology has happened. The primary driver for anyone to invest in MedTech still has to be more demand, more local demand. And a lot of capacity building has happened in the last decade. But if you just look at the comparison, wherever MedTech has invested heavily in terms of manufacturing, which they're all committed to do, it requires large local demand. And MedTech, unlike automotive or mobile industry, is not in the scale of millions, it's in thousands, probably 30,000, 40,000 units global demand. It means that we have to invest locally. The ecosystem is developing with the space program, with the automotive program, but what we need is really further scalable demand to encourage us to invest more, both local and global players in the MedTech demand. Insurance has been a big driver. the policy from government in terms of providing some form of universal cover has encouraged, and it has covered most of the procedures, while it doesn't cover largely the diagnostics and the early detection part of it as of now. GEM portal, which is actually really a welcome move because it allows a lot of standardization and simplification, and more expansion of GEM portal standardization across states and private providers will definitely ease the whole procurement scale. So what we're requesting is, a lot of component ecosystem is still not available in India. There is a journey towards developing this, and all of us are committed to make huge investment in developing this. To do that, we need large demand, and that's the request, that in terms of expanding the insurance coverage, expanding the scope of GEM to include even the private and other state agencies, and some of the medtech areas, including emergency care, ambulatory care, and prevention and early detection, is still not covered in insurance. These, in our view, will really spur the demand and force us to invest more, which is what we see in most of other geographies. I talked about software as a big differentiator for any medtech across the spectrum. If you look at the value addition, you can easily say it's about 50% of what comes out of a medical device, either as an AI application or as a software, is fundamentally software. And much of it is actually getting built and delivered out of India. And this is, our request is that this be recognized as essential part of medtech. Today, we take a lot of pride in GCCs, a lot of encouragement is given, that has enabled the industry to flourish. But this is the essential part of it. Whatever medtech gets shipped across the globe, not necessarily in India, has a lot of India in it. Almost 50% of the medtech is in terms of software, and encouragement in terms of recognizing this as essentially a medtech will give a huge fillip in terms of how do we use the data. We have a rich data sets, industry, academia, collaboration, all that can be accelerated if you recognize that software and AI are essential part of the medtech. On the demand side, like I mentioned, the journey towards Make in India, most of the players investing in India has already happened, including medical devices, consumables to advanced imaging equipment. Most of the investment are beginning to happen because of the scale, what we have seen in the last decade. While the journey happens, given the size of the global units in terms of how much can be produced for what, until the full localization happens for these technologies in India, we need to have meaningful tariffs and duties and taxation. Some of the technologies which are very, very critical for cancer treatment, crucial imaging, have duties as high as 25 to 37% overall. While we recognize there has to be a localization, it's a gradual process. It will take at least 7-8 years to localize and be competitive, because the whole idea of Make in India is to make it affordable for patients in India. And that will require a long-term plan. And while the journey happens, these high tariffs, if can be addressed, that will make it affordable for patients, because most of these high tariffs today is a pass-through to the inpatients today. So that's essentially, while we have a responsibility to innovate, bring in all the innovations, both locally and globally, at an affordable price point, which is a responsibility for the medtech industry. In that meantime, at least over a 5-year period, at least not, if not 2-year period, a rationalizing of the tariff will be a big welcome for the industry. I will not delve too much into the complaints as a topic. We had a detailed discussion in the morning on how it impacts providers. For the medtech, it's gotten better, I must admit, over the years. While there have been some extreme cases, what I would like to highlight, the positive side is today the CDSCO licensing has gotten much better in terms of timelines, predictability, the query resolution. On the other side, the product introduction has become easier. The QCOs, I think a lot has been spoken about it, and the BIS, while we understand the rationale for those measures, I must admit it is also seen as indirectly as tariffs, because building Indian standards for newer products is understood. We can build it in the future products. But to get BIS and QCOs done for an install base, we have more than probably 40,000 pieces of equipment in the country. This becomes cumbersome because we have to augment the capacity of these labs to certify and do it quicker. So what we welcome is definitely focus on quality and governance and regulation. But if it is sudden and if it is prospective, it will be more helpful. But on the product licensing side, while there are extreme cases, I must admit that the licensing process in terms of predictability has become far, far better. There is a detailed session on the compliance topic, and I will not get further into it. There's a EI session which addresses this topic. This is my last slide, and then of course one more is on the whole theme is, given the size of our market, and probably we are the fastest growing market for any medtech company anywhere in the world, probably one of the fastest. The kind of talent pool we have on the software side, the innovation that is possible. The next theme for medtech is how to build a brand for medtech India, and that is all about building scale. So I would like to conclude by saying that we are in an inflection point in the sense that we have really reached a critical mass in terms of medtech. We see definitely a decade of growth opportunity, given the plans what providers and diagnostic chains have announced. What we need is to build on the scale, and some of these recommendations are really to elevate and bring that scale and build that brand for medtech in India. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Subramanian. I would now request Mr. Manish Sardana, Managing Director and General Manager, South Asia, Vicon India, to please address the audience. Please put your hands together for Mr. Manish Sardana.
Thank you very much. Dignitaries on the dais, colleagues and friends. I'm very happy to represent the medtech fraternity, which is our fraternity, but in continuation of what Hari brought in about the recommendations, and good thing was most of the recommendations are milestone. Okay, the recommendation is you do it in this year and you do it in the next year. So I would like to present the same discussion probably in my different way, in my own perspective, with the focus more on the demand. I firmly believe that if you want medtech to be a champion sector, you would want healthcare to be a champion sector too, because we are directly linked to healthcare. So currently the medtech consumption is about $9 in India, and which is directly linked to healthcare consumption. So the more is the healthcare consumption, the medtech consumption will go up. You see the recommendation we bring in are more to do how to help healthcare accessibility to go in, how to have healthcare penetration to go in. It talks about GST reforms. It does talk about funding for accessibility in tier 1, tier 2 towns, does talk about payment reforms, etc. And last but not the least, using medical device for the penetration of digital mission. So that's what I feel that if you can do that, the government can help us increase the healthcare penetration, take the healthcare penetration to tier 2, tier 3 markets, the medtech penetration will automatically go up. And this is in line with if the government is wanting to achieve, or all of us are wanting to achieve, the $50 billion medtech in 2030, which is just around the corner. On the supply side, government is, and on the demand side, I think my request to the government would be that the demand itself is so compulsive enough that it would work as a stick and a carrot both. The more is the demand in India, it is going to be pushing all the medtech companies to look at India and start manufacturing in India. And as soon as you start manufacturing locally with the scale, the cost goes down. And when the cost goes down, the affordability is also directly linked to that. On the supply side, the government is doing
fairly well, is helping us a lot on the innovation and on the R&D side, the subsidiaries and the supports which are being given, and on the manufacturing. The only request would be when you look at manufacturing, it will always be important to harmonize the localized and the imported representations, because at the end of the day, healthcare will never be 100% localized. There will always be a component of medtech, which the technology which would continue to be imported. So that's it from my side. Thank you very much.
I would now request Mrs. Roli Khare, Deputy CEO, Government E-Marketplace GEM, to please give the address. Please put your hands together and welcome Mrs. Roli Khare.
Namaskar everyone. I hope I'm visible. So I'll begin with some data about GEM and then try to give an overview of what we are doing at GEM and how it is helping the sector. GEM, currently we have about 1,300 categories, rather 1,200 categories on medical devices. And typically every category refers to any item that the government or any buyer is buying. So, and in every category, we have about 200 to 300 sellers. I'm talking about an average category. The top category might have 3,000 to 4,000 sellers as well. About 40 to 50 products or catalogs, as we call them. And the value of the transactions that are happening is close to about 5,000 for this entire 5,000 crores for this entire sector. This is some high level data. Now, as far as GEM is concerned, I'll try to explain our intervention from two sides, as most of us did, from the demand side and from the supply side. So from the buyer side, what was the position earlier and what is it that is happening now? So any buyer earlier would prepare a tender document and frame the tender document in many times in not the perfect way, missing out on a lot of things that they should have specified in the tender document, not knowing many things that should be part or what they should be asking for. Currently, we have a ready template in GEM where we have designed the entire tender document for them as far as any product is concerned. So if you want to buy, say, a digital hearing aid, then you know exactly what to ask for. So GEM has done that bit for you. And it's a very comprehensive research or study after which such a document or template is prepared. So we've tried to fill in the knowledge or the knowledge gap, if at all, which was there, and try to build on a lot of compliances into this template itself. And we have been talking about compliances. So like the medical devices rules, compliance to IES. So that is a lot inbuilt in our categories or procurement process, and the buyers don't really have to work on that front. Secondly, the buyers don't really have to look out for sellers. Sellers are there on GEM. We have a big database, a big set of sellers on GEM already. About, as I said, per category, we have about 200 to 300, 400 sellers and much more in the top categories. So that is, and some of the functionalities, direct procurement, you can do just with a click of the button for low value procurements. Thirdly, the buyer has many functionalities which were not there earlier, like reverse auction, like tracking the orders, like capacity building. So all these on the buyer front, these are the advantages after GEM has come into being. From the seller's perspective, the change is that the seller doesn't need to look for buyers. There is a ready market that GEM has offered to the sellers, and a seller from the south can hope to give a product or hope to cater to somebody, a small primary health center in, say, Uttar Pradesh in a smaller area. That is possible. Secondly, there are many functionalities which are available to the sellers as well, like the most important being payment integration. There is a mechanism where buyers have to ensure payment through our system, and there is a lot of pressure on the buyers also these days to be tight on that front. Thirdly, GEM is largely a trust-based portal. A number of compliances are also based on undertakings given by the sellers. At the same time, you also have the vendor assessment framework in place, which you can opt for to enhance your own credibility. So that is from the seller's side. So buyer side as well as seller's side, there are a lot of there is a whole framework which has come into place. And for any market to grow, I think the buyers, the sellers, the demand and the supply both have been addressed by this portal. And I think with overall, we can say that we have helped in the unification of this market, the government market. We have tried to reduce information asymmetry. We have tried to leverage a lot of technology, and we have just only begun, and the future looks very, very promising to us. We are very, very open to feedback. We want to improve further. We understand that there are gaps, and we are very, very open to feedback, and we hope to improve from where we are. Thank you.
I would now request our session chief guest, Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi, Drugs Controller General of India, Central Drug Standard Control Organization, CDSCO, Government of India, to please address the audience. Please put your hands together for Dr. Raghuvanshi.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you. So let me start with thanking NATHEALTH for inviting me, especially the Commissioner sir, who asked me one day that will you be able to spare time, and I said, why not? So this is one change which has happened in CDSU, that we are coming and talking to people. Predecessor have said that the industry is around $13.5 billion US today in India, but most of it, about 75–80%, is import. And government is trying to flip this 80-20 to 20-80 in next shortest possible time. But I know short is by definition would not be less than 5 years, when we can say that our exports have increased significantly. But a lot of efforts from government side in terms of policies, in terms of regulatory systems, in terms of incentives are in place, and it's a dynamic process. Things are new processes are being established to support this whole required growth of domestic industry and export. On the regulatory side, it's a recently regulated industry. About 1.5 years ago, we completed the regulatory system, or the industry became 100% regulated. So it has some repercussions, which as a regulator we face on daily basis. The most common is that things have slowed down. But the way we look at it is, you all know better than me that regulation is not for putting bottlenecks or controlling the industry. More than this, the biggest need for regulation or regulating the industry is global acceptance of the product which are developed within regulations are more acceptable globally than the system where it is not there. And that's the only reason, because it has implications on the quality. Regulations brings that boundary within which the operations have to happen to get the required quality of the product if we have to compete internationally. Since we started regulation and started regulating the industry, the numbers are very encouraging. If I see the medical device industry, we have, I think, signed 3,900 manufacturing licenses in last about 2 years. We have issued 10,500 import licenses. This is in medical device. When you see IVDs, 900 import licenses, 280 manufacturing licenses in vitro diagnostics. And good part is that in medical devices, out of about 3,900 licenses which we have issued, 1,000 of them are in category C and D. So that is also a very good indication that the industry is developing in the domain where it has to, and it should grow. At CDSCO, people who deal with us, they know, but it's important for me to let the audience know that we have a completely separate vertical which deals with IVDs and medical devices. We have regulators who have engineering background, especially recruited for medical devices and IVDs. And you'll be happy to know that whatever new recruitment rules has been finalized by the government and UPSC, it has 7 or 8 engineering background as the minimum requirement. And the need of the industry has been recognized by CDSU, by regulator, and by government. And in response to the need, we are actually stepping up and creating that system which is dedicated for medical device, suitable for medical device, which can meet the requirement of the industry. Because we know the way it is growing, we need to increase the resources, we need to bring the right talent in the system, which can actually look into the filings and review the filings and approve the products the way it should be. Also, what we recently did, so as I said that this is a new regulated industry, a lot of times we face issues like whatever you are asking now was never asked earlier. It's very simple. Earlier regulation was not there, so who would ask that? So the applicant or the industry has to understand that if it is a newly regulated industry, practically every question we ask would be new for the industry. So you have to plan your strategies accordingly that now the industry is regulated. One of the issues with country like India is that we are always in inertia. We want to keep doing the way we do things. The moment there is an intervention, we feel that somebody is stopping us. And that's the issue currently in this transition phase we are going through. And we are trying to address that. And to address that, recently we initiated the stakeholder awareness programs. 2 of them have already have been completed, where we are in hybrid mode, talking to industry, medical device industry, IVD industry on a specific topic which is of interest to industry, to make them more aware about the medical device regulation, what is expected from regulator, what regulator expects from industry. And you will see next whole year, you will see at regular intervals these kind of programs going on. The way we did on the drug side, revised schedule M, we have completed about 25 programs just to make the industry aware of the new expectation of the regulator. We would do that for medical device industry also, so that the industry becomes more aware of the expectation from the regulation and the regulator. One of the simple examples recently happened was on the flat panel detector. The whole industry was shouting against the regulator that this was never asked to be licensed and why somebody is stopping my consignment. But it was very clear in the regulation that you need to have an import license, and there is a reason for that. Why do we need to have the import license for a component like flat panel detector? Because the whole functioning of the equipment where it is dependent on that particular component. If we do not have the traceability of that particular component, we don't know what kind of result would come, and if there is any problem, how you basically do the investigation and reach to the root cause of the problem. So I'm telling you, this example is a recent example, but a very apt example that it is required to have the import license for the important components of the devices. We have to understand as industry that since the regulations are new and now the industry is regulated, means that the context has changed. For this whole industry, the context has changed, and when the context changes, we know that content has to change. So we have to change our mindset, and we have to be ready, and we have to understand the regulation, which is very important for both parties to survive together and work together for the growth of the industry. Internationally also, you know, we got the affiliate membership of IMDRF. And last week I was in Tokyo. I attended all sessions there. The theme which was most common this year was collaboration, harmonization, and reliance. So I am for collaboration, I am for harmonization, but at Reliance I have little bit of my own concern. And why it is so? Because country like India, there's a difference between an African country and India. India is promoting its domestic industry. We cannot let only import registrations happen and import and sale licenses being issued. We have Reliance is acceptable and is good for a country like India at this stage of medical device, where you rely on the approval of some other country, but the production is happening in India. If I promote full reliance, that means we are not promoting our domestic industry. And that is one point which we have to understand. Second important point, I also differ a bit from Mr. Subramaniam here on 2 points. Your 4 verticals, I think the quality for me is the foremost, and that should be the first one. I know it was not in the order of priority, but that should have been put more strongly and more vehemently, because we are today facing the problem on the drug side, and I don't want to repeat that in medical device side from 5 years from now or 10 years from now. We are struggling in spite of being pharmacy of the world, we are struggling today only because of the quality, because it was not looked at properly at the time when it should have been. And regulator is responsible for that. I don't hold industry responsible for that. We allowed that to happen. And I don't want that to be happening in medical devices. So my request is put quality more forcefully in your meeting so that people understand the importance of quality. And second is on the import and marketing. You have to, this gathering, I was talking to Mishra ji, I would have been more happy if I would have seen more MSMEs sitting here who need to understand the need for regulation, because the 90% of issues which we face today is not from big companies. It is mainly from the small companies. And there it may not be intentional, but they need to be in these kind of gathering to understand the context, to understand the regulation, and to build their strategies if they have to grow. The whole world is looking towards India today in medtech industry, and they want us to repeat the same success which we did in drug. But point is, we have to prepare ourselves for that, and for that I think it has to be more inclusive. and help handhold our smaller partners to graduate to the level where we become internationally competitive. Also, one point was on, I heard you say that the demand should increase if the industry has to be sustainable. But I feel that medtech has a character that if you depend on the local demand to increase, the industry may not be sustainable for long. You have to develop your export market. Unless until you make in India and sell globally, the industry will not be sustainable. So rather than pushing for increasing demand, which will happen, because all the government policies in healthcare is going to increase the investment in healthcare. It will automatically increase the demand, local demand. Insurance is growing, it will increase the local demand. But unless until we become competitive internationally, we start making in India and selling globally, this industry is not going to grow for long. This is not sustainable. That's my own. So to sum up, as I said, we are also learning along with the industry because it's a new regulation. It's a new growing industry, so fast changing that the regulator also has to learn on daily basis. And for that, a continuous dialogue is important. So I always encourage people like you to, in one way or the other, whatever is the model, but engage with regulator. Come with your problem. Your problems help us actually do amendments in our regulations. So talk to us, and we have created platforms. I'm meeting without any appointment twice a week. And I'm happy to say that more than 50% of the customers who come and meet me without appointment are from medical device industry. More than 200 issues have been resolved during in last, I think, 8-9 months since I started. And issues 70% are resolved then and there. Because these are small companies. They come with small issues. And they are solved then and there. But for me, it is very important because I learn a lot about the ground realities which are, and then we take the corrective actions. Another area which is very important and close to my heart is that digital head space, because as one of the speakers earlier said about our strength in software technology, and we have not used our potential to the full extent in the area at the interface of technology and medicine or clinical. And I was in Jodhpur last month, and they have such a beautiful program between AIIMS Jodhpur and IIT Jodhpur. At the interface, there actually IIT is giving a degree also on this medtech, which is actually jointly run by AIIMS Jodhpur and IIT Jodhpur. And there's so many ideas in the form of startups are coming from there, because you have the real users in the form of clinicians sitting there. They have all the problems, and you have technocrats to solve those problems using technology. We need more centers like that. And as Mishaji also said, that if we have to see the light of the day in terms of last mile delivery for healthcare in this country, it is just not possible to do it physically. There has to be intervention of digital, and that's why it is so important to use that potential of technology in this country to its full extent. We have approved products where we are approving SAMDs, we are approving the AI-based medical devices. In diagnostic space, we are approving all the AI-based. One of them I can quote also on the diabetic retinopathy, where one of the companies from India, being a startup, they developed that photo-based diagnostic system. And there are many more I can quote. So we are gearing up as a regulator. We are also learning, and we are also, along with you, discussing and approving the product. But at the end of the day, we cannot compare the success of Silicon Valley and a medical device because of the one fact that if a project of Silicon Valley fails, you will throw the product. But if a product of medical device fails, there is a life which can be lost. And that is why regulator is more defensive than offensive in approving products. So need your support, and we together have to build this whole industry for this beautiful country. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Dr. Raghuvanshi. And thank you for putting the perspective of the regulator with that clarity. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the end of this round of discussion on MedTech. As always, we've run out of time. As always, we've talked. Listening is not a good habit with us. So we'll continue the tradition of not listening to your questions, which you can do later. But then, overall, you've heard all sides. You heard the demand side in the morning. You had the supply side just now. You had the procurement side talking to you, the regulator talking to you. I think that kind of completes the cycle. There is no summing up really to do except to say that we need to understand that MedTech is deeply embedded in the healthcare system. The better and sharper the healthcare delivery system, the larger the scope for MedTech. So let us try and work together. And let me also tell you, everybody's job here is cut out. And each one has to do his job in the right earnest, not to obstruct, but to help the other person grow. So in that spirit, let the industry come together, let us grow, and the ultimate aim is actually to not just improve, but expand and better healthcare delivery in India. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for the patience with which you have heard us.
Thank you, sir. I would request Shri C.K. Mishra to please present a small memento to Dr. R.S. Raghuvanshi. We are very grateful to him for coming here, for sharing his thoughts on what will drive the growth of the medtech industry and the role that the regulator is going to play here. Thank you so much, sir, for taking the time out to come here. And I would request Mr. Manish Sardana to please present a plaque to Shri C.K. Mishra.
Thank you very much.
I request all of you to please gather for a group photograph. We want to thank all our eminent panelists for sharing their thoughts on this topic. As a token of our appreciation, we will be planting 50 trees in collaboration with our NGO partner Grow Trees and will nurture them in your name. We'll soon have the certificate on the screen, and this is, of course, a testament to our commitment to sustainability. Thank you for taking the time to come here, and thank you for sharing your thoughts with the audience. Please give a round of applause to all our speakers. I request everybody to please remain seated. We will continue with our next session in the interest of time. Our next session is on accelerating digital health adoption and creating pathways for scalable healthcare innovations. Given its vast population, healthcare access challenges, and increasing disease burden, digital health is not just an option, but a necessity in India. The NATHEALTH Foundation, as a collaborative CSR and through the collective participation of its partner network, is contributing to this transformation by three key programs, that is, Digital Health Masterclass, Health Nexus Accelerator, and the Patient Safety Initiative that aims to digitize health systems all the way to Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, accelerate startup-driven innovations, and institutionalize patient safety practices through awareness, policy advocacy, and industry best practices. In this session, we will understand the learnings from Nat Health's initiatives. I would like to invite on stage Mr. Sunil Thakur, Chief of Mission Nat Health Foundation and GC member, partner Quadria Capital. I request Mr. Thakur to please come up on stage and talk to us about the impact of our initiatives, the Nat Health Foundation initiatives, and how to scale this further.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Indeed, a pleasure and an honor to be here and talking about the work that NatHealth is doing in the area of CSR and other important initiatives that we've taken up on ourselves to deliver in the area of healthcare. The idea was to talk about the different programs that we are doing, how we've been sort of channelizing resources, and more importantly, the way forward. So it's a journey that we started about 2 years back through NatHealth Foundation when we created a segue into the work that NatHealth was doing in the area of CSR in healthcare. So we started out about 2 years back. The idea was to create a platform that offered a credible, neutral platform for corporate CSR and donors seeking to make meaningful spend towards high impact healthcare programs supporting the national cause of affordable, accessible, and quality healthcare. So that was the mission that we started out with, and clearly three big areas and important areas for us. First and foremost was how do we maximize the CSR impact for corporates in healthcare. Corporates were looking to sort of invest their CSR money in the area of healthcare. And then how do we identify and contributing key thrust areas? So how do we marry the resources to the areas that we believe will create the highest impact by investing in healthcare? And as a result, transform the entire healthcare ecosystem through integration, collaboration, and innovation. So that was the idea. And within that idea, the three areas that we thought of focusing on was how do we build healthy community? How do we create platforms to provide access to affordable and quality healthcare? And more importantly, as a result, how do we strengthen infrastructure in whatever small way that we could do? And the way we went about doing this under the foundation was we created 3 formats of programs, starting with our long-term strategic theme programs. These are programs that we've curated, which have the highest impact, need the most resource in terms of money, and would have the long-lasting impact across affordability, accessibility, and quality. And then we also have programs which are mainly yearly programs, which run for the duration of 9 to 12 months, where we pull in resource again from different corporates. And these are well curated programs from the foundation. And then the third type of program that we are running are short-term programs. And these programs can also be sort of tailor-made or made bespoke, depending on a few corporates who want to invest money in specific areas of healthcare. So have created the flexibility from a very long-term to short-term programs. Very pleased to share that we've embarked on a journey under the first program, which is the strategic theme programs. And today, as we speak in front of you, we have three programs, and they are directed at three different very important areas. First and foremost is the area of promoting digitization of health systems, which means how do we promote the concept of digitization amongst providers, amongst other stakeholders in the healthcare space. And for that, we have a program which we've called as the Digital Health Training Program, something that I'll speak about in the next few seconds. The second one was around the idea of accelerating innovation to drive scaled industry solution. So how do we pool in resources to create an ecosystem where we bring industry leaders to basically mentor and promote some of these novel concepts through startups, which we believe have opportunity to scale up with a good use case and a strong commercial opportunity. And third and foremost, is how do we institutionalize patient safety practices? This is our longest running program, which is under the patient safety program. So just to delve quickly into each of these programs, the first program which I mentioned was on the digital health training program. Here the idea is to go to the tier 2, tier 3 cities, invite hospital providers, diagnostic companies, and basically educate the workforce around digitization to use digital tools. Idea is to reach out in the short to medium term to about 5,000 small healthcare providers across 50 cities, and take this number to 300 cities and 30,000 providers. So that's the objective. The approach has been to conduct this in the form of a digital health masterclass program. These are training programs where we invite about 40, 50 providers in those specific tier 2, tier 3 cities. It's been a great journey, short, but very, very meaningful and very impactful and very successful, I would say. What we've done in the last few months is we've empaneled 3 high quality training providers, which is QCI, MedLearn, and Tech Mahindra. So they have formed partnership with NATHEALTH to deliver these programs. We've already conducted in the last few weeks these programs in 5 cities, trained about 265 providers. And the idea is before end of this month, we should get to about 7 cities. So getting good traction, getting good feedback from the training sessions that we've done. And in the next 1 year, the idea is to now take it to about 100 cities. And as we move along, there are many funding partners who are coming along. There are many technology partners and education partners who are supporting this program. So this is our first program. The second program that I spoke about was in the area of supporting startups who are coming up with novel commercial ideas, which we believe can be scaled up and would have strong use case. Objective is to basically promote some of these late stage startups. We've started off with a cohort of about 25 such startups in partnership with IIT Delhi. The approach has been how do we leverage our membership, how do we leverage our network to come out and support this program through mentorship, through using digital technology platforms, and creating in some situations a sandbox where these startups are able to test out their products on an industrial use case to see if it's succeeding or not. It's been successful so far. We've had a good innovation cohort. As I mentioned, with partnership with IIT Delhi, we've conducted few programs. The biggest one was in November 24. We've been engaging with industry leaders who've been acting as jury panel and has been suggesting and giving feedback to these startups, and have conducted boot camps. Idea is to grow this into a larger program to create more cohorts, but more importantly, bring more structure by creating educational programs. And these are educational materials that are being put together with guidance from industry leaders, from private equity investors, looking at from an industrial lens, looking at it from an investor lens, so that it has a commercial traction and is built for success and scale. So that's the second program that we have been running as part of a strategic program. The third and the longest running and the most successful is the patient safety program. So we've been running this for now nearly 2 years. The idea is how do we drive nationwide change by prioritizing patient safety and reducing and educating stakeholders on safety. The approach has been creating awareness and imparting education on this very important area with the objective of reducing the adverse events, improving patient recovery and overall health, fostering a culture of continuous improvement, and more importantly, empowering healthcare professionals to prioritize patient safety. Been a great journey. We've been able to create awareness amongst at least 3 lakh people so far. We've created a white paper around this concept of patient safety, and more importantly, institutionalized award, just to sort of create awareness and bring about the sense of achievement in the area of patient safety. Idea is to grow this big again, just like the other few programs that I spoke about, by creating structured training programs to impart patient safety education, and launch nationwide awareness programs mainly through digital tools. So this is one area that we felt has the least amount of awareness, especially if you talk about stakeholders beyond the clinical setup, especially say with patients and patients who are not hospitalized, but things like how do you use pharmaceutical products, drugs, medical devices. So we will expand it to cover those areas as well. So these are the 3 programs. We believe in the last 2 years we've made a great amount of success, but we also believe that it's a journey that has just started, and there is a long distance for us to cover, and that is where we believe we need more and more partnerships, more and more organizations coming forward, specifically in the areas of partnership. If I talk about, we are looking for financial partners, people who can come forward and help us with finances, mainly through the CSR route, either directly by yourself or through your network. We are looking for technology partners because most of the programs that we are talking about has a digital intervention. So get more partnership in the area of technology, implementation partners, because quite a few of these programs have to be physically implemented on the ground. And last but not least, ecosystem partners, any partners who are beyond these 3 that I've just mentioned. What we certainly promise you is a credible, neutral platform in the form of NatHealth. And the reason why we believe we bring that credibility is first and foremost, we are the apex industry federation for healthcare with partners straddling across different segments from hospitals, diagnostics, medical devices, pharma, and allied segment. More importantly, the all-inclusive partnership right from hospital providers from tier 1 cities to tier 2, tier 3 cities. So we have that credibility, widest coverage of healthcare companies and healthcare segments within our membership. Most importantly, we believe we are a trusted partner to most of our stakeholders, most importantly, government, global foundations, and large corporates. Have a track record now of creating a high impactful work in the area of healthcare. A team that's well experienced, both in terms of understanding the sector, but also now understanding the impact work that we do in the area of healthcare. And most importantly, and last but not least, what every corporate needs, corporates who are giving us CSR money is reporting, monitoring. That's what we believe is a gold class when it comes to how NatHealth does this. There are other benefits that comes across, by partnering with us, and this is obviously to do with marketing, branding, digital presence of partners who come along with us. I need not spend more time on this. So all in all, what I'm here to request you that be part of this transformative journey. Come forward and help us either directly or through your network. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we have discussion on charting collective roles and responsibilities for NATHEALTH and NATHEALTH Foundation ecosystems. And for this, I would like to invite us on stage our esteemed speakers for this session. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage Dr. Atul Mohan Kochar, CEO, National Accreditation Board for Hospitals and Healthcare Providers, NABH. Please welcome Dr. Rajiv Singhal, Founding Member, Managing Director and CEO, Marengo Asia Healthcare. Please welcome Mr. Neeraj Jain, Director, Board, NatHealth Foundation, Country Director, India and Director, Growth Operations, Asia, Middle East and Europe, PATH. And please welcome our moderator, Mr. Amit Mukim, CEO, Immune Therapeutics. Please give a round of applause to our speakers on stage. I would request Dr. Rajiv Singhal to please welcome Dr. Atul Mohan Kochar with flowers, a bouquet of flowers. We are very grateful to Dr. Kochar for taking the time to come here and sharing his views with the audience. And I will now hand it over to Mr. Amit Mukim to steer this discussion.
Good afternoon. And I'd like to compliment NatHealth on this fantastic initiative in setting up this foundation. I remember about a decade ago, more than a decade ago, when NatHealth was formed, this was one of the visions that the institution had put in place, because it really brings together the key components of what we want to do with respect to quality, affordability, and access. But more importantly, it provides a platform for the NatHealth members to participate in the most meaningful way in contributing to the programs that this foundation is trying to do. I think Sunil has very well laid out what the objectives of the foundation are, what the programs are. But the reason we wanted to have this session was primarily to also bring forth a clarion call for all of you all in some way to include yourselves into this foundation, both in terms of how you want to contribute to this foundation as well as participate in some of the initiatives that the foundation has laid out. And in this regard, we actually have a panel that's going to talk about all of the various aspects. We talked about quality, affordability, and accessibility. And I'd like to start with Dr. Atul, especially with respect to quality, which is an agenda not only for NatHealth, but for across the industry. But Dr. Atul, you saw the foundation and how it's coming together. We'd really love to hear your views on how the agenda could be espoused, both by this institution as well as the members, to further the cause of quality.
Yeah, thank you so much, Amit, and thank you to NatHealth and the entire leadership of NatHealth for this opportunity. It's a phenomenal movement, I think, being undertaken by all the leaders who are here in audience today. So I am representing NABH, the National Accreditation Board for Hospitals and Healthcare Providers. We are into the 20th year of operations. We accredit hospitals big and small, and we feel very privileged that today we are partnering with 23,000 hospitals in India and in 12 countries. We have sketchy presence. So out of the 196 odd countries in the world, only about 37 countries have their standard, own structured healthcare standard accredited by a global benchmark body called ISQA. So these standards, so India occupies a place of pride. Coming to the point, so over the past 20 years, it's been a learning curve for us also and for the nation also, as a foundation of healthcare quality, patient safety, all revolving around a linchpin of, if I can say that, preventing unintended harm is taking shape. Now, what is the next frontier? If we are to go to the next frontier, then government has already shown us a way. About 4.5 years back, Honorable Prime Minister released the National Digital Health Mission, which is now known as Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. And this ABDM for the past 4 years, for the first time, we have a framework which has given the country a digital roadmap for healthcare industry. We have ABHA number, we have healthcare professional registry, we have interoperability. But it's very unfortunate. And first thing, the good thing which happened, with this triggered NABH to draft the digital health standards also under our chairman, Mr. Rizwan Koita. We drafted not only the digital NABH digital health standards, but also we are in advanced level of accepting applications for standards for HIS and EMR companies. So already we have 108 accredited digitally platinum, gold and silver hospitals. And we also have 58 applications from all of the top-notch, cutting-edge industry vendors who have applied under the NABH digital health standards for software companies. So having said that, it's very unfortunate that hospitals are not coming forward to follow on the road to digitalization. See, if we take a look, India healthcare is a very rosy sector. We are 56,000 crore strong industry, 650 billion US dollars. However, if we are to look at the structured or listed companies, probably they are less than 10% of that, right? So 90% of the sector is flying under the radar. They are very happy doing what they are doing pen and paper work and collecting cash. And possibly that is not a very good thing for a country aspiring to be a Viksit Bharat by 2047. So probably this is where a role of NatHealth could come in. We have a very active, low cost, user friendly program on digital health. We have built capacity. We have created foundation courses, master courses, all free of charge or at a very, very nominal cost. But if majority of the hospitals don't come forward and utilize these services, I'm not saying we are the only one. There is NHSRC, the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. So there are a whole lot of efforts going on in the direction, but hospitals, there's a strong resistance to digitalization. So the patient safety and healthcare quality in a country of our size and shape and diversity has to ride on bringing bridges, and digital is that bridge. And NatHealth could be the nudge, and the federation could provide the necessary stimulus for all its members, a very strong stimulus to adopt such practices. I'll take a pause.
Thank you, Dr. Atul, and thank you for coming and sharing this perspective with NatHealth. I think it's very, very clear, and one of the reasons we wanted your presence on this panel was also to pass the message on to the NatHealth members that there is now a bridge to actually both build capacity, access some of the training material, as well as an entire marketplace that has got created. If one wants a curated set of technologies that one needs to look at. And this is a big step forward because this was absent a few years ago and it was becoming a barrier. One was the technology, the other was the training and capacity building, which now NatHealth is trying to do along with other partners. And I think this will really pave the way for one of the foundation's initiatives. The second initiative, which started a few years ago, which was really to tap into the entrepreneurial ecosystem, because NatHealth was an entire conglomerate of institutional providers, other industry participants, but we really wanted the innovators to be part of this. And I'm very pleased to say that over the last 5 years, more than 500 startups across digital health and other access points have participated in some way, got access to funding, got access to mentoring from the NatHealth members. And now this foundation has actually created an accelerator that Sunil spoke about. One of the things which makes this accelerator possible is that it has access not only to the right set of institutions, but also some of these institutions are coming forward to actually support the market access as well as the mentoring that needs to be institutionalized for some of these startups to see light of day. And with that, Rajiv actually has come forward through the institution to build a platform in Marengo. And I'd really like to bring you in, Rajiv, and talk about how you're envisaging this and how some others could also follow the model you're trying to build?
Thanks, Amit. First of all, thank you for having me here. This is a great platform and I think great session because this is the need of the hour. Coming back on the concept of how we want to take this concept of innovation and the entrepreneur mindset which is coming up in India across the country, I think we need to create a bridge between the people who are actually on that journey and connect with the people who really where they can get access, where they can utilize their ideas, implement ideas and see the result. At the end of the day, any idea until and unless it has been tested on the ground with the results which can be audited, it will not find the success story which with these people they can go back. That's the most important part. What we did at Marengo Asia Hospital, and the reason I'm very passionate about this, because I sometimes put myself, the entire people who are into this journey on same shoes, because this is where I was in October 2020 when I started Marengo Asia Hospitals. And I have said this multiple times when people talk about if I was in US, I would have said the company started in garage. This is the company which I started from the apartment in Gurgaon, where I used to stay, did the fundraising, sitting in the study room and did whatever was required. And gradually, now today we have 4 hospitals, 1,500 beds, and we are actually progressing. I think that's the most important part, and we continue to progress, and soon we will reach our goal of 5,000 beds over a period of time. Having said that, during this journey, we came across a lot of people who have enthusiasm, people who are actually passionate, and people who want to do something better than what they had done yesterday. Can you actually convert tomorrow better than today, better than yesterday? And that is the place where you actually want to work with them. So when we started interacting with NatHealth, we said, we as Marengo Asia Hospitals, we volunteer to bring these startups into our ecosystem. We will give access to our clinicians where for every individual startup, whether it is in, let's say, rehabilitation, whether it's in orthopedic, people are working in Alzheimer's, people are working on CPR stuff, we have connected them with our clinicians who are now acting as mentors. With this one, they are able to test the products, they are able to get the guidance, the entire loop and the circle is completed. And then over a period of time, you will have a much more refined product which will come out, which is tested, mentored by the clinicians, and can actually withstand in the healthcare ecosystem. That is what is the objective. So we have done that, and that is how we are trying to build that. And we have a very innovative concept of called Marengovation. This is the platform where people can reach out to us, and we call it as Marengovation because that's our innovation from our side and our contribution that anybody who wants to work. Today we work with IIT Gandhinagar, we are working with IIT Delhi, we are working with Harvard, we are working with, in fact, in UK with one institute, and next month I'm actually going to UK for signing up with one more such startup initiative where we will be able to get more people from nearly 12 hospitals in UK who can be onboarded on Marengo Asia platform. That's how we are actually increasing our sphere of influence. That's it, Amit.
No, that's wonderful, Rajiv. And I think you're trying to put together a possible solution to a big problem that has existed, especially for entrepreneurs and innovators who did not have a validated way to actually test the concept or even get potential market access. About digital and then the Nexus Accelerator. But Neeraj, from your standpoint, there are 2 questions I'd like to ask you. One is, you've of course built and led one of the largest institutions that has contributed to so many causes in public health. And now, as NatHealth Foundation is setting on its journey, what would be some of the things that we could look for as well as leverage given the construct we have? And then I'll come to the next one.
Thanks a lot, Amit, and thank you all for being here. I want to just thank Siddharth for inviting me to the board of NatHealth Foundation. I must tell you, when he called me and he said, would you want to come on board? And I said, you're a networking organization Why do you have a foundation? I had all these 300 questions in my head. And then as I thought along, I said, what we lack is an ecosystem. We've got a fragmented ecosystem. Here you've got a network of all these great organizations which are already sitting together. Atulji just made a call for action. Sir, अगर ये सब इस room में, if everybody agrees to come on to ABDM, we'll be in good action, huh? We'll be in great action. So there you are, So that's that kind of encouraged me to really not only be on the board, but I'm really enjoying the work that you're doing, Siddharth and the team at NatHealth. I think scaling up, as long as we are focusing on overall impact, and as long as we are able to get impact, I think we are obviously going to find that private sector will grow because that's going to mean more top line. The impact will definitely reduce inequity. And I'm sorry, I'm going to talk about inequity quite a bit because I come from the public health space and from a not-for-profit, so constantly focusing on inequity. The ecosystem is critical. How does the ecosystem come together? Are people talking to each other? Are they partnering? I mean, what you're doing, frankly, Rajiv, is wonderful. And I think, that opportunity of being able to, for all the innovators, being able to actually test out their product in a real life situation, that's a big deal. We just need another 40 Rajivs all over the country, maybe 80. We just need more people coming on to ABDM without actually hesitating. I wish Government of India would have said, given an option of opt out rather than opt in. Because unfortunately, now we are having to nudge people to come on to ABDM rather than we could have said, okay, don't go away, stay with it. But I must say, we've been working with ABDM very, very closely. It's one of the world's best possible designed systems. Is it working 100%? No, nothing actually starts by working 100%, but it's on its journey. I would say that, NatHealth Foundation can play a very, very important part because the kind of members that we have, if we're all going to come together, digital is one piece. Anybody want to give it a shot? Why do you think we need the data? Why does the country need the data? Why should you come on ABDM? Anybody want to try? I mean, I can tell you, but I'm sure you know the answer, right? Because at the moment, we don't know what's happening in the country. We don't know what are the hotspots for malaria. We don't know what our actual diabetes burden is. And that data is going to be important not only for the Government of India, but also for all of you as you start developing products, ideas, etc. So ABDM becomes extremely important for all of us to come on board, and private and public sector eventually probably will have to come on board. I think the other part is on the technology piece, Amit. And I work for an organization called PATH. PATH was registered about 50 years ago as Program for Appropriate Technologies in Health. So it's an acronym actually. Not too many people know that. So that was the idea, Program for Appropriate Technologies in Health, because technology is what is going to make healthcare leapfrog. For me, if we are able to bring the ecosystem together, if partners start talking to each other, working with each other, there will be a lot of benefit. And I think NatHealth Foundation is doing that. The programs are fantastic. We definitely need to get more partners. And we've been talking about that at the board meetings. But the ecosystem, once it does come in, we also have to remember that, I've seen this with, I'm part of many of these investment committees. And most innovators, when they come to present their numbers, there's a large number there that we will get sales from public health. There's always a large number of sales, that top line projection. And of course, there's a private sector projection. So the public health piece is also important. So you'll have to probably look at both. I think what Rajiv is offering is absolutely fantastic. I think you've got a call to action from the government. NatHealth provides you with the platform. And it's not just money. It's just the intent. Are we willing to come together as a group? Are we willing to say, okay, let's work together to make this happen? I think that's what we need. And I think that spark is what I'm hoping to see as we turn the financial year to 2025-26.
So Neeraj, now you're on this side of the table.
Yeah.
What does success look like in 2026 for you?
I would want to see at least 70, 80 Rajivs. I want to see at least 300, 400 innovators who are at TRL 8 or 9 working with those 80 Rajivs. I would like to go and tell Atulji that, hey, here we have this. Come on now, give us the certification, accreditation, whatever. I would like to be able to say, hey, we've got the data. There's a need for sickle cell, management in a tribal district of Jharkhand. So here are 5 people. Go in there. Somebody's got a diagnostic. Somebody's got a device. Let's all go in together and fix it. So that's the dream.
Brilliant. I think we are almost out of time, but I'd like a closing remark from each of you all. Neeraj did spell out success, but Rajiv, you took this initiative on as a torchbearer of really starting the Nexus Accelerator. And if you really had to get more such NATHEALTH members on a platform like this, what would be a message for them?
So what we are doing is we are trying to create a standard template to onboard maximum people, so which can become a replicable for all the healthcare providers or people who are into the healthcare space. That's part one. For definition of success, I would just say that when you look at the world at a larger stage, there are around 195 plus countries in United Nations. And I have said this multiple times, and I keep saying this, that out of those 195 countries, 100 will never get the financial power to knock at the doors of Harvard, Cleveland, or Anderson kind of institutes. For us, success is when these people, they start looking at India as a benchmark. We need to be there so that for those 100 countries, we should become the benchmark. That is the definition of success. When we think about innovation, they think about us. That is the benchmark, and that is the success I'm looking at.
Dr. Atul?
So essentially, we are a big and diverse country. There's the adage that we are as strong as the weakest link in the chain. It's also a reality that future pandemics are here, and probably touch wood. The way climate change is happening, climate action, the incessant summer, probably these pandemics will keep on churning. So it's our duty to empower the last in the line. Though as socialist it may sound, but we cannot get away by building islands of excellence. We have to. It's in our interest. All those people who are here, probably they are the top 1%, who are already following and doing everything which needs to be done. But now it's their duty to further the cause of empowering the further spokes, really, because unless those people come up, the herd quality or the herd immunity will be faltering. So it's in our interest to reach out to the last in the line and really bring them up to a certain level and improve that herd quality.
Thank you. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I know we are out of time, and I must congratulate the NATHEALTH team for having set this up in such a beautiful way. I would encourage every one of you to reach out to the foundation members, to Siddharth and others, and really understand what is it that we are doing and how you all can contribute, both in terms of contribution as well as participation in this foundation. And each of these themes are as relevant to anyone in this group as it would be. So thank you, everyone.
I would request Dr. Rajiv Singhal of Marengo Asia Healthcare to please present a small memento to Dr. Atul Mohan Kochar, CEO, NABH. We want to thank all our eminent panelists for sharing their thoughts on this topic today. As a token of our appreciation, we will be planting 50 trees in collaboration with our NGO partner, Grow Trees, and we will nurture them in your name. And these certificates, of course, are a testament to your commitment to sustainability. We'll now move on to our session on the role of National Health Claims Exchange, the NHCX, in digital health convergence. The National Health Claims Exchange, NHCX, a gateway under the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, the ABDM, has been operational for about 6 months now. The NHCX aims to streamline and standardize health insurance claim processing, enhancing efficiency in insurance industry and improving patient experience. In this session, we'll discuss what are the big payoffs for hospitals and labs enrolling on the NHCX and ask questions like, could standardization of claim filing procedure reduce paperwork drastically? And will this lead to faster verification by insurance companies and lower billing errors for entities like hospitals and labs? So for this session, please put your hands together and welcome on stage our session chairman, Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, Vice President, NatHealth and Joint Managing Director, Apollo Hospitals Group. Please give a round of applause and welcome Dr. Sangeeta Reddy on stage. Please welcome Mr. Vikram Pagaria, Director, IT, National Health Authority. Please give a round of applause and welcome Mr. Pagaria on stage. Please welcome Dr. Vikram Chatwal, Chairman of the Board, MediAssist. Dr. Ajay R. Nair, Chief Executive Officer, Swasth, and our moderator, Mr. Ashish Rampuria, Partner, Strategy, Risk and Transactions, Deloitte Partner, India. I would request all our speakers on stage to please gather ahead of the tables for a group photograph. I would request Dr. Sangeeta Reddy to please welcome Mr. Vikram Pagaria with a bouquet of flowers. We are thankful to Mr. Vikram Pagaria for coming here, and we look forward to hearing his views on how to make the NHCX effective for everybody in the ecosystem. So to kickstart this session, I would request Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, Vice President, NatHealth and Joint Managing Director, Apollo Hospitals Group, to please set the context and give us the introductory remarks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful to see you all, and namaste. I'm going to be brief. We're running behind schedule, but we do need to take a few minutes to talk about the importance of this sector, the whole insurance sector. It was said a very long time ago that insurance is actually the engine that drives the healthcare industry. And I think 25 years ago, when I read this first, I didn't realize the significance. But if you see the fact that it enables the payment system and it enables individuals to afford healthcare, I think that really sets the context. And we saw this come alive. I do want to begin with the story of what we did 25 years ago in a village called Aragonda, where my father was born. When we were going to set up a hospital there, because the villagers told him, "You've done some great things, Dr. Reddy, but what have you done for your own village?" And then he decided to set up a 100-bed hospital, and everybody said, "Okay, this will be your charitable." And then he went on to say that, no, we need to create self-sustaining models, because how much can we continue to rely on charitable hospitals to bring healthcare to rural India? And so we created the first concept, and this was in the year 2000, of a health passport. So every villager paid 1 rupee per day, and the panchayat and the sarpanch and everybody spoke to them saying, for the cost of your BDs and your coffee, please give 1 rupee and buy this health passport. And of the 7,000 people in the village, there were about 26 people who said they would not or they could not. So we gave it to them free. So when that hospital opened, it had a completely insured population. Seeing that model, we actually went on through, we were the country's first TPA, family health plan, and worked with the government to build the Andhra Arogya Bharat, which was the Andhra police force. And that became 5 lakh people. So Arogya Bharat was the Andhra police force. Using that data, we then actually went into the Karnataka farmers, and the Yashashwini and Dr. Shetty and I did some really interesting conversations and brought that to Karnataka. From Karnataka, we swung back again to Andhra. And at that time, we requested Chandrababu Naidu, bring this to Andhra. And he was planning to announce it on Telugu New Year's Day, which is April. He couldn't do it in April. He had elections in June, which unfortunately he did lose. But when Rajshekar Reddy was a doctor, and being a doctor, he knew the value of this. He announced it immediately. And after that, it kind of became history. Arogya Shri was the basis for Rajiv Arogya Shri. And I must say that once it came over the last 10 years under Ayushman Bharat and Pradhan Mantri scheme, it has got wings like nothing else before. And I think all of us as a nation can feel very proud that approximately 52% of our population is covered in some way or another. And that is one of the significant feeders for the healthcare sector to really grow. But there's a lot more to be done. We need to cover the missing middle. We need a lower premium or higher than Ayushman Bharat, a co-pay system. We need more efficiency of claims. We need a lot more to really bring this to 100% insured population. And for me, it'll be like a dream come true, because I've seen the days when, farmers would either pawn their wife's jewelry or sell their land to get a bypass surgery done for a family member. And that is something none of us want to see. And insurance is truly the answer when society pays for healthcare. So I'm extremely happy to be here at this panel and to be able to share these thoughts. I think that what we're talking about is an important enabler and a catalyst and a strategy in the national growth of health insurance, which is the National Health Claims Exchange. This NHCX is one of the 3 digital gateways being developed by the Ayushman Bharat Digital Health Mission. You have the Unified Health Interface, you have the Health Information Exchange, the Consent Manager, the HIECM, and NHX really marks a very important milestone in the digitalization of health insurance claims. I also, must commend the amazing panel. So NatHealth, fantastic the way you've put the right people together. So you have the head of SWAST, you have Vikram here from MediAssist, the largest TPA. Of course, we have the head of the Health Exchange, who will be really sharing with us what they're doing, and we're looking forward to this wonderful presentation. I just want to kind of make 2 or 3 other remarks that as we're looking forward to automated claims adjudication, which will reduce cost and reduce time for people, which will reduce inefficiencies and lower the per claim cost. So many years ago, we were working with the health insurance, and Vikram and I were working together on this company where we saw the American insurance sector. And by doing the back-end claims for the American insurance, Indian companies made quite a bit of money. But the fact was their back end per claim cost was so high, and their back end per processing cost was almost 7 to 11 cents per dollar spent on health insurance, on healthcare, went into back end processing. And then we said to ourselves, we need to go to IRDA and talk to them and say India should never be in this position. So the simple thing that we did was request for a standard billing format, because in those days, every hospital and every insurer in the US had their own format. So Indian companies used to reprocess that. Today, in the day of automation, AI, all kinds of digital platforms, some of those may become, almost irrelevant. But the fact is that you need to standardize either your data sets, and Swasth has done an amazing job on that. Either standardize your data sets, your process flow, what goes into the information. You can only do AI when you have appropriate comparable information, or what they call semantic interoperability. So many of these foundations were laid by IRDA with multiple providers, with committees of providers who came together to create some of these. So this has been a long journey. But what is sometimes said that sometimes an idea, it takes years and very little happens. And suddenly, in weeks, you can see a huge transformation. I don't know if it's weeks, but definitely our expectation is that in the next few months, we will see this exchange translating the journey for providers, enhancing the payment and reducing the time for collection for the hospitals, and reducing the strain for the patients, and ultimately by this lower cost of processing because of automation, ensuring that our overall health sector is more vibrant, more productivity oriented, and that every rupee that we spend in healthcare goes towards the direct provisioning of care, which is the medicines, the surgery costs, the doctor, the nurses, the infrastructure, and not to back-end administrative processing. I think having said that, I want to welcome this wonderful panel and look forward to a really stimulating conversation. If there's just one thing that I request all of you to remember from this comment, it is that insurance is going to be the driver, and automation and adoption of unified automation is really going to be one of the most powerful levers towards this future of a completely insured population. Thank you all very much. Namaste. Let me hand over. Yeah, go ahead.
Perfect. Sure, I'll go ahead. Yeah. Thanks, Dr. Sangeeta. So I think next we have Mr. Pagaria, who will run us through the National Health Claim Exchange, how it has been envisaged, how it has been built, and what's the current status. May I request Mr. Pagaria?
And as he goes up, I do want to commend the NHA, Vikram, Mr. Kiran, all of them for the outstanding work that they have done in really putting us on a future path. Thank you, Vikram.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll take 10 minutes to set the stage of as to what NHCX is, what is NHA doing in NHCX, in its adoption, its development, and what are our challenges and what are the expectations from the stakeholders. We have all the relevant stakeholders here on the panel and among you. So as it was mentioned that the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, the Ayushman Bharat umbrella has 4 schemes. The Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, that is the insurance scheme. The Ayushman Arogya Mandir, that is the Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Centers. Third is the PM Ayushman Bharat Health Infrastructure Mission. And this is the 4th scheme, Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, which is aimed at digitizing or creating an interoperable digital health ecosystem. In this, we have the National Health Claims Exchange, which is built to provide interoperability in claims data. So any provider, any payer, the claims can move seamlessly from one provider to the payer. And as it was mentioned that the data standardization was a challenge, so NHCX really standardizes this exchange. And with this standardization, what it tries to do is that it tries to make this process automated. The present process is very, very manual, inefficient, and costly. So if this process becomes seamless, then the insurance processing becomes faster, it becomes affordable, and it also helps in having products like OPD insurance because it reduces the cost of claim processing. This is the realm of what is the health insurance space right now, and these are the major challenges that are there. When we implemented the National Health Claims Exchange, we visited various hospitals and we interacted with a number of stakeholders. And one of the hospital we visited was Max Hospital in Delhi. And when we visited the TPA desk, there was a patient's caregiver and he was saying, "Ma'am, हमारा वो approval के लिए आ गया क्या?" तो उन्होंने बोला कि ठीक है, जो TPA desk पे the lady told कि yes, I have sent it. Whenever it will come, you can come after 2 hours. I will let you know. The person told, "Ma'am, आपने उनको अगर भेजा तो हमको भी CC कर देते. So we'll also come to know." So the problem is that whenever somebody goes to a hospital and somebody is taking insurance, the process is so cumbersome and there is no visibility. With this, if this process becomes efficient, the user experience would be better and things will become seamless. What is NHCX? NHCX basically is the gateway between the provider and the payer. And one easy example is like suppose somebody has a Bajaj policy. Then what happens is that the hospital opens a portal. Whatever documents that are there, they download from their system. Then they again take a printout, or they from their HMIS they will download and they will again upload it. And then it goes to Bajaj. If suppose there is HDFC, there is another portal or there is another product that they have to use. Now with this NHCX, they will not have to use different portals. From one portal itself, from their HMIS itself, they'll be able to send it to the payer. So the hospital's problems would be easy. And this NHCX will send it to the corresponding payer, whoever is mentioned in the insurance policy. As I had mentioned to you that there are various pain points which are there in this process of claim processing. And if we go through the NHCX, then there are a lot of pain points that can be addressed. So, and at the cost of being cliched, I want to say that all of us agree that the processes are manual. All of us agree that the processes are inefficient when it comes to healthcare insurance. So it's an idea whose time has come. Repeatedly, this process, everybody knows that there are problems. This system offers some of the benefits that can be there if we adopt this, and it promises that these pain points, not all the pain points, some of the pain points which are there could be sorted out. For example, a person will be able to know whether my claim has been processed or not. Where is my claim? At what stage it is? When will I get it? It will also be able to check whether am I eligible for this treatment or not, whether my scheme is still valid, whether there are any exclusions. They can, as I mentioned, they can check their status of request, and it is like multiple registrations that are there. These are again some of the use cases that is possible using NHCX. This summarizes that these are the benefits for the insurance sector. These are the benefits for the providers, and these are the benefits for the citizens. Particularly for the citizens, it will have them, as I mentioned, it will have them have a full visibility of what their insurance cycle is. Time and again, we have asked this question as to what is the data security that has been there? What is the data governance model in NHCX? If it is flowing through a government system, whether NHA will be able to see all these claims. So the answer is NHA does not have access to any claim related information. The flow is completely encrypted. What has been the progress till now? The progress till now is that almost all the insurance companies are have been integrated with the NHCX. We had a very good support from the IRDAI. They requested all the insurance companies to get integrated, and we provided them all the relevant technical support that was required. Third-party administrators, as well as various digital solution companies, the DSCs. So various softwares are also integrated. In addition, the entire PMJY, the Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, the entire system is on the National Health Claims Exchange. The CGHS system is also going to come on this NHCX platform in about a month from now. So, and all the other convergence schemes that NHA implements, the CAPF, the ESIC, the RAN HMDG, all these will also be run on the National Health Claims Exchange. It was mentioned that what is the turnaround time that was there. So we have this data wherein the pre-authorization processing as well as the claim processing time for some of these claims via the NHCX have been mentioned. What are the challenges that we are facing and what help we need from the relevant stakeholders? So the challenge is basically is like the road is ready, but the vehicles need to ply. So we would want more and more hospitals to participate. We would want more and more insurance companies to participate. And we also know, like in all government schemes, the kind of work that is done, but the information that is there with the community, with the relevant stakeholders, there is always a gap. So how do we disseminate whatever developments, whatever new initiatives are being taken, they reach the relevant hospitals, they reach the relevant community. For this, we would need the support of all the relevant stakeholders, but we have also launched a program which is called as the Champions of NHCX, wherein we have requested NatHealth, CII, NASSCOM, Swasth Alliance, various companies, the GIC, the IRDI, to come forward and help us in this, in dissemination, to come forward and help us provide technical support. And we will build this collaboratively, and we will probably solve these inefficiencies in the health insurance together, so that the next phase, the next few years, we are able to see better situation. The situation is better in the times to come. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mr. Bagaria. What we'll do in the next 40-45 minutes is discuss specific questions with my panelists here, and it's amazing that we have all the relevant stakeholders sort of relevant from an NSCX perspective. We have the regulator, we have the provider, we have non-profit organizations who are supporting the digital health mission, as well as TPA. So we can get a 360-degree perspective on what can enable this to grow and adoption to increase, right? So let me first come to Dr. Sangeeta. I think Mr. Pagadia spoke about the fact that how NHCX is going to be a completely digital enabled process, right? And a lot of the structured data flow will happen between payer and provider, which will be significantly different from what's happening today, right? So given this change, what long-standing issues that are currently in the claim process that as providers you face, do you think this can solve for you going forward?
So, thank you, I think, for that very relevant question. I think most of the audience here are providers, right? So I hope I'm speaking appropriately on your behalf. The first, big problem I think is just the lack of awareness. People registered in July, August when it was there, but never really picked up because the movement from a current process to a new process is quite slow. So I believe we need more champions. The second thing is there is a lack of clarity on what's in it for me. Why do I need to make this change? So is it going to give me, a faster processing time for my patients? Is it going to get me money released faster? Because right now, outstandings everywhere, whether it's TPA, insurance, CGH, everybody is having that problem. In fact, recently, CGHS has become better. So what's in it for me is a big thing that I think we know the answer, we need to articulate and spread the message. I believe the third and the other important one is really that many small nursing homes are worried about if I have to spend 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs, buy a computer, retrain, have a new person who understands this digital, the shift from manual to electronic. Is this the beginning of saying then 5 lakhs will become 10 and 20 because then there's cybersecurity, then there's other licensing. So the fear of the unknown and the fear of the future, I think also is another factor that many people are talking about. And then the last one, which is maybe at another level of the larger hospitals, is what will happen to this data. So I believe that we need to, I saw a beautiful point in your slide that this is, the data is completely anonymous. This is a government system, but communicating that further. So NatHealth, thank you for going very deep on this subject and giving us this session. I believe this is the beginning of many more workshops we need to do to bring the providers on board. So those would be probably the big ones for the insurance company. Assure us of value, assure us of faster payment, assure us of information quickly so that the patient were able to authorize. There was one big factor that you needed the Aadhaar ID. That has been removed 2 months ago. The first point many hospitals stayed away is we have to do another registration. We must thank Mr. Vikram and the NHA and everybody that kind of bottleneck has been removed. There is no need to do a separate ID for the customer. The last one is that there is no ability to have a UI UX with this exchange for the provider. So the provider should be able to get an ID and see I've submitted 200 claims. This is the status. Right now, you can see some information through the insurance websites, but not as a hospital provider. So if that UI UX is improved, then I think the adoption rate would be higher. These are the broad things, but let me once again reassure all providers who are here, this is the way of the future and we have to do it. Let's get on sooner rather than later.
Thanks, Dr. Sangeeta. I think you highlighted a multitude of reasons what is the challenges that you face today and some link to data privacy, and we'll go back to Mr. Vikram again to talk about from a data privacy perspective. But let me go to Ajay. Right, you run a non-profit alliance that works with state and central governments in their digital mission, right? And you have been associated with NHCX for quite some time, right? What do you see the opportunity with NHCX, right? That excites you to be part of this journey, right? And do you think somewhere, and we have been talking about missing middle for quite some time, do you think this can be one of the enablers that also lets missing middle be a part of the entire insurance platform?
Thank you so much. So I think that, I'm a public health guy. What I care about is that I believe that, we need a country where everybody is covered. I believe that healthcare should be accessible across the spectrum, no matter what you're able to pay. If you're not able to pay, the government pays. Otherwise, you're able to pay with your own money. And I feel like our healthcare sector is very subscale today. If you think about the organized healthcare sector, it's, there's a large amount of fragmentation. And it is also true that the healthcare sector is going to digitize. Now, we have a choice. We can digitize like America did, and I think Sangeeta mentioned that earlier, where there are silos across the board, where data, I used to live in Boston, and when I moved to New York, I couldn't really move any of my data. And in addition to that, another statistic in the US is that there are 12 administrative roles for each single bed, right? So this becomes a very expensive, and the US now spends 19% of its GDP on health. So to me, digitization is the way. To me, ABDM is actually very, very cutting edge, because it's not just the HCX, HICM, the UHI, it's also a broader set of international standards like HL7, FHIR, all of that coming together. As an architecture, it is as cutting edge as can be. So to me, so these are some of the opportunities. To me, the other thing that needs to happen is that the diseases that we are falling sick and dying from in India is also rapidly changing. We now live in a time where a tremendous amount of the morbidity, mortality, what insurance companies are paying for is coming from non-communicable diseases, which requires a very different way of managing the patient, proactively engaging with the patient, and you probably need different kinds of insurance policies. You also have a vast chunk of India's healthcare spend happening outside the hospital. So there is OPD, there is diagnostics, there is pharmacy, none of which is covered today. So to me, if the HCX wasn't there, we would have to invent it, because it is essential for this industry to formalize, for people to get healthcare, to create avenues for actually building out innovations that will really solve problems that we are trying to solve. So to me, which is why I'm very, very excited about the HCX. Like every technology, it will evolve, right? So you have one version now, and we are very happy with how the NHA is doing this, where they will very, very open to feedback, where they will evolve this very rapidly. So I also feel like some of the niggling issues that you see today will very quickly go away at the speed that tech takes away and bug fixes these issues. So I'll stop here.
Thanks for that. And I don't think we definitely want to go the US way of having 12 administrative roles per bed. I think that would be too costly for the country that we are in right today. Let me come to you, Dr. Chatwal, next. Given what Mr. Vikram also highlighted in terms of how this platform is building up, the flows are changing. How do you envision the TPA business model to evolve given the integration with NHCX?
Thank you so much, and good evening, everybody. I guess like every other stakeholder in the ecosystem, the TPAs are also transforming thanks to the NHCX. Traditionally, as you would all know, we have been principally responsible for administrative tasks, which are claims processing, billing. However, with digitization, TPAs are beginning to shift from a purely operational role to a role that's much more data-driven. So I guess that's the backbone and the principle of what's happening. While we've talked about automation, AI, and efficiencies, which I'm sure will by default come with an NHCX-like platform, I guess the central theme there is really with all of what you've heard Ajay talk about, you've heard Dr. Sangeeta Reddy speak about, and of course Vikram. The central theme there is how does this data actually coalesce into meaningful outcomes that allow TPAs and other ecosystem players to build, let's just call it for the simplest theme, value-added services, whether it comes in the frame of new products and outpatient cover, whether it comes in faster billing and receivables for a hospital, whether it comes in longitudinal data and predictive analytics. I think all of these form part of a frame of reference of what I would think is defined in value-added services. For TPAs specifically, I think we're becoming and we're transforming, thanks to NHCX, from a cost center into a strategic partner, which essentially means we're working with more insurers to more tailor make and create efficient service templates for what the ecosystem will need. From a value creation perspective, from the data flow in NHCX, I think the most exciting part for us is digitization, is the ability to build and create a frame of reference that's machine readable data. Today, for us to create machine readable data is a huge challenge. While all of us understand the operational efficiencies from it, I guess advanced analytics, and in advanced analytics, for me, it's really not about anything else other than risk mitigation. Risk both for the hospital or the provider side, but risk mitigation for a payer ecosystem equally. Alongside risk comes fraud prevention. And while I know that fraud is something that we shy away from often talking about, but do remember both for a provider and for the payer, fraud takes away from the system instead of giving back into the system. And so really fraud prevention becomes an integral part. And alongside fraud comes transparency. Transparency in our system, we are blinded by different ecosystems. You just heard Vikram talk about CGHS coming into it and other templates and platforms coming into it from a data perspective. That's transparency. That's allowing us to build a frame of reference. So while in summary, I think it's greater efficiency, a fertile ground for new products and services, and it's for TPAs not just about digitization, but becoming a strategic data-driven partner, most importantly, helping policyholder experience improve. I pause with that. Thank you.
I think very valid points, Dr. Chatwal. I think one of the key changes that will happen is data being digitized, hence being available. So what we do with the data becomes super crucial, right? So it could be advanced analytics, fraud detection, as you highlighted, and ensuring transparency. And on that point, before I go back to Mr. Vikram, I'll go to Dr. Sangeeta, since you mentioned some of the challenges, right, in terms of what ails the entire platform today. What do you think should be done to sort of increase the adoption of the platform going forward?
So as a sideline, I was already talking to Vikram to say we'll request NatHealth to have more programs to really spread awareness about the power of the platform. But I think the important thing is first to be able to articulate the benefit. If a patient who doesn't know when he's going to get an authorization and doesn't know when they can discharge their father, because if the claim is not fully processed and they're not going to recover, then the hospital is going to ask them to pay. That differential has to be done. This is the big problem we have to solve first. The second is, I think that the whole sector or the value chain has to understand that most hospitals have the toughest job. And they are the ones, the data that Vikram spoke about, great value, it'll unlock, it'll reduce this, it'll do that, it'll create AI models in the future. I love data. But capturing that data at a hospital level is not easy for most people. You know, the higher end hospitals, we have ambient listening, we have paperless hospital, we have all those solutions. But you take a 50-bed small nursing home, which is where 70% of India's healthcare lies. How are we going to give them a value? Therefore, they invest in digitalization. If we can crack that, that I think is really the biggest thing. So this is not about 17% of Indian healthcare is organized or partially organized. All the rest is the smaller unorganized sector. Finding solutions for them, I think, is the biggest thing. And if people understand the adoption that they have to simple solutions, whether it's WhatsApp or Swiggy or the banking system, you will know that we can create a healthcare equivalent of that standard and that ease and that value. And therefore, that for me is really the simplest thing. Digitalization must happen. There's a huge value at the end of the road for the country, for humanity at large, because the AI models can give us predictive, can do preventive healthcare. There are many things in the future. But let's, face the reality of the current state of digitalization in healthcare across the board and solve that problem first. For me, that's really the biggest one. But I'm so glad we're having this conversation and having it together. Because when we think about these problems and these solutions and the future together, we can build something more powerful for the country. The last thing I really want to say is cost is very important. America at $600 per claim and Singapore at maybe $27 per claim. We need to bring this down to the lowest possible denominator so that insurers keep premiums low, because the cost of premiums is going up and healthcare providers are being blamed for it, not looking at the fact that the inflation is also going up and cost is going up and compliance is going up. So productivity is one of the most powerful levers we have together as a group. So ensuring that productivity is number one. And second is letting insurers get a message that they have to work on the float of the money collected and not on the margin of the premium. I think that's a big one. I feel very passionate about that. So keep operating costs low and ensure that we can keep premiums low so that India, the missing middle, can afford it. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Sangeeta. I think points reiterated in terms of making sure there's awareness and clearly articulating what's in it for me, as we said, right, across the stakeholders, be it patients, insurance companies, TPAs, or the providers. And I think the other point which you rightly highlighted, that larger providers have the bandwidth capability to work on digitization. How do we think about that with smaller providers? And sort of we'll also hear other panelists view on that.
Sorry, the last one is how can we get ready for outpatient insurance? Then the number of claims is going to be high while the value is going to be. That's a huge, it's a multiplier of number of claims by a factor of 10 at least. I'm done.
No, so I think that's the question I wanted to ask Dr. Chetwal, but I think that's the purpose, right, of the panel, that we all exchange ideas, right? So it's, and feel free others to also come in different questions. I want to go back to Mr. Pagaria because we spoke about data, right, in two aspects. One, the fact that a lot of data would be available and hence a lot of analysis on data in terms of AI, sort of being more transparent, being able to detect frauds per se. So I think it's also important to understand how is NSCS looking at the data governance model, right? Who has visibility? What about data privacy for patients, providers, or insurance companies? I think you spoke about it a bit in your initial presentation, but if you can delve a bit more, because I think it's one of the most crucial points, sort of from an ecosystem perspective.
I'm going to just excuse myself, but if there's anything else that providers with this thing, please write to NatHealth, write to Vrinda, and we'll figure out ways that this comes back to Vikram, Ajay, all of them, so that we can keep building solutions. Thank you all. Thanks.
Thanks, Dr. Sangeeta.
Thanks for that, Ashish. Data security has been one of the main pillars on which Ayushman Bharat digital mission has been made. I will give you an example of it. For example, if in the digital mission, what we say is that when a patient goes to a doctor and the doctor asks, can I see your previous records? So whatever records that are available, and if the patient says yes, then the records will be fetched from the laboratories, from the hospitals where those records are created, and then they are pushed to the doctor. So basically in technical language, we call it as the federated data architecture. So there is no centralized storage of health records that the government is storing health records of all the individuals. So similarly, from the very beginning when this digital mission was conceived, privacy by design was the main main feature of this mission. And in the National Health Claims Exchange also, we have made it, like as I had mentioned to you, we have made it data blind. NHA doesn't know what is going on in a claim. It is moved from the hospital to the payer. Our work is just to act as a as a pipe, and that the claim flows. What is going on in the pipe we don't have any access to it. Second is whenever somebody comes and integrates with NHCX, they have to undergo a security testing. And that security testing is done by an agency which is STQC compliant, STQC approved. So one of the 118 security testing agencies, they will do the audit. Once that security audit report comes, then only we will give somebody access to the National Health Claims Exchange. That certificate is also valid for 1 year. And we are like repeatedly they will have to get their systems audited, and then this data governance happens. In addition, what we are also doing is like we are partnering with a couple of companies to provide auto adjudication. So one of the example that we are trying to do is we all know that the cost of insurance processing is very high, 500 rupees a claim. So if suppose a patient goes for say a low value claim like a dialysis uh, treatment, so the creatinine value, if it is digitized, if it comes from say a digital report, lab report, or if it is like through an OCR, we can extract it. Then based on the creatinine value, we will say that this claim can be auto approved. So we are trying to do it with small value claims, but how do we make it on a large volume? I think that is where we want to work more. We heard Dr. Vikram saying that 40% of claims in Medi Assist are auto adjudicated. So it's really moving to auto adjudication, really moving to reduce costs so that OP insurance also can be provided. I also want to tell all the participants here that we all know that change is difficult, and what we have done is that like having a computer or some bit of change management would be required. So what we have also provided is something which is called as the Digital Health Incentive Scheme. And under the Digital Health Incentive Scheme, for every claim that is processed through NHCX, we will provide rupees 500 to that hospital or 10% of the claim, whichever is low, and as an incentive amount, so that people understand this, use this, and they get used to it. In addition, if they create any digital record, for every digital record which is created and which has Abha linked to it, we will give 20 rupees to that hospital for that digital record and 5 rupees to the software which is being used for that record. In addition, what we are also doing is like as Dr. Sangeeta mentioned about the requirement in like 50 bedded hospitals or in small hospitals that the doctors do not cannot write these prescriptions because there is such a lot of patient load. So can we build a system wherein the doctor is talking to the patient and both of them, when they talk, the prescription gets auto generated and it comes to the doctor that this is a sample prescription that I have made, and the doctor is able to make edits and finalize that. So we have tied up with 2 companies, and in all the AIIMS and 87 public health facilities, we are providing this facility wherein doctors will use this. Once it is used, we will also make it available to the private sector in the form of an HMIS, which is a government-backed HMIS. Many people are saying that if you want to go ahead and make the healthcare digitized, do all the hospitals, do all the small clinics, 1 doctor clinic, 5 doctor clinic, 10 doctor clinic, or small nursing homes, they don't have digital systems. So at 299 rupees per month, we are working with CDAC to provide this light HMIS which is there, and we'll make it available to everybody at the click of their mouse. They can download these systems. So yeah, that are the things that are going on at NHA.
No, thanks, Mr. Pagari. I think started with the point on data, but I think you covered a lot of the points on what needs to be done. But I'll double down on that in the subsequent question. But I think I think it's good to know the fact that on data that the access does not change, the visibility does not change, right? It remains with the relevant stakeholders and sort of people you also onboarding on the platform. They go through a certification process that is also not one time, but regularly on an annual basis, right? I think you also mentioned about OPD when Dr. Sangeeta mentioned, so I'll come to Dr. Chatwal. Given this whole point about digitization and sort of cost of claim processing reducing, right? Which new products do you think insurance companies can launch given this change which is happening at least on the processing cost and the platform per se?
I'm not sure I can answer a product from a processing cost perspective, but I'll give you a sense of potentially what NHCX will do in the ecosystem. So today we run an indemnity vanilla health insurance program in our country. Let's wear our thinking hats and think about, where could this potentially go? The first area that I think is very interesting, and the regulator has been talking about a theme called parametric health insurance. For those of you who've looked at parametric health insurance, it essentially shifts from a payout of an absolute amount against a claim to payout of a fixed amount for a known reason for admission to a hospital. Now, here I think very simply, if we had a transparent data exchange that told us that this was the reason why a patient was admitted to a hospital, then it triggers very simply, like in life insurance, it triggers a claim as an accelerated death benefit. It would trigger in the parametric environment a payout, a fixed payout against an intervention that a patient was admitted to in a hospital. So really parametric is the first product category that I would think. NHCX lends itself to probably 2 or 3 other models. One of them would be a possible rise in usage-based insurance. Again, something that our country doesn't necessarily have today, but where essentially premiums adjust based on real-time data. And so a usage base would be where I could adjust premiums, and we talked about cost, and adjusting premiums based on real-time data, based on whatever you and I did with our lives, in what we consumed, what we didn't consume, how we acted, would be one theme that I think on the usage side. The second product category that I think will come into being with NHCX is what one would call on-demand insurance. So it's a temporary coverage for specific events. A classical example would be the COVID cover that came into being during the pandemic, and a lot of insurers sold a 6-month COVID policy, if you remember, before it became mainstream and was absorbed into health insurance. So on demand would be the second area that the NHCX would allow insurers to build. The third and equally important would be predictive insurance models. So here, while it looks like in the long run, but really, if one could think of a world where you had predictive analytics, you could predict a population's behavior, you could then offer coverage based on these predictive analytics. We today don't have, from an actuarial perspective, really any predictive data because we don't have strong actuarial data, and strong actuarial data kind of flows back into the NHCX environment for us to be able to build that. So really 4 themes in summary. Parametric health insurance, something that I think is the easiest one to win on. The second would be usage-based insurance programs. The third would be on-demand, and the fourth would be a predictive insurance model.
What do you think about OPD coverage? Will this platform enable that as an offering?
Well, I guess on-demand insurance would cover things like wellness and outpatient care very much. The minute you have NHCX allowing me to build an on-demand product while I'm not an insurer, I would think that, at least from a TPA's perspective, I'd be able to build a frame of reference because it's an event-based environment. And I could actually be able to, on demand, add or delete outpatient care as and when I see it in my lifetime of when I need the outpatient product to come and be part of what I do. And we're already seeing it on the group side. So on the group insurance cover, it is pretty much what you call flexible benefits or flexi-ben is an on-demand environment. It's an on-demand environment where Deloitte would come and say, I'm going to offer 10,000 rupees to you to cover for your outpatient expenses. That's an on-demand environment where they've actually allowed you to take 10,000 rupees and choose the 10,000 rupees on demand. So you can say, I will this year choose it for pharmaceutical drugs. Next year, we'll choose it for preventive care. And the third year could choose it for a health or wellness retreat, all of which covers the on-demand thesis around which it would work. So outpatient care in the corporate market is there. And I guess when you have enough data on the, in NHCX, you'd actually be able to build on-demand products on the fly.
Got it. This is useful. So Ajay, coming to you, I think we all spoke about the fact that I think digital data is so important in the entire process. So I think given this aspect, in your view, what steps should the industry take to further accelerate the digitization of the healthcare claims, right? And if there are any collaborations required between various stakeholders, you could highlight that also.
So in addition to the public health hat, the other hat I wear is that, work in tech. And in tech, we call it a product development cycle. It's not a linear process. So tech can't be designed and built top down. It can't be built in a one-way directions. I think what the ecosystem needs to do is to create that feedback loop with the NHA, where we are able to go back and say, here is a feature that we want, which makes sense. And I think that it's important to create that loop, and that loop will only come about if we start working together to start making some of these pilots live, right? So if we can, and I'm sure NatHealth can anchor some of this. Swasth is very happy to partner and support any of these efforts. But the idea should be to start bringing groups of payers and providers together to not just demonstrate the NHCX working, but also demonstrate what Sangeeta mentioned earlier is value. Right. So how do you really, we all need to work together to now demonstrate value. So to me, it is and I'll add to what Vikram said earlier about the new kinds of products. So, to me, the sky is the limit, right? So there are things that we haven't thought about today. There are ways in which insurers can incentivize healthy behaviors, going back to the NCD standpoint. There's no reason why an insurer can't subsidize or give you an incentive to buy healthy food or go to the gym the exchange concept actually allows for all of that. You can have, NPCI talk to the exchange, for example. Hypothetically, it's a use case that we could take to the NHA. But to me, the ecosystem needs to engage a lot more deeply, and not just take it as received and say, here we are co-developing this with the NHA, with the government. And really make some of these value points very real for folks in the ecosystem is, I think, what needs to be done.
Fair enough. And I think we have sort of, as we're moving towards a recommendation, suggestions, before sort of we talk more specifically on that, I want to come back to Dr. Chatwal, given sort of his experience. Has he seen examples globally where such exchanges have been implemented? What have been the learnings from there, and sort of can some of them be customized in the Indian context? If you can throw some light on those.
Thank you again. I think we're not the only country, but clearly the largest frame of reference ever that the world has seen. There are examples in Estonia with the e-health system. The Danes have Sundhed. Singapore has the National Electronic Health Record System. The UK has NHS Digital, which is NHSX. The Australians have the My Health Record. Canada has the Canada Health Infoway. Finland has Kanta services, and so on and so forth. So there's experimentation, successes, and failure across the world. Let's look at, and I think what's important to recognize is, what are the challenges that the industry has faced in accepting this? And this is nothing to do with us, but just giving you a sense of how the rest of the world has adopted or not adopted a healthcare exchange. Political resistance and policy inconsistency has been one big theme. And I think the US Affordable Care Act pretty much epitomizes policy inconsistency, which is not true for us at all. I think we've had a very stable, clear frame of reference. Economic constraints is the second, where I think, cost of universal health coverage and maintaining sustainable financial contributions becomes the second piece. While again, I think India has gone well ahead of that. And I think, Mr. Pagaria gave you a really good sense of that we've had great many successes in being able to consolidate the economic power of this buying to deliver universal health coverage. Infrastructure, most specifically healthcare infrastructure, is a third challenge that countries have faced. This is not true for us, but I think sub-Saharan Africa has essentially struggled with inadequate infrastructure. And India's not there, but sub-Saharan Africa would be one key market to talk about. The next would be public awareness and trust. And I think, various speakers have talked about awareness and trust. Sangeeta spoke about it, Ajay has spoken about it. And I would draw you to a country like Mexico, where they've actually faced a challenge in convincing their populations of value of enrolling in a national health program. Not true for us again. Nearly 40 crore people or families, have actually become part of the PMJAY. Again, not true, but it is an element of distrust, which India has already crossed over to on the good side, but clearly that's been one other area. The next one is inequality of in access, and this is I could draw you to Brazil, where urban and rural divide between the quality of healthcare complicated the equitable implementation of the national health exchanges. So they built a national health exchange, but just the inequality between the rural and urban regions, the equitable distribution resulted in this not really being a great success. In India, what's real for us, I think, is this one example that comes out of South Africa, which is the integration with existing health systems. Now, there are existing health systems in the private insurance side here. And South Africa faced a huge challenge between integrating private and public healthcare providers into a unified health exchange program. Now, we've seen successes in India where private providers are coming, and now the whole push or thrust is to get more and more private providers to come into the market. The public providers will come in, and we just heard of an amazing example of where the whole digitization piece in public healthcare facilities is being worked on. Technology, Latin America has struggled with the digital gap. We don't have that, but clearly Latin America has struggled there. Provider participation, interesting, but a country like Canada, where provincial health plans often negotiate rates, and then integrating private providers into a public framework could lead to resistance from these providers. So, partly we're facing that in our situation where private providers are slow off the ramp. And there's a huge push now to get them because they've not yet fully bought into coming into this, but I think there are clear strategies, there are clear incentives in the Indian frame. And so that in many ways would kind of summarize all the global challenges that the world has seen.
So thank you for that. And I think, please.
If I could just quickly add, one nuance here in India is that ABDM is actually very interesting. And the reason I said it's cutting edge is because in a lot of countries, when the digitization happens, it happens in a very monolithic way. Right? So Singapore or France or Canada, when they say digital health record, it's essentially one software that the whole country uses. The way India builds digital public infrastructure, digital public goods, be it UPI or Aadhaar and everything else related to it, we are building for a country of our diversity, which means that all of these are open, standards-based interfaces that you can actually have multiple solutions talk to a multiple. So it encourages innovation, encourages diversity, which is really what this country needs. So I think that is a nuance that, where India's taken a very different path in how it's building some of these digital public goods and infrastructure.
I think it's heartening to know, I think most of the challenges that you highlighted globally are not relevant to India. So I think one can expect NHCX to sort of take its full form and shape going forward. I've been told that sort of I'm nearing time. So my last question to you, Mr. Pagari, and I'll combine two, and you've covered some part of it. I think two things. One is the fact that given some of the points that got highlighted in terms of the challenges, be it in terms of awareness or the fact that if there is a lack of understanding of what's in it for me in terms of the benefit for the stakeholders. So any sort of action points that you are evaluating from creating awareness policy or regulatory perspective, that's one question. And two, also, while what you are doing, plus what do you expect the stakeholders, right? And you have all the stakeholders in this room. What do you expect from them, including industry bodies like NatHealth, to help you achieve the dream from an NHCX perspective?
Definitely. I think the lesson and take home action for us is to really show the value of it, is to demonstrate the value of NHCX. Then only there will be adoption. We'll work with we are working with NatHealth. We'll work with we're committed to doing more workshops with the hospitals, with insurance companies, with TPAs, with all the relevant stakeholders on this, take their inputs. Our system is secure, but still there are some myths about that, how to tell that in a more layman language rather than technical language. That is another action item. So for us, yeah, mostly do more stakeholder consultations, involve the community more, communicate more, and to demonstrate value.
Thanks, Mr. Pagari. I think to summarize the entire conversation, I think we all discussed, Mr. Pagari highlighted the benefits of NHCX, and I think a lot came down to the fact that sort of lower processing time and a lot of data being available, which will lead to value-added services, new products, sort of fraud detection, and so on and so forth. And also, I think we discussed the fact that globally, the challenges that similar platforms faced are not relevant to India. Hence, hopefully, NSCX should reach its sort of targeted potential. We also discussed some of the challenges today in implementation, be it in terms of awareness, articulation of what's each for the relevant stakeholders, and we also then discuss what policy holders are doing. And I think the important thing is that everybody has to collaborate, and even from a provider perspective, insurance company perspective, what is it that they needs to be communicated back to the relevant stakeholders so that we can jointly make this grand success. I must thank all my panelists for a wonderful discussion. Hopefully all of you also enjoyed a lot, and thank you, NatHealth, for giving us the platform. Thank you.
Thank you. As a token of our appreciation, we'll be planting 50 trees in collaboration with our NGO partner Grow Trees, and we'll nurture them in the name of our speakers. Please give them a round of applause. And I request them to please take their seats off stage. We will be continuing with our last session, and we will just set up the stage for this session. So I request everybody's patience. It'll just take a couple of minutes to set the stage, and then we'll begin with our last session on igniting medical value travel, MVT, and building the Heal in India brand. Right, we'll now begin with our last session for the evening, and this is Igniting Medical Value Travel, MVT, and building the Heal in India brand. India is the biggest destination for medical tourism as it offers world-class facilities at affordable prices. Under the Heal in India initiative, the government has developed the Medical Value Travel digital portal for ease of foreign patients coming to India for treatment. What will cement the Heal in India brand? Will more JCI and MBH accredited hospitals and specialized centers do the trick? Or do we need to focus on high value and niche treatments? These are some of the issues we'll discuss in this session. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage our speakers for this session. Please welcome Dr. Om Manchanda, Nat Health Treasurer, and MD Dr. Lal's Path Labs Limited. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Please welcome Mr. Parijat Ghosh, Asia Pacific Leader for Healthcare and Life Sciences and partner Bain and Company. Please welcome Ms. Arushi Bhatnagar, Senior Health Economist, World Bank. Please give a round of applause and welcome Ms. Kanoko Oishi, Vice Chairman of MEG and President and CEO of Mediva Inc. Please welcome Dr. Upasana Arora, Managing Director, Yashoda Super Specialty Hospital Private Limited. Dr. Ankit Thakkar, Executive Director and CEO, Jupiter Hospital. And Dr. Ritu Garg, Chief Growth and Innovation Officer, Fortis Healthcare. Would request Dr. Ankit Thakkar to please come up on stage. Right, I think we'll call Dr. Ankit Thakkar if he's outside. In the interim, I'll request Dr. Om Manchanda to please give the introductory remarks and set the context for the session.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Not too many people are left in the hall, but maybe the topic is very interesting, and we were just discussing that we ourselves will share the notes and learn from each other. I must admit that I'm not expert on the subject. I'm standing here mainly because I'm a LT member of Nat Health. so I had to do this these honors. Yeah, hi Ankit. You're seeing each other too often. You're not complaining. Okay, this medical value travel is also discussed as medical tourism, and I think the word which is used now is value travel. As all of us know that India offers a great value proposition because we can provide quality healthcare at a fraction of a cost compared to many other markets. But somehow we all feel that this entire potential is not really unlocked the way it should be done. And we are here actually to discuss what are the barriers and what are the triggers which can be probably pressed to realize this opportunity. So we have a very interesting panel today. Mr. Parijat Ghosh, who's from Bain, he doesn't need introduction. He's the one who is going to moderate the session. And also he's going to present on this topic. And Ms. Arushi Bhatnagar from World Bank. You also have a presentation, I presume, yeah? And I think that presentation is going to be very interesting because she's going to throw light on what are the other countries that they have done which has helped them to tap this opportunity, especially Thailand. I'm looking forward to this particular presentation. Post that, we will straight get into a panel discussion where I have three friends and colleagues, and I've known them for many years. Dr. Upasana Arora from Yashoda Hospital, Dr. Ankit from Jupiter. We were together on another panel recently. Very interesting insights he shared other day. Dr. Ritu Garg from Fortis Hospital. And I'm told that you have a very large stake in this segment as well. And then we have Ms. Kanoko Oishi from Japan. And she is the CEO of Mediva as well as Vice Chairman of Medical Excellence of Japan. So we will actually have a very diverse perspective on this particular subject, coming from hospital, coming from international sector, and also from a Japan perspective as to how we can tap this opportunity. As I understand, there are 2 or 3 barriers probably that exists to tap this opportunity. One is there is no sort of seamless patient experience that exists today. This entire value chain is so fragmented. You have hospital very different, and you have a travel which is very different, visa which is very different. And I think, in my view, there is not much of professionalism which actually combines or unites this value chain. And this entire, what we normally use in any other sector, which is a channel that exists to connect all these dots, I think that's the weakest link that exists today. Second, which I feel is probably there's a very less awareness about this program or this quality of healthcare that India provides to various other markets, especially in developed countries. We are highly dependent on very few countries coming from, let's say, Bangladesh or some of the countries in Africa. But I think if there is a cohesive sort of program that is put together to create awareness, that will be very helpful. I think the last one is the payer part, which is a very tricky area, whether insurance in those countries actually recognizes the Indian healthcare system or the reimburse. I think that's what we would love to hear from all the panelists today. And without taking much time on this, I'll straight hand it over to Parijat to take the proceedings further. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we have the presentation up, please? Great. Thank you, Om, and it's a privilege to be presenting to this group. It's a small group, but it's a very important topic, as you mentioned. And it's also a topic which, frankly, can add a lot of jobs to India, is a business opportunity for people in this room and beyond, and can actually do a lot of good to the world at large. So there is certainly an element of figuring out how can we actually inflect the trajectory that we've been on and make this a much bigger play for us in India. Stepping back, just what are some of the facts? This is actually a fairly large global opportunity at about 200 odd billion, and there is both strong demand and supply side levers. The fact that the world is growing older, the fact that there is an NCD epidemic across countries, the fact that healthcare systems are under stress in many geographies, none of those are surprises. So clearly there are many demand side factors which are there, which is driving the growth of this particular space. Now, in that global backdrop, how is India doing? India actually rebounded quite strongly post-COVID, and you'll see that we've kind of worked our way back up to about 700,000 annual number of visits in terms of medical value tourism that's coming here. And clearly, there are a few reasons why that makes sense. We do very well from an affordability perspective. We are ranked third in terms of cost of services. You see that chart on the right hand side showing that we are probably a fifth to a tenth of the cost of procedures across many different geographies. It's not just only cost. Even in terms of service, we rank sixth in terms of the quality of service. So there are certainly elements around cost and service. From a quality perspective, again, if you look at it, number of accredited JCI accredited facilities, that's actually gone up quite significantly in India. So there is a play that exists for India in this broader market space. And there is certainly an element of, just like the Make in India program, which the government had done more for manufacturing, as we think about services, where India has historically been stronger, the Heal in India campaign by the government actually fits into that particular space very, very nicely. And there are some moves that have been made on the regulatory side, whether it's administrative burdens around visas or turnaround times, etc., that have been done to ease that. But those will really, kind of help India continue to be on the same growth trajectory that it has been so far, which is really about that, 15-20% growth rate. Now, the question I think that we wanted to discuss as a panel also was, how do we really think of an inflection from here? Because the potential to do much more than what we are doing right now is massive. And what are some of the areas to look at? And some of the things that we came up as a panel, and we'll kind of talk about it during the discussion as well, is these 6 changes. And all of them have a certain step change in terms of how India is looking at the opportunity. And I'll, in the interest of time, I'll actually go into each one of these, and then we can get into the panel today. And Om mentioned this as well. Our source markets are really very concentrated. Most of the source markets is in Bangladesh, then to a certain extent also in Middle East and Africa. There has to be an element of diversifying the source markets that we are tapping into, and that actually will need a much more well coordinated campaign to actually talk about the capabilities that India provides in a host of different source markets. That's one piece which actually is about expanding the potential patient flow. The second is the Heal in India campaign itself. When we go out and talk about this, the first point that comes to mind is really that India is actually very affordable. Yes, that's true, but that's only one of the elements. It has to build on that affordability perception with quality, with convenience, with the quality of the service that's there. So how do we actually expand the themes and India's positioning on Heal in India along 4 or 5 different themes? Clinical excellence could absolutely be one of them, just given the quality of service that is provided in India, given the quality of care that is provided in India. How do we go beyond cost to actually think about convenience, think about compliance, think about all of those aspects? Those are going to be important elements of a coordinated Heal in India campaign, not just done by individual providers, but actually done as a mission in partnership between the government and the private sector. The third is in terms of government to government partnerships. Now, this is obviously a lot of what is coming to India today from a patient perspective is more out of pocket. Now, if we want to tap into more structural patient pools, we have to tap into payer populations. and for being able to tap into payer populations where premiums are paid in one geography, but care is actually provided in another geography. And for that to have the interoperability across countries, there needs to be some level of government to government partnerships which make that easier. There are examples which of other countries that have done this well, and maybe Arushi will touch upon that in her presentation, but that's another aspect on which there is a step change that could be required. One of the elements that does come through, and when one looks at India's rankings on medical tourism index, one of the things on which India doesn't score as much is actually the patient experience. And that's because it is always a complicated experience. There is a care aspect to it. There is a stay for the caregivers aspect to it. There's a pre and post recuperation, pre and post procedure aspect to it. There's obviously the logistics and the administrative aspects to it. So really being able to stitch together the patient experience in a consistent manner across all of these different elements, and being able to actually think about what are the redressable mechanisms, if at all, that are if they are required. How does one actually think about those? That's another fourth aspect to this. Fifth, and importantly, I think and this is always an element around India, and healthcare in India itself is challenged. Not everybody has access to healthcare from an Indian perspective as well. So there is absolutely an element of also continuing to invest in infrastructure, continuing to invest in the quality of the infrastructure, so that we are also able to actually get the right kind of patient population into India. There again could be a few different mechanisms for this, whether it's public-private partnerships for investment, or whether it's actually about NABH accreditation in few places, making sure that the NABH accreditation and the value of that is known to source markets into which the Heal in India campaign is marketed. So there's a few different tactical elements to this, but the uber point is how do we actually
also enable the choice amongst medical value travelers for seeking care in different destinations. In an ideal world, for global MVT, as already highlighted by Parijat, is also moving in the direction of both horizontal as well as vertical integration. So the bare minimum, of course, is to have integration across horizontal services, which are starting with promotion, financing before the travel starts, to then follow up and recovery care through telemedicine or other services after the actual treatment has been sought. But more recently, what is emerging across the world is this integration of several vertical services, enabling a more holistic wellness and healing approach. And I think this is where India, as previously mentioned, also has a growing competitive advantage with evidence-based alternate therapies that could be offered. Just to maybe talk a little bit, and I'm sorry why my slides are not coming out as they were formatted, but apologies for that. But this is sort of the ideal ecosystem for a seamless patient journey, right? Starting with promotion and financing, which requires services such as branding, integrated approaches for seeking new markets, financing, including tapping into the international insurance market, and then, of course, having better connectivity, medical visa, as well as other logistical support prior to the travel. Another important aspect is to have integration of diagnostic and treatment prior to the travel. And this is where, again, partnership and alliances are really important, as well as telemedicine services for some of the pre-treatment services. During the on-site, on arrival, again, the role for integration of services with the hospitality industry, with transportation, with logistics, including translation, etc. These are really crucial, and I'll talk a little bit about how some of the other countries have actually leveraged this potential. Clinical competence, having high-end, high-quality services at the site of the facilities, but also having these services translate for post-recovery. Again, the role of wellness resorts, other aspects of post-treatment services are really crucial to this seamless patient journey. But I think the most important point here, and this again was highlighted, is to have this in an integrated fashion, right? And it's for there to be a concerted effort to have this seamless journey thought through along this value chain in order for it to be in order for any market to have a competitive edge for medical value travel. I'll provide examples from a few settings, and I'll go a little deep into what Thailand and Turkey have done. But before I go into that, I do want to highlight two things about these countries. These are countries that have invested in the health sector as a whole. Right? They are at about 6 to 7% of their GDP, and this has been through concerted efforts of reforms over the last several decades. And I think that is what has given them that additional advantage to go out and seek medical value travelers. So, for example, in Thailand, which has invested heavily in its public health system, providing high quality services in partnership with its tourism department and their board of investments, were able to come up with a strategy, an integrated strategy for seeking newer markets, not just from the Southeast Asia region, but even from regions further away. And you can see this trajectory. It started in the 1970s and was built through, again, investments in the health sector, but also investments in their tourism on the whole. Just to give a few examples, and I don't know if the time's up was for me or was that from Parijat's previous, but I'll try and move along quicker. But just to give you a few examples, in terms of visa, in terms of having better connectivity and allowing for patients to stay on longer, they've introduced visa extension programs for their immediate neighbors as well as for China from 30 days. They've come up with bilateral agreements with newer markets such as Bhutan and the GCC countries, and they've also introduced Muslim-friendly hospitality services through their collaborations with five-star hotels and other hospitality services. Just to move to Turkey, again, it has been able to become one of the leading destinations for medical value travel based on a set of transformative reforms that started in early 2000s that led to heavy investments through public and private sector partnerships in their medical infrastructure, as well as in the growth of their health workforce, which is what enables them today to have high quality and competitive services with several hospitals with JCI accreditation, using high-end technology and equipment, and enabling them to have costs which are 50 to 70% lower than the European market, for example. Turkey also has a natural location advantage, being close to most of Europe, Middle East, as well as North Africa. But they have leveraged that by making it visa-free for almost 70 countries and having a very simplified e-visa process for other countries. Their national carrier also offers discounts for medical value travelers. And then they have collaborations with hospitals, between hospitals and hotels for lucrative packages. I don't know if that was for me, But I'll move along quickly to just say, to give a couple of more examples from Latin America, where just to give an example of the Tourist Medico portal, which has been a leading portal for trying to create Latin America as a hub for medical value travel for the US and Canada. And the key lessons from their experience is really to build on the seamless patient journey by having this collaboration between public and private actors for both pre and post travel services as well. Another insight from the Mayo Clinic, which several of you, I think all of you would know, is the leading hub for cardiometabolic and cardiothoracic services. And their experience was actually combining conventional medicine with research-backed alternative therapies that allow for a holistic healing process for their patients. So just building on that, and I won't really go into this because I think Parijat covered it very well, but just to say that I think for India, there are still further new markets to tap. Currently, the markets that are being tapped are those that come from lower capacity to pay, and as a result, while adding to the volume of medical value travel, may not necessarily be adding to the share of the revenue. Connectivity is a crucial ingredient to compete. I think this has come across several of our discussions with stakeholders in India, especially in some of the states that we're having this discussion. As you can see that India, even the biggest cities are not as well connected as some of the other competitors in the region or slightly outside the region. Again, quality, India has come a really long way in having high quality services, but in terms of having internationally recognized standards such as JCI, and that's just one of them, there is still a lot to be desired. Another important thing to add here is the health workforce in India. I won't have a slide on that, but it is to say that there is, India, and especially through the Heal in India and Heal by India program, there is a growth of the health workforce. And it is something, again, for India to consider tapping into the potential, not just for high-end skills, but also for some of the ancillary services that can really support the medical value sector in India. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Can we know how much time we have for the panel discussion?
I think we'll have about 20 minutes for the
20 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Arushi, and we'll jump into the panel discussion straight away and focus on the most relevant questions in the 20 minutes that we have. Maybe Om, we'll start with you. You talked about Heal in India in the beginning, and we've said it's still a very relatively a nascent initiative. Medical value tourism has existed, but Heal in India is relatively new. There's also the learnings from the Make in India journey that we've been on. How should the Heal in India initiative be looked at for the next 3-4 years?
So in my view, I think the various elements of these propositions are in place. We all know that India offers quality healthcare. We also know that it is at a fraction of a cost. I know she highlighted that connectivity is still an issue, but we can actually pick up those countries where connectivity is not a big issue. I also noticed from her chart that south of India seems to be well placed because many of the states in south are actually having JCI accredited hospitals. I think if you put all these things together, I think probably one missing link seems to be what is that body which is connecting these dots. I would first recommend that there has to be a very high-powered sort of a body which needs to be formed. I don't know whether it's government-sponsored or private associations. We need to recognize that. That's number one. Once that is done, I think it should be given enough resources to go and market India outside. It's like Incredible India or whatever we call it, Heal in India. third probably is that we need to have either self-governing mechanism if there are grievances to be addressed, or through some regulation. I think this is probably what I would feel needs to be done. I'm not too familiar with the space. Probably hospital colleagues can tell about payer mechanism. That I don't know much about it, but I think these three areas I would say. One is form a body. Second is map the connectivity. And third is really empower this body and give resources to market India outside.
Thank you. Thank you. And maybe Dr. Garg, Ritu Garg, I'll come to you after. One of the things absolutely is how do we go after, different countries and reduce our dependence on, Bangladesh, Iran, Iraq, etc. What are the things that need to be done for that objective, if, in your opinion?
Sure. So I think some of these markets have, larger market shares simply because somebody did a lot of work behind that. So somebody went in first, developed the market, and it takes a lot of patience to do that. So I think as providers, we all are very cognizant of that. And I think the fruits would start to appear as we go along. So for example, for Fortis, pre-COVID, I would say that about 2 to 3 markets would form 70% of our international revenue. Come now, we are probably down to 40-50%, and there is enough diversification that is happening. And a lot of it, and I used to run FMRI back then, COVID time, right? One fine day, 40% revenue gone. But when we started building it back, it was very thought through that, not just international, but within international also, how you diversify. Geopolitical risk is for sure. So I think and CIS is an example. I think all the providers have, really developed that pretty hard, and it's now forming a significant part of medical value travel for everybody. Similarly, Africa, while the conversation started with 2 to 3 countries that you pointed out, but frankly, there are many happening today, right from Sudan, Congo, South Africa, all of that. Even countries like Mauritius, for example, Maldives. I think the way to do it is 3. So one, identify the right opportunity. And I think that has 2 elements to it. One would be the countries where there is a clear supply gap in terms of either medical technology, capability, or talent. And then second are the opening of the new countries where the government is the payer and the cost is pinching. So Saudi Arabia, for example, would be that example. So they have the talent, they have the technology, but guess what? A lot of it is being paid by the government, and they're feeling the pinch, right, with all prices and so on. So I think the way to do it is that whether it's a body or a lot of us as a healthcare providers are anyways doing it on our own as well. But it would be great to actually sit together, and because when 2-3 people go there, the market expands. It helps everybody. And there are a list of about at least 10-15 countries that we are working on to develop as we go along.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Upasana, if I come to you next, one of the things, and really building on what Dr. Ritu was saying around just this brand around Heal in India, this needs to be amplified significantly more. And so far, it's been more individual providers trying to do this on their own. How should we develop this Heal in India brand, and what should it stand for, in your opinion?
So thank you for giving me this opportunity, because I am chairing MVT in FICCI and as well as Service Export Promotion Council. So basically, it's not only Heal in India, we are promoting Heal by India also. So this is a vision of our Prime Minister. Otherwise, lots of hospitals were doing medical value travel, Apollo, and then you can say Primus, Fortis, lots of were doing. But that time there was no system. Now what happened, these facilitators who were, we were calling them mediators, now they have united, they have made an association which is recognized, and now they are accredited, because this question was raised by Ministry of Commerce. So we have given them accreditation, because I am part of NABH also, so I was also there. So things are taking shape. Government is trying to make it more systematic way. Same time, there is a portal is supposed to launch. Portal is ready, but there are many, complications, because government doesn't want to directly run this portal. So maybe FICCI, CII, or SCPC can run that portal. And through that portal, it is going to be very easy for different countries to choose a hospital, because we are supposed to put everything on portal. So it is going to be very systematic. Within few years, you will see that now everybody is preferably coming to India because we are providing holistic healing. So this is also a kind of call from Ministry of Ayush that if you are running a medical value travel kind of thing in your hospital, you are supposed to give Ayurveda treatment also. So these kind of things are happening and we are working on it, and hopefully in our next meeting or in our next conference, we will talk about how India is growing with medical value travel. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. Look forward to that. Dr. Ankit, if I can come to you next, one of the elements certainly is this fragmented patient experience, and if not addressed well, that can kind of feed into the issues because India is also not a very easy country to navigate. So, any thoughts around what needs to be done to really make this more of a seamless patient experience across?
Well, yes, I think that is a reality of Indian healthcare, right? Even today, I think a large majority of healthcare in India is provided by the unorganized sector. So this fragmented experience that you're talking about is common for international as well as domestic patients. An average consumer today understands a basic principle, and that is you get what you pay for. Unfortunately, when someone is traveling to the country, they don't really know what they are paying for. They only know how much they are paying. In the absence of globally recognizable brands, for example, if you travel to another country, you are going to stay in a Marriott, you know essentially what you are signing up for. But the other thing which the hotels have done quite well, which I think as hospitals we need to do ourselves and maybe also have similar accreditations, is that a JW Marriott and Courtyard Marriott don't stand for the same thing. So one name brand does not ensure the same experience throughout the length and breadth of the country, and that needs to be communicated much better to an incoming traveler. And maybe the NABH or some accrediting organization can participate in this gradation process. And I'm not a big fan of JCI. I don't know why can't we do it on our own. If we can be trusted to deliver the care, we can surely be trusted with accreditation. So maybe gold, silver, whatever else. But I think it is important to communicate to people what they are paying for and what they are signing up for. And then I think a lot of these grievances would go away.
To set the right expectations and make sure that there is actually a opportunity at every level. The Marriott versus the JW versus the Courtyard example that you quoted. Oishi-san, if I can come to you next, one of the elements is clearly there is an element of learning from other countries that we have to do, and Japan is almost in many ways is very well structured, very well organized, and as part of your role as the medical excellence in Japan, would be useful to just get your perspective in terms of what are some of the things that we can be looking to Japan to learn from.
Thank you for the question. I would like to elaborate the role of Medical Excellence Japan in this bringing in medical tourists to Japan. Medical Excellence Japan is like a quasi-government organization. It was originally formed by our ministries to support bringing Japanese medicine outside of Japan to other countries, and also to bring in medical tourists from other countries to Japan. And the organization is supported by different types of ministries and also the Doctors Association. And in our membership, we have hospitals. We also have manufacturers in the medical industry. We also have tourist agencies, and we also have the academia. So what we do is we work together. And originally, because Japan has a national health insurance system, everyone who is living in Japan, whether it be Japanese nationals or foreign people, they're all covered by the Japanese national insurance system. So our hospitals basically were focused towards the Japanese medical insurance patients. But recently, our government and also our hospitals are starting to think about, okay, we should bring in more patients from outside Japan, which is a big shift. And Medical Excellence Japan, we call its abbreviation is MEJ, has played a key role in making this happen. So what we're doing right now is we are aligning with our ministries the policy in terms of, we should focus on this medical travel. And there are several things that we do. One is to, within the around 8,000 hospitals, which is in Japan, we ask, who would be interested in this area. And we have about 50 hospitals for our members. And we in Japan, we probably only have like a handful of JCI accredited hospitals, but we have our own system where we accredit hospitals which are interested in medical travel and also have a high quality. And we also, so we have this accreditation system. So we draw interest from hospitals. We work with the ministries to draw in patients from foreign countries. And we also try to figure out which is a key area that Japan is good at. And right now, I think there's like 3 areas. One is because in Japan, medical science is really cutting edge. So we have the newest technology in like proton therapy, iPS therapy, gene therapy, stem cell therapy. So these would be one area which Japan can promote and bring in patients from other countries. The other is because our medical professionals are very, skilled. So like cardiac operations, very, very good. The other thing is prevention. I think, we just talked about that in India also, but we combine the total health check system, which is an innovation that Japan had, combine that with the nice food. The Japanese food is very healthy, and people also want to come in as tourists. So we combine that as a wellness package. So these areas we identify with the ministries, work with the hospitals, work with the manufacturers, we work with the travel agencies to bring in the relevant patients from Japan and also make sure that the quality is controlled so that the patients would have a good experience and then, they would spread the good news. Okay? So that's the way it works in Japan.
Thank you. Fascinating to hear about the different initiatives there. One piece maybe to worth touching upon as well, and Dr. Rithi, you mentioned that some of the diversification that's happened in terms of sources. What's the uptake, or what are you seeing in terms of government to government engagement or engagements where the payers are getting recognized? Because that will then open up a very different pool of patients and on a more structured basis as well.
You're absolutely right. So far, I think majority of the patients that are, sort of addressed in India are largely out of pocket. I think one of the apprehensions of the providers is largely to do with the credit risk. I think the enforceability of the contracts and MOUs is a big issue. And that sort of kind of constrains us. I think many of us have burnt hands at some way or the other. And sometimes money has come, or it has come much later, or it hasn't come at all. And write-offs have happened all the past. Over time, I think everybody is also developing a mechanism to see that, how do you have some sort of a quasi guarantee of the payments, whether it's a bank guarantee and so on. But I think that's where the government can play a role. And there's no easy answer to this. But I think if there is a way, maybe an ombudsman or something where you could have enforceability of contracts, this could open up a huge opportunity. There are large ministries, large private insurance players, as well as government insurance players. And not just the ministries, but earlier we have had experiences where the private insurance companies or even some of the government insurance companies have just vanished overnight. Because political stability is questionable at times in some of these countries. So if we could find a mechanism to enforce the contracts or the MOUs, I think that would really give a lot of comfort, and I think that could really be the inflection point as you were talking about, or the tipping point that could open up a significantly medical value travel for all of us.
Thank you. Arushi, maybe one question to you at the end. A lot of what we've spoken about is more from the private sector. We've kind of touched upon a little bit of the role of the government also in all of this. Now, in India, healthcare being, kind of both state and center, what's been the World Bank's experience? Is it better to engage at the state level and drive change at the state level where you have a more homogeneous system, or do you envisage a India-wide campaign with the heterogeneity that exists?
Thank you, and that's a tough question. But so actually our experience so far in India has been to work on the issue of MVT at the subnational level. And in a state which is one of the lead destinations within India. But in all our discussions with different stakeholders within the state, both from the private sector but also the government itself, one thing has come out that what the state would do to develop their own MVT sector still needs to be within the Heal in India brand. So I think while there is an added advantage to work at the subnational level, given health is a state subject in India and service delivery is really led by the states, I think the national banner and that national branding will help individual states as well. Similarly, I think some of the discussions that we've had on improving quality, while it is something that states can lead for improving at their end, I think having standardized programs, whether they are JCI or NABH, I think these are things that the national level can also play a role in coming up with these frameworks and then supporting states to actually achieve them and try and improve the level of quality.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are also at almost the fag end of what's been a very long day. So I hope this was, at the end of the day, but still worthwhile session for all of you. I certainly learned a lot from all of the panelists in here. So thank you very much. If you don't mind, a round of applause for all the panelists. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I have 1 minute, so yes, if there's any questions from the audience.
Perhaps all of you can gather for a group photograph.
Sure.
Please give a round of applause to our speakers. We want to thank them for coming here and sharing their knowledge with everyone. As a token of our appreciation, we will be planting 50 trees in collaboration with our NGO partner, Grow Trees, and we will nurture them in your name. Thank you for coming here, and thank you for giving us your time. With that, we bring the curtains down on the 11th annual NATHEALTH Arogya Bharat Summit 2025.